Hello and welcome. I'm Kirsty Lang and I will be your host today for Talking Philanthropy 2021. Our theme is Asia Pacific, how best to support a philanthropic ecosystem. This year is Global Philanthropic's fourth Talking Philanthropy Forum, and for the first time, we are connecting with a global audience virtually. I believe there are over 5,000 of you who have joined us online today from around the world. So welcome to all of you. Global Philanthropic has partnered with the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy as our co-host to bring the forum to Asia for the first time. We have a very exciting program with a great lineup of over 30 expert speakers and panelists, plus presentations of new world-leading research into philanthropy. And I think you're going to find those findings really interesting. At the end of the day, I will be joined by our hosts, Global Philanthropic, the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy and the Center for Strategic Philanthropy to reflect on some of the key messages and learnings from the day. And we'll be discussing on how we can build on that momentum. I will encourage all of you watching at home to get involved and join conversations on social media using the hashtag Talking Philanthropy. But to kick off the proceedings, we will have video messages from President Tang Ing-chia, President of the National University of Singapore, and Professor Stephen Toop, who is the Vice Chancellor or Principal of the University of Cambridge. But we are most honoured that Ban Ki-moon, the 8th Secretary General of the United Nations and Chairman of the Ban Ki-moon Foundation for a Better Future, has joined us as our keynote speaker for a special address. I'll be welcoming you all back at 2 p.m. Singapore time for our first live expert panel discussion on philanthropy and education in Asia, which I think is going to be really interesting. But without further ado, President Tan, over to you.
A very warm welcome to everyone. It is great to see faces tuning in from all over the world. Thank you for taking time off to join in the Talking Philanthropy Forum. The National University of Singapore is delighted to collaborate with Global Philanthropic to host this forum. A big thank you to the many who have been working behind the scenes to organize this forum. I would also like to express our gratitude to our sponsors, Decision Science Agency and Mr. Daniel Teo, who have contributed to making this event possible. The Talking Philanthropy Forum was initially planned as a physical event to be held at the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy. Unfortunately, due to the ongoing pandemic, we have to go virtual. Although we are not able to meet in person, this event has gathered more than 3,500 interested registrants from across the world. We believe it is the largest philanthropy gathering ever in Asia. Today, we are also privileged to be hearing from over 30 philanthropists, leaders from public and private sectors, as well as notable academics who will be contributing their perspectives and experiences. With such a distinguished and diverse panel of speakers, I'm sure it will be a rich and insightful forum for all participants. It is indeed heartening to see so many people from around the world coming together for philanthropy. Philanthropy at its heart is about looking beyond one's own needs and interests to contribute towards making a positive difference to others and to society and community, building a better future for everyone. The philanthropy landscape in Asia, in particular, is an evolving one. The region has and continues to enjoy an unprecedented growth in personal wealth. More high net worth individuals are based in Asia. The Asia region is also home to the biggest and fastest growing industry giants, be it in manufacturing, technology, or digital services. Yet, this is also a region with many pressing and diverse needs where over 400 million people are living in extreme poverty and abject conditions. I'm thus pleased that prominent Asian firms and individuals are increasingly taking a proactive and strategic interest in the region's sustainable development and progress. This would include, amongst others, eliminating hunger and poverty, having access to clean water, air, and energy, inclusive quality education, responsible consumption and production, and more. There is real opportunity for philanthropy to reach and shape and impact the lives and futures of disadvantaged communities in Asia. I'm just looking forward to the sessions that are being lined up. This will be an excellent platform to share ideas and exchange views, which will hopefully lead to more research work informing public policies and the work of philanthropists. With this, I would like to once again thank our audience for joining us, and I wish everyone a fulfilling forum. Thank you.
I'm delighted to welcome you all on behalf of the Center for Strategic Philanthropy at the University of Cambridge. It's a great honor to co-host this event with Global Philanthropic and the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy at the National University of Singapore. The themes to be raised at today's conference are crucial and urgent. This past year has brought home to all of us the inextricable entanglement of health, the environment, and education. In attempting to address each challenge, we ignore the others at our peril. This past year has also been a time when we've learnt once more the value of listening, a skill we are all apt to sideline. We have learnt we must listen to the science, we must listen to the data, and we must listen to each other. For better or worse, the pandemic has irrevocably changed our lives and our world. It can be difficult to see it as anything other than for the worse, but we owe it to our society and our planet to use this crisis as a springboard into something better. The pandemic has changed the direction of philanthropy. At an obvious level, it changed the direction of funds during the past year, but it has also acted as a catalyst for change. The face of philanthropy is evolving rapidly, and the potential is great. Events such as this one provide the perfect forum for academics and practitioners to crystallize ideas, to review the present, and to plan for the future. How can we work together, uniting government institutions with philanthropists and nonprofits, to redress imbalances of power and to ensure the effective and efficient application of philanthropy? How can we collaborate to empower philanthropists across the Asia-Pacific region? How can we partner for a better future? The answers to these questions can, at least in part, be found by listening to the data and, of course, listening to each other. There is still too little academic research on philanthropy in emerging markets. We need solid evidence to underpin philanthropy in the Asia-Pacific region, and indeed, everywhere. We need to measure impact and ensure we act on the data we obtain to ensure best practice and policy. There is, as yet, lack of solid knowledge about capital flows, sector funding, and growth rates in the Asia-Pacific region. Such knowledge must be acquired so that we can build resilience into the post-COVID ecosystem and consolidate the vital links between governments, NGOs, philanthropists, and charities. Such knowledge must be acquired so that the sector can respond with speed and efficiency to emergencies at national and international levels. Such knowledge must be acquired so that we can best use philanthropy to meet the challenges of health, environment, and education, and ensure a disaster such as this pandemic never hits in quite the same way again. Of course, philanthropists did respond quickly and positively to the COVID emergency. And the pandemic has changed the way philanthropists interact with the public sector. We have seen significant growth in emerging markets and partnerships with governments that have been reinforced. This can and should be used as the foundation for further development, for governments to facilitate the growth of the sector and to provide opportunities for public sector entities to partner with philanthropists. The world's most pressing challenges affect each and every one of us, and we cannot solve them individually. True partnerships are fundamental. United, we must reach our goals, because the good we can achieve together is far greater than the sum of its parts.
Thank you for your warm introduction. Mr. Ben Morton Wright, President and Group CEO of Global Philanthropic, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon and good morning, wherever in the world you may be watching from. It is my great honor to open Global Philanthropic's fourth Talking Philanthropy Forum, which I believe is the first such forum of its kind to take place in Asia. And it is my privilege to deliver these opening remarks at such an important juncture for both humanity and our planet. On behalf of all those involved, I would like to take this opportunity to thank this forum's academic partners, the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy, who have so kindly hosted this virtual event, as well as the Cambridge Judge Business School Center for Strategic Philanthropy. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, 6 years ago, the United Nations presented the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, to the world, as they were historically adopted by 193 countries in New York. This was one of my biggest achievements as UN Secretary General, as the SDGs offer us with a collaborative blueprint to ensure the future we want. The SDGs provide us a way forward to confront the most critical issues of our time. These include poverty, education, inequality, climate change, public health, and gender equality, among others. Since 2015, there has been a remarkable effort to meet these goals. Indeed, collectively, we have achieved and continue to achieve great progress. But the world has since experienced a seismic shock with the outbreak of the coronavirus pandemic. This has brought disruption and devastating effects for so many, in particular to the lives of the most vulnerable and widened existing inequalities. The numbers tell a distressing story. During 2020, an estimated 71 million people were pushed into extreme poverty. 90% of all students worldwide were kept out of schools, with at least 500 million students unable to access remote learning. Childhood immunization programs were interrupted in up to 70 countries. And the estimated 6% drop in greenhouse gas emissions in 2020 still falls short of the 7.6% reduction required to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius, in line with the Paris Agreement on climate change. Under this troubling backdrop, governments, philanthropists, and non-profit organizations around the world have had to step up and respond in ways and on a scale like never before to support their communities. At the same time, the pandemic has reminded us all of how interconnected the world is. It has taught us crucial lessons on the importance of solidarity and cooperation. Strikingly, it has shown us the role and impact that philanthropy must play in helping us to bridge the gap in our efforts to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. In this connection, there is one particular SDG that speaks urgently to us in these challenging times. It is SDG 17, Partnerships for the Goals. SDG 17 clearly highlights the prominent role that the philanthropy community, alongside the United Nations, governments, the private sector, civil society, and others, should play to help achieve the SDGs. It calls for, quote, multi-stakeholder partnerships that mobilize and share knowledge, expertise, technology, and financial resources to support the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals in all countries, unquote. Key stakeholders like yourselves are essential partners in our quest to achieve the SDGs. The importance of collaboration and successful partnership is now more vital than ever. To achieve the SDGs by 2030, we need an all-hands-on-deck approach, where everyone joins together in partnership to harness the ownership participation and active involvement from all sectors of all societies. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, today's Talking Philanthropy Forum is a wonderful example of thought leadership and the power of partnership across countries and cultures and communities. You will explore the role that government plays in fostering a flourishing philanthropic ecosystem and discover the current and most important research on philanthropy in Asia and the Global South. You will also hear stories of the transformative impact of philanthropy and how we can adopt the lessons of the pandemic to bring about real and necessary changes. And you will benefit from the insight of philanthropists, practitioners, and academics from across Asia and the world on health, education, and, crucially, the environment. This last point is particularly timely as world leaders prepare to gather in Glasgow, United Kingdom, later this year for COP26, that is, the UN Conference on Climate Change. I'm of the view that today is a profound and defining moment for the direction of philanthropy in Asia, setting a precedent for collaboration within the sector and those who desire to do good for their communities, each other, and the earth. In this regard, I invite you to open your mind and explore new ideas, challenge your thinking, break down silos, begin the conversation of how we can advance and increase philanthropy in the Asia-Pacific region. Question what interventions are needed from governments to foster philanthropy. Ask where knowledge is missing and what extra research is needed. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to close on a personal note. Growing up in Korea, as the embers of the Korean War burned in the 1950s, I dreamt of a better future. The United Nations was established only 5 years earlier, and its distinctive blue flag and emblem was a beacon of hope during my difficult childhood. I could never have imagined then that I would go on to become the Secretary General of the United Nations, where I witnessed many extraordinary philanthropy initiatives. I saw firsthand the remarkable work of the United Nations foundations established in 1998 with a $1 billion gift from Ted Turner and the pioneering commitment to global health and the environment of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. I'm simply delighted that both of these incredible foundations are represented here today. More recently, I have been able to establish my own non-profit organizations to champion the needs of women and young people and help chart a better future. These include the Ban Ki-moon Foundation for a Better Future in Seoul, Korea, and the Ban Ki-moon Center for Global Citizens in Vienna, Austria. So my message to all of you taking part in this forum today is that the future of philanthropy lies in your hands. I urge you to reach out and connect with each other across borders and seas. No individual can change the world, but together we can. We are all global citizens, and we must work together for a brighter future through cooperation and partnership. I thank you for your attention and congratulate you once again on the realization of this exciting forum. Thank you.
Well, my special thanks to Secretary General Ban Ki-moon for a very thought-provoking and quite inspiring speech, actually. There was a real call to action there, wasn't there, for all of us taking part in this today. Well, I am very pleased now to be joined by our education panelists. So thank you for everyone for joining me this morning. We're looking forward to a very stimulating 45 minutes of discussion about the role of philanthropy in the education sector. So let me introduce my very esteemed panelists. We have Kathleen Chu, who is the Program Director of the YTL Foundation based in Malaysia. It is a charity committed to creating equitable access to education, and Kathleen's also a board member of the Asian Philanthropy Circle. We have Patrick Herworth, who is head of the International School of Beijing. Prior to that, he was principal of the Hong Kong International School, and he also taught at international schools in Atlanta and in Geneva. And we have Daisy Liu, who is a leading philanthropist and president of the Bin Lin and Daisy Liu Family Foundation, which has given a major gift to the International School of Beijing. So Patrick and Daisy are going to be talking about how they work together on that. We also have Professor Peter Matheson, who is principal of the University of Edinburgh. And prior to that, Peter was president of the University of Hong Kong from 2014 to 2018. And we have Harold King, the board member of the Hong Kong International School. Harold is also CEO of the Near-Risk Investment Advisors, and he advises a number of universities and schools, and indeed a board member of a number as well. And we have Nick Jaffa, who is president and CEO of Global Philanthropic Asia Pacific. Over his 30-year career, Nick has served as an in-house and a consultant to philanthropists and organizations across the sector. So welcome to all of you, and thank you for taking part. Let me start with Kathleen, the Program Director of the YTL Foundation. Since the COVID-19 outbreak in Malaysia, the YTL Foundation has mounted an incredible countrywide response in partnership with the Malaysian government to assist with online learning. Can you start by giving us an overview of what was involved from the start of the pandemic onwards?
Yes. As you said, we are an education foundation and have been working with schools for years. So we understood, the processes within schools, and we knew that the sudden school closure that was announced in mid-March last year would catch them unprepared. the first thing was that online learning was an obvious solution, but we kind of knew that, many schools were not ready for this. It was just too quick and too sudden. And so our first concern was to just keep the students connected and keep the learning going, because, once you take kids out of school and you stop that learning, it's really hard to recover. And, sadly, today we're facing that situation in many parts of the world. So our first concern was that, and then, to support parents, because now everyone would be locked at home, and parents would have to take over and be that teacher at home if the kids couldn't be connected to school. So,
and what sort of things did that involve? I mean, was that literally getting, laptops and devices out to kids and so on?
Yeah, so we just had to kind of think of, the fastest solution available to us, right? And so we were really lucky that in the YTL group, we have a telecommunications company. And so we turned to them, first of all, because connectivity was key here to us and getting it out quickly. So we said, can you procure smartphones for us, and can you provide data? And, luckily they could. And, it wasn't laptops, because that was going to take too long, and we just needed a quick solution. And then once they said, yes, we can do that for you, we knew that was not the complete solution, right? Just getting devices, getting data. What about the learning content? And there's a lot of free content. We know on the internet, if you were a savvy parent and you knew how to Google and find the content, it's fine. But we were concerned about vulnerable families. And these were families we thought would not have the ability to kind of find the best content. And even if they found content, it just might not be relevant, because in Malaysia, the schools are teaching in Malay. So they would have to have the resources in Malay, and they would have to have resources that fitted the Malaysian curriculum. So again, we called on another of the YTL group companies. It's Frog Asia. They had an EdTech platform. And then our long-term partners, Teach for Malaysia. We love Teach for Malaysia. We've been supporting them since they were set up. And we thought, if we could find tech-savvy teachers to create lessons for an online platform, where else could we find them except for Teach for Malaysia? So very quickly, they agreed, they came on board, and we created lessons in the core subjects, English, science, and maths. And it was from year 1 to year 11. And this was to cover that period when we thought kids would be out of school. And at that time, we were just looking at 2 months. I mean, we didn't know it was going to go on for so long. Yeah.
And how closely did you work with the government on this?
At that time, not really, because, we just jumped in and we saw this gap and we knew we had to fill it quickly. So we just went in and did what we could with the resources that we had. The government at the time, the Ministry of Education, was busy trying to solve its own problems, but more on the school side of things, how to get schools prepared, how to get teachers, trained with the right mentality to do this. And we thought, okay, if government was dealing with the school side, we would take care of what was in homes and, trying to support the students and the parents when they were at home. So that was, right at the beginning. Through this process, we managed to give out 100,000 phones and 450,000 SIM cards. And how we kind of gauged ourselves, are we really reaching the right people? And, we had these applications, we set up an application process, and applications were flooding in from everywhere. And every day the team had to sort out thousands of them. And then once in a while, someone would say something funny has come up. People are taking advantage of this. There's an address that says it's behind the mosque. Now, behind the mosque doesn't seem to be a valid address, but when you Google the village and behind the mosque, it actually says it's a valid address, or kind of on top of the fire station. And so we knew, I think these were the people who really needed it. And then one day, one member of the team circulated this photograph from this application from a mother in a fishing village in Labuan in East Malaysia. And it was a photograph of 3 little children holding up their father's death certificate. And it was just so heartbreaking to see this. And we just thought, okay, I think we're doing the right thing. We just have to carry on. And so 100,000 phones later, which we did towards the beginning of this year, we thought, that's really just the tip of the iceberg, isn't it? I mean, there's just a lot more to do. And we knew we couldn't do it alone. We're a private organization, and the only way we could amplify our impact was to bring in government. And so we went to the government and we said, can we partner with you? Can we co-fund a bigger program and get more of these devices out there to keep the kids connected? And I think the other thing that started worrying us was it's not just the education, but the mental health of the children. They were being disconnected from school, from their teachers.
So I mean, I'm very interested in that. So the government responded positively. Do you think this will have led to a kind of shift in relationships between the government and charitable organisations like yourselves?
I think government has been experimenting anyway. I mean, what they had done was they had approached the government sovereign fund, which has its own charitable foundation, and they were trying to use that vehicle as a vehicle to fund grants to people who needed it, but it wasn't really filtering out to all the private philanthropists and the foundations. And so I think they made a good start there to think of using, rather than just using government, but using a kind of quasi-government or government-linked organization. And so, being able to then talk to them and say, well, you've got that other program. And I think that program also included getting GLCs and their foundations to fund about 150,000 laptops. So they had that running, and we said, let's try to do a bigger program with you. And so they then said, okay, fine. We were just about to launch a subsidy program to keep the bottom 40 of the population connected. And, it was a subsidy for their phone plans, or if they wanted to buy a device. So they said, why don't we work together on that? And you can use that subsidy into a telco. And so, of course, we had our own telco, which is YTL Communications. And, with that, you could roll out this program. And so we worked out a scheme with YTL Communications where we could use the $70 subsidy that the government was giving, and we could then give out a free phone, and we could give out 30 gigabytes of data a month for a year. So, it would cover them for a year. I think 30 gigabytes is, really adequate for education. Yeah. And I think that the big thing, though, for me is that we also embedded an app in the phones that would give them the learning content that we had developed. So they would have the learning content. I think we have about 1,200 lessons at the moment in there, plus quizzes. And so it was kind of a complete solution.
Yes. Kathleen, that's a fantastic story. And I think, what's interesting is actually everything you're talking about is about partnership, isn't it? It's about partnership with as many people as possible, including government. I'm going to, we'll bring you back into the conversation later. I'm going to move on now to Patrick Herworth. Patrick, you've been head of the International School of Beijing since 2017. Why don't you give us a little bit of a backstory of how the school was founded as a non-profit international school, and why it's so important to the Beijing community?
Thank you, Kirsty, and greetings from Beijing, everybody. So the International School of Beijing is celebrating its 40th anniversary this year. 40 years ago, we were established. Thank you very much. 40 years ago, we were established to serve the daughters and sons of 5 embassies in the city of Beijing, United Kingdom, United States, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. And as we've evolved, we've served expatriate families from all over the world, and increasingly now returning Chinese families who are coming back to China from the United States, from Canada, etc. And so we serve not only a traditional expatriate base, but also those families who return to China. Why are we so important to the school? I think really because we serve families who have foreign passports. So we are not licensed to welcome Chinese nationals to the school. And in that, we have many families, thankfully, who are looking for a Western values-based constructivist education for their children. We are a pretty progressive school educationally, and we have a well-established connections with colleges in the United States and Canada and Asia around the world. and a trusted record in terms of outcomes, not only academic outcomes, but outcomes for student character, student achievement, and also college admission. So we are very much part of the landscape, but ISB is a very competitive market, Kirsty. Over recent years, the number of international schools has grown remarkably. And in that, ISB thankfully retains great credibility in the local marketplace, and I hope also on the international stage.
How important is philanthropy to the running of the school?
It hasn't been particularly important over the years. I think it was possibly it could be considered to be a missed opportunity. So when I joined the school in 2017, I was charged by the Board of Trustees at the time to evaluate the potential for the role of philanthropy at the school to accelerate some of our key strategic work. It seemed very possible that members of our community, current and past alumni base, would be willing to give to the school, but it remained a hypothesis until we partnered with Global Philanthropic to do some research on site. So we had Ben Morton Wright and Nick himself present in 2018 to meet many of our families, including, of course, Daisy, who's with us this afternoon, or this morning, or this evening, depending on where we are, who spent an awful lot of time interviewing families, asking what was special about ISB in their opinion, what made them love the school, what the vulnerabilities were in their eyes of the school and the programming, and what the possibilities were. And they provided us with great research. And so now I would say, Kirsty, philanthropy has become increasingly important. We're not reliant upon it, which is a pretty comfortable position to be in. We're financially very secure. But in that, I think we have a sense of urgency as to what we can do, partnering with philanthropists to accelerate our work, to accelerate our mission. We are surrounded by schools that are proprietary in nature for profit. They are perhaps more nimble in the way in which they access funds. And as one of the only non-profits in town, we work differently. And if we want to shoot for the moon, which we do as a school, it helps to work with our families who are very, very generous and very supportive of the school to see how much more quickly we can accomplish our dreams.
Well, I'm going to come to Daisy in a moment, but just in a broader context, why is philanthropy for education so important in China, would you say, and indeed across Asia?
Well, education is held in such high regard, is so highly valued. That sort of vision of the value of education in China is true. What everyone has heard is absolutely the case. Schools are respected, teachers are respected, and it's still seen quite rightly as a path to great accomplishment for people's children in the future. It speaks to people's hearts, the value of an education, not just an ISB education, but it speaks to the hearts of the parents about the opportunities that we can provide for their daughters and sons. And I think there's a reference later to the research that demonstrates that in China, giving to education is at the top of the list, top of the pile. And we've certainly found a very receptive audience here at ISB amongst our parents who are willing to support, again, our strategy, our mission. It's just highly prized, not only a secondary education, of course, but a tertiary education. And that's a wonderful environment in which to work.
Well, let me bring in Daisy Liu, President of the Bin Lin and Daisy Liu Family Foundation. Daisy, you very generously donated to the international school. Why? What led you to make this generous gift?
Well, thank you, Christy. First of all, our family foundations focus on the education and health. This is the fields we would like to donate on. And education is always the fields which we think will change someone's future. And when, as a entry-level philanthropist with the limited resources, we would definitely first of all look around in our community and see which part we could help on. And it's kind of a very genuine and a natural action for us to look for the school which we would donate on.
And I mean, just picking up on that question I asked Patrick, I mean, why do you think donating to education is so important in China?
That's what we always say. Education could change someone's future, and that's a rooting culture in China. And in China also, there are lots of people still not being able to get to the opportunity to go to school, even though they could go to school, or they could the school cannot provide necessary educational resources due to various conditions. And there is still a long way to go for the government to facilitate those in needs. And philanthropists, I think, could help on this. And
how involved, Daisy, have you been with how the money is being spent? And you know, how much did you and Patrick discuss what your gift would go towards?
This is also the concern when we make donation on. See, we really have the experience when money was donated not being managed well, not being used as what we targeted. So before we make the donation, we do discuss with the school and Patrick involved, and to discuss where those funds should be used on, and very in detail.
And Patrick, what does Daisy's support mean to the school, and what do you hope to achieve as a result?
Well, I'll start at a more micro level, Kirsty, because when Nick and Ben came through and did their research, it became very clear that the significant number of parents were keen to help us support in the attempts to keep attracting and growing and retaining teachers. We're only as good as the quality of our teaching. Notwithstanding great facilities and other opportunities that we provide the students, that's the where the rubber hits the road. And in that, there are many creative things a school can do to ensure that once you've hired great teachers, that you keep them and grow them in their profession and increase teacher effectiveness. And so Daisy and I were very close in our conversations about how our enormously generous donation would support aspects of what we do around that particular part of my responsibility in the school's commitment to the children and the families. On a more macro level, what does it mean for our school? Well, you can imagine the power of a gift of that significance. It's the school's first 7-figure gift in United States currency, and having not had any philanthropy or advancement or development office at the school ever, during a pandemic, to receive a gift of that nature from such a supporter of the school and a prominent member of our community, that's the kind of very, very powerful moment for the school's history. Now, what it will do for the school, I hope we'll still be talking about this, or those who are at ISB in the future will still be talking about the significance of the gift of this size. So it's lifted our spirits at a time when we've been through a rough patch after 15 months of stop-start and online and on campus. It has set a remarkable example. We have some of Beijing's most influential families have their children at our school. Some of the world's greatest business leaders have their children at our school. And subsequent to Daisy's gift, we've been contacted by other families who want to join in. And
so Daisy's been a trailblazer, encouraging others. That's fantastic.
There's absolutely no question. It's leadership of extraordinary significance. And I would say this whether she was on the panel or whether she wasn't. And this is exactly what Nick and Ben and we all predicted when we sat around and thought about the future, the possibilities of philanthropy at ISB. And I'm just very, very glad that the Bin Lin and Daisy Liu Family Foundation have been our first givers of that significance.
Well, thank you for that really inspiring story. And yeah, congratulations, Daisy, for that trailblazing act of generosity. I'm going to move now to Professor Peter Matheson, who is currently Vice-Chancellor of Edinburgh University, and as I said, former Vice-Chancellor of the University of Hong Kong. And I believe, Peter, is it correct that you were the first in your family to go to university? Could you tell us a little bit about your story?
It is correct, but I wouldn't dwell on it too much, Kirsty, except to say that I completely agree with what Patrick and Daisy were just saying about the transformational power of education, and that was certainly true for me. So I went to school in 10 miles from Land's End, right down the tip of Cornwall, at a place where kids were not necessarily expected to go to university. And I did manage to go to university, and everything good that's happened to me ever since has been as a result of my education. So certainly as an institutional leader, I never forget that. And I'm very much driven by the transformational power of education, because it affected me and I was given a chance, and I'm keen to give that chance to other people. So I suppose it's a motivator for me.
Mm. And as Vice Chancellor of two incredibly prestigious universities, presumably you have witnessed the opportunities generated by philanthropy.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, I'd say so. The early part of my career was in England, and as you well know, Kirsty, the philanthropic culture, particularly towards education, is not as well developed in the UK as it is in Asia. And I then moved from here to Hong Kong, and in Hong Kong, I would say that the philanthropic culture is very much more developed, and education is a particular recipient of philanthropic support. And I'll come back to that in a second. When I worked in the UK, and when I worked in England originally, it was very striking that quite a lot of British universities, and I should say I've always worked in universities, but I think the same is true in schools, would look to North America for guidance on how to raise money from philanthropists. And that was to the extent that quite a lot of British universities would have Americans as their development director. So the British are not good at asking people for money. They're not good at sort of recognizing somebody's net worth. There's a sort of British inhibitedness about all of these
yes,
topics.
Don't talk about money. Yes.
And it would be considered very rude to have any kind of awareness of how much money someone's worth, and even more rude to ask them for some of it. Whereas the North American culture is better developed in that respect. North American philanthropic giving to education is very much more based around alumni giving. And obviously there are tax incentives and all sorts of other reasons why people in North America are very likely to give. In Britain, there are no such cultures, really. In Britain, the British public tend to think that they've already paid through their taxation for education and indeed for health. I mean, my background is in health, and the same is true in the healthcare system, whereby people feel they've already paid for it through their taxation. And so therefore, the idea that you'd pay for healthcare is politically very unacceptable to the British population, and that's why the NHS remains such a popular institution. And then I go to Hong Kong, and in Hong Kong I find a sort of intermediate situation. In Hong Kong, there is this extraordinary recognition of the power of education. Nobody that I talked to when I worked in Hong Kong needed any convincing that universities were a good thing for society, or that schools were a good thing for society, or that giving your money, if you have spare money, giving it to educational establishments wouldn't be a good use of the money. That was a sort of unquestioned acceptance. So that makes the job of someone that's trying to encourage philanthropic support, that makes the job very much easier than it would be in the UK, because you're starting from a different point. You're starting from a point whereby people already believe that your institution is a force for good and worthy of support, and that's an enormous help. And I think Asian cultures generally, and I know we're now starting to see this in mainland China as well, Asian cultures generally have that sort of implicit acceptance that education is a force for good. It's not that education is not a force for good in the UK or elsewhere. It is. It's just not recognised by philanthropic support in the same sort of way. The other major difference for me working in Hong Kong was that all of my biggest donors were not alumni. So whilst there was alumni giving, a lot of the biggest donors were not alumni, and indeed some of them had not been to any university, and some of them had not been to any secondary school. These were often wealthy people that had made money, usually through real estate, but not always. But they were of the view that they wanted to give people opportunities that they may not have had themselves, and that was a very powerful phenomenon. Which again, I think,
how were they brought into the university? I mean, what lessons did you learn from that about how to bring them in and get those donations?
The extraordinary advantage I had as leader of the University of Hong Kong is that it is the oldest, the best, I would say that, wouldn't I, of Hong Kong's universities, and it has an extraordinarily powerful status in Hong Kong as being the only English-speaking comprehensive university in Greater China. So it's an international beacon, and so therefore I didn't really need to advertise it very much. People would come to me and to my colleagues Of course, we had a good story to tell about the University of Hong Kong and the great things that it had done for its students and for the societies. But in general, I don't feel that we had to do much advertising. A lot of this support would come to us. I mean, you asked us in the prep, or Ben and Nick asked us in the preparation for stories, and I can think of a couple which might be illustrative. I mean, one is that I went for a lunch meeting in Hong Kong once with a very elderly philanthropist. A lot of the Hong Kong philanthropic foundations are sort of dynasties, usually of 3 generations, usually of men. And the oldest man, the oldest generation was there. His oldest son, and his grandson. They were all there. They were all there at the family at this lunch. And during the lunch, this elderly philanthropist explained to me why he thought he shouldn't leave his money to his son and his grandson. Why he thought that they needed to make their own way in the world, and he wanted to give his money to education. And he gave, at the end of the lunch, he gave me a check for 100 million Hong Kong dollars, which is about 10 million pounds. So that was a good lunch. You know, I went to lunch for a conversation and came away with $100 million. But the extraordinary, being part of that conversation was an extraordinary honor. You know, I was part of a sort of family discussion. Now, clearly, this wasn't the first time it had been discussed in the family, but this idea that I'm sitting with people who, in the normal form of events, would inherit the wealth of this old man when he dies, explaining why they weren't going to do that and why he was going to give it to my institution and to other institutions in Hong Kong. That was an extraordinary privilege. And the other example I'd give about Hong Kong is a different wealthy philanthropic donor. I had a number of conversations with him over the years whilst I was working in Hong Kong. And on one occasion, he said to me, don't insult me by asking for too little. That's the kind of thing you want a philanthropist to say. But then, of course, it gives you a challenge then to think, well, what is too little? And what
yes.
When it comes to the ask, you know, there is a bit of judgment to be used. So Hong Kong was an environment where philanthropic giving was very important. I mean, we were a government-funded, still are a government-funded university. There are 8 government-funded universities in Hong Kong. The University of Hong Kong, in the time I was there, got about 10% of its annual income from philanthropic support. So that the annual income was about 8 billion Hong Kong, which is about 800 million pounds, and about 1/10 of that came from philanthropic donations. And the reason it was so important is it allows you to do other things. The core funding, which in Hong Kong use case mostly comes from government funding, topped up a little bit by tuition fees, but very substantially publicly funded. That pays for the core business. That pays for the core teaching and the core learning and the core research and the structures and the facilities and whatnot. But this 10% additional income, which is on top of the government allocation, is extraordinarily powerful in terms of capital development, building new buildings, or starting new things, doing things that you can't do, which are not just core business. The Hong Kong government did, for a while whilst I was there, have a matching funding scheme, very similar to the scheme in Singapore. And that was popular with donors because donors like to see synergy. They like to see not only their own donation, but the contribution either from the institution itself or from government. And in Hong Kong use case, sometimes there was matching funding from within the university, but obviously since most of our money came from the government in the first place, it was often government money that we were matching with. And philanthropists generally like to see that because they see that as a sign of sort of co-production, if you like, and commitment from the institution and from the government funding it. So that scheme was very popular. Unfortunately, that scheme ended whilst I was in Hong Kong, and to my knowledge, it hasn't been reinstated since I left.
Peter, thank you. Those are great stories. I'm going to turn now to Harold Kim, who I could see smiling through some of those. I mean, Harold, you're highly involved in education in Hong Kong as board chair of the Hong Kong International School. I mean, how have you witnessed the impact of philanthropy at the school?
Thank you, Kirsty, and it's good to see everybody. I enjoyed Peter's story as I was thinking. Peter, if you want to introduce me to that family that did the 100 million, I'd be happy to meet them. And Daisy, anytime you'd like to make an impactful gift to Hong Kong International School, I would refer you to Patrick as our reference, since he was our high school principal before he went to ISB. But we will spend your money wisely. So HKIS is a private international school in Hong Kong. We are a nonprofit. We were set up in 1966, really to serve the American community at the time that we've grown greatly beyond that since then. It was initially originally a partnership between the American business community in Hong Kong, the Lutheran Church, Missouri, and the Hong Kong government. And from our foundation, we have benefited from philanthropy. So the initial grants that allowed us to set up the school and the capital that we received to grow over the years. Most recently, we did a full-scale renovation of our primary campus in Repulse Bay. So two beautiful buildings, including our original building from 1966, kind of top to bottom. In one case, a complete redo. In the other case, and we took it down and we built it all the way up again. And that was done through funds that were kind of accumulated over many years through giving and then invested wisely as well. So really the transformative impact of philanthropy to HKIS has been significant. Most recently with COVID, we received gifts that helped us support our online learning, for example. When our head of school sent out a letter to the community talking about the various steps that we were doing to protect our students on campus. And we were very lucky because of the size of our campuses, we were actually able to bring kids back much earlier, certainly in most other parts of the world, but even within Hong Kong. And we had to spend money to be able to do that. And we literally got a big check in the mail saying, the school must need money to help you do this. And here you go. So philanthropy really has impacted the
now, I know you were a lecturer at Princeton University, and so I'd be quite interested to how you see the differences, how philanthropy at schools and universities differs between the US and Hong Kong and other parts of Asia.
It's very much what Peter mentioned, and I kind of listening to Peter's comments and Patrick's as well. So on the one hand, the idea of education and the huge impact of education is already well established in Asia. So you're starting from a very good point in terms of asking for support. People don't need to be sold on the idea of supporting education. At the same time, particularly for us as an international school, so we're a little bit older than ISB. We're 55 years old, but still on the scale of things, that's pretty new. Our oldest alumni are just kind of reaching retirement age and estate planning age. This idea of systematically giving in a structured way is not well established. And so when you go to a school like Princeton or Harvard or the top independent schools in the US, it's subtle and not so subtle messages starting from when you're there at how much philanthropy enabled the education that you were giving. Princeton and other schools like Princeton get a substantial amount of their operating revenue from gifts and endowment-related, endowment-generated returns. And so a large part of that education cost has been enabled by generations, multi-generations of giving. And it's very, you're made aware, not in a mean way or a nasty way, but just how generous people have been in the past. And so coming out of there, as an alum, it is kind of expected or encouraged to give. And I think that's where Asia is still in the starting blocks. There are many stories of generosity, but like as Peter mentioned, at University of Edinburgh, University of Hong Kong, most of these people are not alums. At Princeton, most of the people are alums. And what we're trying to do at HKIS is really build that type of culture. It will take decades, but the end result will be much more systematic philanthropic support. So we have absolutely benefited from philanthropy over the years, but we're trying to move it to a much more structural, institutionalized setup. And again, the understanding of how impactful education is in general, it's people already are sold on that story. So it makes the discussion much easier.
George Soros once said to me when I did a panel similar to this, that he assesses his philanthropic giving in the same way he views his investments, by looking at the returns and so on. I mean, do you think there are parallels to be made?
Very much so. And I think the impactful philanthropy is where the donor understands and actually gets involved and even creates a partnership with the school. So of course it's wonderful to receive money where one-off and then and nothing else. But really what we're seeing is and maybe it's not the new emergence, but more systematic engagement with people that actually want to understand the impact of the money, whether it's in terms of programming. So, a curriculum redevelopment for technology, because that's become so important. We've recently received a very generous gift, which hopefully is the start of a much larger gift, but where somebody who realized the impact of an education like ours, and inquiry-based Western style approach, and the impact it had on this donor when he was a child. And so he's enabling a number of kids from local schools to come to HKS, but it's not a one and done. He wants to be involved. He wants to understand how we're going to shepherd these kids through school. Typically, and we have programs like this in existence, they start at high school. This one we're actually starting at middle school, because we realize that just dropping a kid into high school, if they're not prepared, not just for the academics, but for the cultural life of a high school, means that it'll be either succeed or fail on that basis. So this fellowship or scholarship actually is starting in middle school, and it also includes support for computers and travel that's related to the school. I mean, it's a much more comprehensive approach to providing education to local kids that otherwise might not be able to receive that. So it's a partnership. It's more deliberate, and I think it will be more successful.
Thank you for that. It's a great story. Let me bring in Nick Jaffa, CEO of Global Philanthropic in Asia Pacific. Nick, I want to talk about the models of matched funding. So we heard Peter mention that in Hong Kong, sadly no longer there. But how successful is that model in encouraging philanthropy, and where do we see it working successfully?
It's a good question, Kirsty. I think it is successful. I think there's a couple of ways to think about success. So the first thing, I think, picking up what Harold just said, is about how philanthropy and matching can actually develop a culture and how we can advance the culture. So Hong Kong, it began it in 2003, their matching program. And in that initial phase, it generated gifts in the range of 10 million, 20 million, 25 million for institutions. And literally in a year, $1.3 billion was given out, Hong Kong dollars, but $1.3 billion was given out by members of the community. So you can't ignore the impact of that. And Hong Kong is now going into its 8th cycle of its matching grant scheme. So it's been in place for 20 years, and I think it's having an impact in terms of institutions. I think certainly if we're having this conversation, you can't ignore, and it's hard to not admire the success and impact in Singapore. Their program, began in 1991. Typically, what you'd see a one-to-one matching program. In 2010, it became a $1.50 to $1 matching program. So again, really quite thinking forward, long-term view. And then in 2019, the government introduced a 3-to-1 matching program for newer universities. So again, very much thinking about the future and how to develop a program. And I think what's remarkable and impressive about Singapore, if you look at it, is not just simply in terms of the dollars raised, but the impact it's actually had on their universities and the impact it's actually had in terms of the quality of life and the economic performance of the country. Singapore is continually rated number 1 or in the top 2 or 3 in terms of quality of education by the World Economic Forum, and their performance as a country economically is astronomical compared to even the United States or other countries around the world. So it's incredibly impressive when you look at that particular model. So success is both about generating philanthropic dollars, changing the culture, and again, demonstrating true economic performance in a community. And I think Singapore has done that very, very well.
And we've only got a few minutes left, so I'm keen to get in an audience question. We've had a question from Jane in the UK. She works for an education charity that builds and develops schools in some of Southeast Asia's most remote and marginalized communities. And she is asking for advice on how they can begin reaching Asian-based high net worth donors who are passionate about education and its power to transform lives. So we don't have much time left, but I just want to ask Harold and Peter briefly what advice they would have for her. Harold first.
Sure. So actually, one very actionable way to proceed would be to work with a school like ours. So we have programs where our students and faculty will work with a number of schools throughout Asia that really need support. And so connecting up with a group like ours, through us, we can help you raise funding to support something like that. There are a number of philanthropists that are focused on education and kind of that part of the education arena, supporting under-resourced schools throughout Asia. So it's definitely worth reaching out to them directly. And I think Global Philanthropic could help you find some of those people. Publicly available source of information also. But I think there is a lot of interest and support because people recognize how impactful education is.
And Peter, very briefly, what advice would you have?
I would encourage Jane to contact a global organization. There are several, but the one I would suggest is CASE. I happen to be a trustee of CASE, so I should declare an interest. But CASE is a North American-based institutional advancement organization. It stands for the Council for the Advance and Support of Education. They have growing activities in the Asia Pacific in both the school sector and the university sector, and would be a great source of partnership for someone like Jane with the work that she's proposing. And I suppose the other advice is, you've heard about it this morning. Tell some good stories. Give some examples of some of the work that your foundation has done, because people find these stories very powerful when they're thinking about how to direct their giving.
I agree. Good stories are always very important. Well, I'm afraid we've run out of time. Thank you so much to all of my panelists for giving up the time, because I know you're all incredibly busy people. But they were great, inspiring stories. So thank you for sharing them with us and sharing your insights, because I think it will make a real difference to people on the ground. So next up, we're going to be hearing two excellent research presentations. We will be joined by researchers at the Tsinghua University, People's Bank of China School of Finance. Now, their research on the philanthropy of ultra high net worth families in China has never been shared in English. So we are absolutely thrilled that they're using Talking Philanthropy to establish this research in English for the first time. We'll be then joined by Ruth Shapiro, who is the co-founder and CEO of the Center for Asian Philanthropy in Society, and she will be sharing research from their center's latest Doing Good Index 2020 report. And this is going to provide a contextual overview, if you like, of philanthropy across Asia. And then rounding things off before our next panel on philanthropy and the environment, the Global Philanthropic CEO Ben Morton-Wright sits down with Global Philanthropy Advisor and author Chris Putnam-Wakeley to discuss the current global context of philanthropy. And I'll be back joining you once again for our environment panel at 4 p.m. Singapore time.
Good morning, good afternoon, and maybe good evening, everyone. Welcome to this session on the philanthropy of Chinese ultra high net worth families. Thank you for your participation. I'm Jiawei Ye, lead of the Family Business Community at the World Economic Forum and Senior Research Fellow at the Global Family Business Research Center at Tsinghua University. I'll be the moderator for this session as well as one of the presenters for this session. I'm delighted to be joined today by Ruixi Hao, Program Officer, Philanthropic Partnerships from the Gates Foundation, China. Dr. Gao Hao, Director of the Global Family Business Research Center at PBC School of Finance, Tsinghua University. And Vicky Xulei, Research Fellow, Global Family Business Research Center at PBC School of Finance, Tsinghua University. Together, we'll be sharing some findings of our research on family philanthropy in China. Now, without further ado, allow me to introduce and leave the floor to Ruixi and Dr. Gao for opening remarks. Ruixi, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Jiawei. Good morning, good evening, and afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your interest to learn its report on ultra high net worth families giving in China. The purpose of this report was to understand the landscape and the key features of ultra high net worth families giving in China and its evolution throughout the past decade. As a total charitable giving in China now stays at the level of about 150 billion RMB per year. We've observed a steady increase of individual donation from less than 20% up to now as a 25% of total giving. Among that, large giving above 100 million RMB counts for about 1/3 of total giving of individuals. Since we have kicked off this research back in 2016, the number of total billionaires in China has increased from about 400 to this year, 626. We've observed some large and visible giving by philanthropists in those years, very recently including Mr. Cao Dewang's donation of 10 billion RMB to set up a science and technology university in Fujian province. And a few years ago, Mr. Lu Weiding setting up the largest charitable trust with equity value of about 4.9 billion RMB. And recently, Dang Yanbao and his wife, Bian Haiyan, made commitment to carbon neutrality. And very recently, Pinduoduo's founder, Huang Zheng, committed to set up a foundation dedicated to science and technology. So numerous donations during COVID-19 last year in China as well. Together, we've seen philanthropists in China are slightly more vocal about giving, which we're happy to see, and joining role models of like Niu Gensheng, Charles Chen, you know them well, like Yang Guoqiang, He Xiangjian, and many others. Their efforts, we've observed, have collectively demonstrated the value of philanthropy, which is not only to support the vulnerable groups, but also to support the trial of social solutions that the government and the business sector might more hesitant to take risks. And their role models have also been shaping the identity of philanthropists in China, which is really need to be built along the years. And so we have seen this trend also that philanthropists wants to come together for each other, to support each other, and to learn from each other in this community and in this peer network. So this research have taken an interesting perspective. You will hear from Professor Gao and hear from Vicky later. And it is matching the Forbes Rich List and the Forbes Philanthropy List in about 9 years data. We've learned very helpful insights for our work in China. And we hope this research can help you, serving as a useful reference for your work too. So I will give the stage back to Jiawei, and they will share more. And we hope that we can continue the conversation with you all beyond today's meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Risi. May I ask Professor Gao to offer some opening remarks?
Thank you, Jiawei. Hello, everyone. I'm Hao Gao, the director of the Global Family Business Research Center of Tsinghua University, and also the project director of the research, the philanthropy of Chinese ultra high net worth families. As a result of China's economic development, there is a rapid increase of ultra high net worth individuals in China. According to Forbes, in 2020, there were 491 Chinese billionaires, the second largest in the world. China ultra high net worth individuals have played an important role in China private sector, as well as the development of the philanthropy sector. To have a better understanding of Chinese ultra high net worth families' philanthropy motivation and behavior, and to learn the challenges they face, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation supported our center to conduct this research. You all know that China has a long tradition of giving back to the society and helping people in need. It is our hope that this report helps advance philanthropy by Chinese families contributes to the prosperity to philanthropy in China and inspires more Chinese ultra-high net worth families to share their love and care for others. I'd like to give you more information about our school and the research center. Tsinghua University PBC School for Finance was jointly established by China Central Bank and Tsinghua University on March 2012. The Global Family Business Research Center, or GFBC, was founded with the mission of exploring the knowledge of family business succession, cultivating next generation family business leaders, promoting the development of wealth management industry, and contributing to China and the world's long-range growth. For many years, GFBC has been devoted to the research in the areas of family business, wealth management, family office, as well as family philanthropy. Our center provides the think tank research for policymakers, government and industry organizations. Last but not the least, I must say thank you to Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and also to its program officer Rui Xi, and to all the philanthropists who participated in our research. Thank you for all strong support to make this research possible. Now, let's welcome Jiawei and Vicky, our research fellows, to present some key findings of our research. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gao, and thank you, Rishi, for presenting the context and the purpose of this study. Now, let's Vicky and I myself present some key findings of this research. The floor is yours, Vicky.
Yeah, the slides, please. That's great. Thanks, Rishi and Dr. Gao for your speech. Thanks, Rishi, for your introduction. Hello, everyone. I'm Vicky from Tsinghua University. Now I'm going to present you some of the key findings of the study. Firstly, let me brief you the research method. Our data is mainly from Forbes China Rich List, Forbes China Philanthropy List, the China Foundation Center, the GTA SISMA database, and the WISE's News database. We use data to do statistical analysis. We also do interviews with entrepreneurs, philanthropists, scholars, and professionals. And we use media sources, articles, and publicly available reports to make our study rich in content. To have an overall status and the trends of Chinese ultra-high net wealth families in wealth and philanthropy, we analyzed the data from the Forbes China Rich List and the Forbes China Philanthropy List from 2009 to 20. We can see that both wealth and donations increased during that period. However, families' donation grew in a more volatile way compared to the static growth in wealth. The volatility in donation may come from some big events and policy change. Notice that there is an obvious increase in donations starting from 2016, which could be affected by the promulgation of the charity law and China's targeted poverty alleviation plan 2015 to 20. In this context, from 2017 to 19, the maximum donations in China are given by one leading property entrepreneur. All his donations have been made to poverty alleviation. One of our interesting findings is that philanthropy involved with structural changes on the rich list, which reflects China's economic transformation in recent years. In the last decade, the drivers of Chinese economy shifted from manufacturing and real estate to technology. We can see a rising trend, a rising number of billionaires from tech sector, as well as a rising number of technology entrepreneurs on Forbes China Philanthropy List. Also, the donors from tech sector donate more on average than those from manufacturing sector. For example, the founder of Tencent, Tony Ma, announced to donate over $2 billion worth of his personal Tencent shares to his charitable foundation in 2016. This is a very large donation, also the representation of how tech philanthropists donate. but the shares will be donated through an unspecified period of time. So this is not on the Forbes China philanthropy list. Property entrepreneurs' donation per capita also grew importantly in recent 5 years, affected by some real life donations, which have been mostly used to poverty alleviation. Across the age groups, donations made by entrepreneurs born in the 50s and the 60s have increased strongly in the past 2 to 3 years. As they withdraw from business operations, they will focus more on family philanthropy. Let's take Country Gardens Group's founder and chairman Yang Guoqiang as an example. He has been on the Forbes China philanthropy list every year since 2009. From 2009 to 15, his yearly donations were between 100 to 200 million yuan and increased to 500 to 700 million yuan in the following 2 years. At the end of 2018, his daughter Yang Huiyan has been promoted as co-chairman of the group, marked an important point of the family succession. After that, Yang Guoqiang made larger donations, which were 1.6 billion yuan in 2019 and 1.5 billion yuan in the following year. So we suppose that the phenomenon of large donations triggered by succession will appear more in the future. More and more first-generation entrepreneurs will be transforming into the first-generation philanthropists in China. There is also a rising trend in post-70s and post-80s generations donation, which lends hope for the intergenerational succession of China's philanthropy. Culture and social structure can essentially affect the way that Chinese families donate. Now, let's welcome Jiawei to present our findings about how cultural and social factors affect Chinese families' charity behavior.
Thank you, Vicky. So in the previous section, we saw a little bit the philanthropic landscape and trend. Now we looked one level down at the foundation's data, and just to give you a little bit of the numbers, out of 172 family foundations in our data sample, we have 69 of them who have set up a philanthropic foundation. And amongst them, 23 are family foundations and 46 are corporate foundations. So on the data on 2018, the corporate foundations have donated $5.6 billion in total, and family foundations $4.2 billion, which is on average $180 to $250 million per foundation. So one thing we found out is that donations are heavily influenced by the donor's social structure. In 2015, on the right hand, we can see that 43% of the donations went to the donor's home province, and 53% went to other locations across China, and only a small portion to overseas. And this setup matches the differential pattern that structure the Chinese society, which is a concept that Chinese social relations are based on social networks of personal relations. As represented on the graph, by the graph on the left, relationships are defined by the proximity toward oneself, who is based at the center, and then relationships decrease as one moves out of the circle, which in turn defines the rights and obligations toward them. And this is what we observe in general as well. Typically, we see an initial philanthropic activity starting by helping one's kins and clansmen, and then as we move along toward the outer bound of the circle in helping the most difficult household in their own villages, and then also building infrastructures in their town, and finally helping out strangers. So the first finding in that on the foundation data is that donations are heavily linked to the donor's social structure, and this is one of the internal aspects of their donation motivations. So now, if we look at the next slide from the data on 2018. We can see that on the left, that amount of donations to the home province has decreased substantially from 43% to 23%. And then the proportion that went to the other provinces rose to 77% in 2018. And the reason behind is that China has launched a targeted poverty alleviation program 2015 to 2020. Now, on the right, as much as we can still see in the three coastal provinces like Guangdong, Zhejiang, and Fujian, that still there's a very high proportion of the donations going throughout the same province. But on the contrary, if we look at Guizhou, donations from the other provinces have skyrocketed in 2018. And just for information, Guizhou is one of the provinces with the least revenue per capita, which is also the center of focus during the poverty alleviation program. So it has received the largest amount of donations in 2018, which accounted almost half of the total donations in our sample. So here we can see a quite dramatic change of the directions in a very short amount of time, and that we don't very often see elsewhere, where the missions or areas of focus of the philanthropic foundations are pretty much defined and stable. So we wanted to highlight one of the specificities of philanthropy in China, which is this link to the national strategy and the focus of the government. And also we want to highlight the role and importance of the government and public policy in supporting and guiding and unlocking philanthropy. So this campaign, led by the public sector and followed by private sector and civil society, has demonstrated being fruitful, because just in Guizhou province alone, over 9 million of population and 66 counties have been lifted out of poverty. In the next slides, we can see more granularity with the breakdown of the segments. Still on the right, in 2015, almost half of the donations went into education, which is historically an important area of focus in the Chinese society and also for families. This also has demonstrated the importance ultra high net worth families are giving to education. So here we see a particular prevalence of the use of the family foundations, which reflects also a little bit the more personal aspects and founder orientation. In our sample, that has translated into an appreciation toward higher education, but also in arts and culture and elderly care, etc. And also the appreciation toward higher education also explains why in Beijing we have a big inflow of donations, because this is where all the major universities are based on. On the right-hand side, we can see the data from 2018, where poverty alleviation became the most important area of focus. And this reflects what we have just described before on the focus on the national strategy. And interestingly, here families trying to contribute to poverty alleviation more with their corporate foundations as a form of demonstration of their corporate social responsibility. And for instance, Wanda Group has donated 1.4 billion yuan in one of the county, in one of the city in Guizhou, as part of their poverty alleviation program. Similarly, Evergrande Group as well has donated 11 billion yuan in Guizhou, and also Alibaba Group has donated 10 billion yuan to explore the new models of poverty alleviation. So here we saw an explosion of the givings in that space in 2018, and many wealthy families are more and more focusing in that area, and we expect that trend to keep rising in the next future. So with that, I'll hand back to you, Vicky, for the last section.
Thanks, Jiawei. In the last part, our study identifies the potential pathway for ultra high net wealth philanthropic families. The pathway starts from ideas, progresses into occasional donation, then to organized, systematic, and effective donations. There may exist a jumping point that the family can donate efficiently since the beginning. The donation mode depends on the motivation of the family and also closely related to the charity environment. Our study makes suggestions to policymakers, regulators, charitable organizations, and associations in order to move forward on families' philanthropic pathway. There is also some progress in the legislation of philanthropy in China that I'd like to share today. China National People's Congress initiates the revision of the charity law to create a better environment for the development of philanthropy. With the improvement of the legal environment, there is innovation in the form of family charity. An example is that Lu Weiding, CEO of the Hangzhou-based auto parts manufacturer Wanxiang Group, donated his shares worth 5 billion yuan in the listed Wanxiang Sannong to a charitable trust. This is the country's first equity-based charitable trust, also China's largest charitable trust for perpetuity. In our report, there are more cases of leading philanthropists in China, like Lu Weiding. We're not able to share all the information and the findings today due to the limited time, but you can download our report to learn more. Next, let's welcome Jiawei to present perspective from World Economic Forum.
Thank you, Vicky. And just to build on the last section, and because I have the privilege of being involved in that project and also working with global families and philanthropists in my role at the World Economic Forum, I just wanted to share on some of the key issues that we're working on, which is also to look at how families and family businesses can contribute to the stakeholder capitalism. And the idea is that today we live in an era of multitude of crises, and the most important of all, a generational crisis, because we are pushing the environmental, financial, and societal cost into the future generations. And in our perspective, family businesses with their long-term vision are well equipped to look beyond the quarterly results and also think about future generations. So for the past 50 years, the shareholder primacy has dominated the management practice, and it comes to a situation where companies do everything to maximize profits, then do CSR or philanthropy to fix it, to fix the problems created. So now the paradigm, as we are observing it, it's slowly shifting towards, or at least shifting away and shifting toward the stakeholder primacy, where people at least are starting to question and to think about new models of doing business. And we see more and more businesses looking in that field. Examples such as Unilever, Roche, and many others have proven that businesses can be doing well while doing good. However, it doesn't mean that shareholder values are obsolete anymore. And au contraire, it's important to have a healthy finances, to have healthy finances to sustain the business, but only it should be seen as one of the elements of a function that maximizes stakeholder value and not the sole purpose of businesses. And this has been emphasized during the pandemic, which has revealed the rising inequalities and imbalances of our economic system. Today, consumers and investors and employees are asking questions about value and ethics behind businesses. And now it is not just something good to have, but a must. And this is why at the World Economic Forum and with global families, we are working toward a better model of businesses to address those systemic challenges. And I just want to share 2 points here. So while philanthropy, it's a must and it's an important enabler, we also find important the concept of business for good and capital for goods, which is basically a good and sustainable business has more positive impact than the other way around, and then trying to fix the issues created with philanthropy. And for that, we need to assess the overall externalities. As we measure impact in philanthropy, we need to be able to measure the overall impact in business, and that beyond the financial metrics that we are used to measure, and make sure that we have a positive overall footprint on the society. And this is especially true in the context of family businesses, because they cannot only act through their philanthropic foundations, but also on various family platforms, such as their business and their investment platforms. So with that, as we are drawing close to for this session, I will hand it over to Dr. Gao for some final remarks.
Okay, so thank you, Jiawei and Vicky. Yeah, and as in your presentation, that we can see that the philosophy of Chinese ultra high net worth families, is a very instructive study. As I just mentioned earlier, the kindness and the generosity are important features in Chinese traditional culture. However, for the relatively young family business in China since the reform and opening policies 40 years ago. Most ultra high net worth families still focus on growing their family businesses. As Winston Churchill said, we make a living by what we get, but we make a life by what we give. As more first-generation entrepreneurs retire, and with family succession ongoing, ultra high net worth families will pay more attention to giving back to the family philanthropy and also the society. Actually, the trend of donation has already begun. Little trips light great fires. Although now there are a handful of families donate generously, we can imagine that more and more ultra high net worth families are going to join the philanthropy camp in the future. May joint efforts be made to move forward philanthropy, harmony, and prosperity in China and the world. Thank you so much, and looking forward to our further exploring together. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gao, for the closing remarks. I see that we are a little bit ahead of time, so maybe with the 1 minute left, we can also do a call for action and asking global, our audience and the global philanthropists to share their feedbacks and thoughts with us later after this session, and also to warmly welcome them to join our study as well. And I'm speaking as well for the World Economic Forum. Welcome everyone to share their thoughts on what I have just shared, and also global philanthropists to join us in creating this movement together. Maybe I can invite Tracy for a final remark as well.
Thank you, Jiawei, Dr. Gao and Vicky for this brilliant work. And I would also echo with Jiawei about the call for action. This is a time of uncertainty, and we see pandemic and other factors and negatively impacting people's life around the world. And we have very encouragingly to see philanthropists around the world are together combating this war and this battle, but at the same time, we do see them are collectively working together. So we hope this is an opportunity to continue our conversation about how we can do this together better.
Thank you, and a big thanks to our presenters. Thank you all for listening into this session. We're joined next for our presentation from Ruth Shapiro at the Center of Asian Philanthropy and Society. Stay tuned and see you in the next session. Thank you and goodbye.
Hello, everyone. I'm Ruth Shapiro, co-founder and chief executive of the Center for Asian Philanthropy and Society in Hong Kong. I want to thank Ben and Global Philanthropic for inviting us to present today and to share some of the findings from our research. Throughout this, there'll be some advertisements about our work that come to you via the chat, but I just want to say anything we do is available on our website, which is caps.org. So let me just start the presentation. CAPS is a research and advisory nonprofit based in Hong Kong, but working throughout Asia. Our mission is to increase both the quantity and the quality of private social investment, that's philanthropy, CSR, impact investing, all the ways in which private money is used to do good. So today I'm going to share with you some trends that are happening in Asia around philanthropy. But before that, let me show you a quick movie. Okay, now you've seen our commercial. So the world is facing unprecedented challenges, and we know that the social sector has risen to the occasion. But we also know that while this pandemic has been serious and terrible, and we never thought a year into it, more than a year, we would still be here, the trends that we see happening around the world, and in Asia particularly, were there even before the pandemic. What the pandemic has done is really accelerated certain trends. And so I want to talk about some of the more positive trends that we've seen. But let me start off with, unfortunately, one of the negative ones. Trust remains an issue. Asia is suffering from a trust deficit. When we asked high net worth individuals, why don't you give more? Many of them said, because we don't trust the organizations to receive our money. That is a serious impediment to more giving. In our Doing Good Index, we found that SDOs, social delivery organizations, which are nonprofits and social enterprise, the trust has actually gone down from 2018 to 2020, with 48%, which is of course less than half, in 2018 saying that they feel that they are fully trusted by society, going down to 44% in 2020. And according to Edelman's Trust Barometer, trust is at a long-time low, low, all over the world. And we can see for 3 Asian economies, according to Edelman, overall trust has gone down 17 points for Korea, 15 points for China, and 8 points for India. And that was before, this study was done before COVID-19 really hit India. So I'm sure that number has increased. So why do we do the Doing Good Index? Well, we're trying to figure out how to build trust. How do you create a trusting environment where people feel comfortable giving their hard-earned resources to nonprofits, to social enterprises, and into the social sector more broadly? As the video you saw described, if we could reach 2% of GDP, which is the equivalent amount that Americans spend on philanthropy, it would equal $587 billion if you look across Asia. That is 12 times the amount of foreign aid that flows into Asia and 1/3 of the annual cost to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. So this is something we can do. There's no reason that Asia can't get to 2%. The question is, how do we do it? And the Doing Good Index looks at the factors that both enable and impede the flow of private resources toward doing good. What do we find? Well, in the Doing Good Index, we divide the economies into 4 clusters. And let me just point out to you that these clusters are in alphabetical order because this is not an overall league table. Our goal here is really to talk about the distance that an economy has quite as good. And Cambodia and Nepal were newest to our study, and they have a fairly significant way to travel before they really have an empowered and enabled social sector. And that includes both the supply of money, the philanthropists and the corporations, as well as the demand, the nonprofits and the social enterprises. Let me just share with you some of the trends that we see. I'm going to talk about 4 of them. 1, government is really important. And my colleagues at Tsinghua pointed out in the last session that government plays a very important role. And we know that about China. But that's not only true for China. Government plays the most important role in every Asian economy. And that can be good and that can be bad. So let me give you some reasons why. Well, first of all, government controls a lot of how money can flow. And it also controls taxes. So we look at taxes. Singapore has the highest tax subsidy rate in the world at 250%. Nepal and Cambodia, which as you recall, are in the category of needing to do the most or not doing enough, Cambodia 0% subsidy for individuals and Nepal 0% subsidy for corporations. This means that the government is not really incentivizing companies or individuals to do much. The other point is that many countries and economies in Asia, there's a cap on how much you can give to receive this subsidy. Why? If somebody wanted to give all their money away, why stop them? So this cap is somewhat of an impediment. And that's why we look at that many Asian economies cap the amount that a company or an individual can give to 20% of their annual earnings or tax burden. How else can governments help? Well, governments can actually pay themselves, can donate themselves. We know that in 2019, the governments in 5 countries and Hong Kong, Indonesia, Japan, Korea, Pakistan, and Thailand together gave $100 million toward supporting social enterprises in those 6 locations. Government can play a really important role in providing the capital. And what else can they do? Well, they can message the right way. In 4 out of 18 of the economies we study, there's a National Giving Day. Why shouldn't that be in 18 out of 18? When the government makes a National Giving Day, they're saying, we want you to do this. We encourage you to do this. Let's put our money where our mouth is. And let's put our mouth where the action is and help to incentivize and promote philanthropic giving. Another way that governments can help is by procuring the services and products from nonprofits and social enterprises directly. And you can see that in our study, social delivery organizations with government procurement contracts actually went down a little bit between 2018 and 2020. We think that when the government procures services from nonprofits and social enterprise, it sends a powerful message that the government trusts these organizations. And it also helps to level out the bottom line for many of these organizations who struggle to raise money. If you have steady income from the government, it gives you additional peace of mind. I say that somewhat wishfully because actually CAPS does not have any money from the government, but I think that if I did, I'd have some more peace of mind. Lastly, government is in charge of regulations. And why are regulations important? Regulations actually help increase both accountability and transparency. Does a nonprofit have to submit an annual report? Are those annual reports available to the public? Do they have to disclose their annual audit accounts? Are those available to the public? Those are mechanisms that can increase trust. When nonprofits come to us, and they often do, and say, please help me with fundraising, my answer is often, this is incumbent on you. Tell your story, be accountable, be transparent, tell a donor where the money is going and why funding you is important and impactful and can make a difference. Nonprofits have to also do their fair share in helping to tell the story and to build trust. But government laws are confusing. And in fact, we found that 43% of the people who fill out our survey, which is more than 2,000 social delivery organizations, said that government laws are difficult to understand, 39% neutral. So 82% are saying neutral or difficult to understand. That means it's difficult to comply. And so we call upon governments here to Be clear with what the regulations are, what the tax incentives are, what are the rules of the road, so that both the donors and the recipients can understand what the constraints are and how to maximize the regulations and rules they're operating within. Okay, trend number 2, location, location, location. I know that's an old term, usually meant about real estate, but what do I mean by it now? I'm talking about that in Asia, most philanthropy tends to be local. This has been exacerbated during the pandemic. Of course, we know the pandemic is global in nature, which means that a lot of philanthropy is staying close to home. But this trend was happening even before COVID-19. We saw declining foreign funding in 10 of the 18 economies we studied, and in the 6 whose flags are up, Bangladesh, China, India, Nepal, Pakistan, and Vietnam, there are actually new laws that are preventing money from flowing in and money flowing out. So even if someone wants to give cross-border, it's very difficult to do so if you're in one of these economies. But in Asia, most people don't want to give a cross-border. They tend to want to fund close to home. In the Tsinghua presentation we just saw, the presentation said that many Chinese philanthropists like to give to their hometown. And we find that throughout Asia, where companies and individuals know the terrain, know what the issues are, and prefer to fund there. But that's okay, because they understand what the issues are and they understand which interventions, which solutions are most likely. Rule number 3, there's more expectation for business to do more, to address our social issues, to step up and be good corporate citizens. In 8 stock exchanges across Asia, ESG reporting is now required. And actually, my picture is covering up some of these flags, but now it's not. In these 8, China, Hong Kong, India, Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, Sri Lanka, Vietnam, and in Shanghai and Shenzhen, actually also, ESG is now either there are guidelines or requirements. This is a very positive step. This encourages corporate players to think about E, environment, S, social, G, governance in every aspect of their work. So companies are being required in these cases to really do more to address environment and social. We did a study of ultra high net worth individuals, and you can see in the chart in the corner that 88% of them feel that PPPs for social service delivery in Asia will increase. And what do we mean by PPPs for social good? The term public-private partnership was originally created to talk about when the government and a company would build a toll road or a port project. And those made a lot of sense because the companies could derive ongoing income from managing those properties or some kind of concessions through those properties. PPPs for social good don't have that kind of income generating aspect to them, but yet we see them on the rise. We are about to release in the next couple of weeks a study on public-private partnerships for social good, where we looked at 20 of such projects across Asia to see what are the ones that work. Why do they work? Why are some successful and some fail? And so I'm not going to tell you what we found. This is a teaser to say that we are coming out with that study by mid-June, and I hope that you'll tune into our website and read it and download it. Now, money is not the only way that corporations can engage with the social sector. We found that 74% of social delivery organizations have members on their board with corporate experience, but still it's usually only 1 or 2 people. We think it's terrific when people with corporate experience sit on boards because they bring with them their knowledge of accounting, of financial planning, of human resources, of marketing. All of those skills are present inside the private sector and are desperately needed by social delivery organizations, whether they're nonprofits or social enterprises. Companies that allow their managers to sit on boards are doing a very big service. In some cases, more important than money, because all of these organizations need to stay afloat and need those skills transferred into them. So we hope that if any CEOs of a big or small company listening to this presentation today, I encourage you to allow your mid-level and senior managers to sit on nonprofit boards. Lastly, of course, companies can give money. In our study, we found that corporate funding only makes up for 15% on average of a SDO budget. And that ranges. The Philippines is higher, but Vietnam and Myanmar is almost non-existent. Surely companies can do more to support the organizations that are on the front lines of dealing with challenges that we have today in healthcare, in education, in disaster relief. And so I encourage companies to partner with organizations to provide them your expertise, but also support them financially so that they can do their good work. Lastly, the next slide, please. Okay. The last trend I want to talk about is the rising interest in social enterprises and impact investing. 85% of donors, according to our study, show more interest in social enterprises. And we all know that there's quite a bit of buzz around social enterprises. But as you can see from this statistic, buzz is buzz. We need action. We need money. We need resources. Asia has 60% of the world's population, counts for 50% of the world's GDP, but it only receives 16% of global impact investment. And most of that funding is, 1, coming from outside of Asia in, and 2, being deployed in India and South Asia. There's very little impact investing in Southeast Asia and East Asia. Now that's changing, and there's a lot of interest, and there are companies and impact investing firms and actually regular investment firms that are creating these kinds of funds. So we expect that there's going to be fairly dramatic change. But let me just say that there's many ways also that money can be used in positive ways. There's social impact bonds, there's development impact bonds. And around Asia, there's quite a bit of experimentation and innovation happening with how essentially private sector resources, private sector tools, including the use of profit, can be deployed toward doing good. And we think that's terrific, and we want to see all that experimentation and to learn from it and grow from it and find new avenues and solutions. So how can Asia build back better? 1, we need to embrace a multi-sector approach showcased during the pandemic. And what do I mean by that? Collaboration is kind of the word of the day. But collaboration is when the private sector, the government, and civil society or the social sector work together. Our problems today are multifaceted and complex. We need multifaceted and complex solutions to address them. But throwing people together in a room doesn't lend itself to an effective collaborations. Collaborations succeed when there's a lot of planning, a lot of deliberation, and a lot of understanding about who is doing what are the comparative strengths of each of the partners, and how does this collaboration or public-private partnership or really pull on the strengths of all the partners. And our study will help to look at that. And there's a number of different studies on effective collaborations that I think are really shedding light on how we can work together more successfully, more impactfully. How else? Well, we can lean into Asia's comparative advantage in taking longer-term views. And that means, as we know, in Asia, family-dominated or state-dominated shareholders are still very much the norm. And that can be a positive thing, because family-dominated and state-dominated firms can take a longer-term view. They can decide that they want to make less profit this quarter or even next quarter in order to really develop solutions that are good for the company and good for the community over the long term. For example, SK, which is the 4th largest chaebol or conglomerate in Korea, has decided to swap out oil and gas, which was what made the company rich in the first place, to become a renewable energy company. They can do that because they have a family that's really committed to that vision. And it helps them if they don't have to worry about quarterly returns. Another aspect that really is a comparative advantage in this case is that Asian philanthropy tends to work alongside and collaboratively with government. That means that projects can scale in ways that you cannot scale when government's not at the table. It can be a comparative advantage. When the government is involved in a project from the beginning and the project is seen as innovative and successful, the government can pick up that project and make it national policy. And we see example after example of that. Philanthropy can be the risk capital. It can pilot new innovations and new ideas. And when government is participating in that, they can pick it up and scale it. Third, we need to identify and document innovative models and solutions coming from this part of the world. There are many, and I know that we have 2 research project partners, 2 universities. CAPS is also a research organization, the Lee Kuan Yew School at NUS, and the new Center for Philanthropy at Judge Business School in Cambridge. And I'm sure that they're looking at the innovative models and strategies that emanate from this part of the world, because things are different in Asia. And we need to understand what works on the ground here and embrace it and double down on those things that are working. And so we're glad to see this kind of proliferation of interest in research and documentation. And lastly, we can bring more wealth in through crowdfunding, but not only through crowdfunding. There's more disposable wealth in Asia than there ever has been in human history. And I'm not just talking about ultra high net worth individuals, although, as Rishi Howe in the previous session pointed out, there's 2 new billionaires a week in China. But there's more ultra high net worth throughout Asia, but there's also more high net worth and middle class that have some disposable income. And so we need to create systems that really allow people to engage, allow them to participate with sitting on boards, allow them to volunteer, allow them to be engaged in addressing the really the social issues that are affecting their communities. We know that one of the changes that we see from last generation to the new generation or next gen is a willingness to spend more time and energy thinking about social issues and thinking about environmental issues and acting on them. And so we really need to create systems to allow for more engagement. That only leads everyone to the good for all. So let me encourage you, next slide, please, to go to our website at caps.org. You can download the book that I've written, Pragmatic Philanthropy, at no cost through the website or through Amazon. And again, it's free. Pragmatic Philanthropy, Asian Charity Explained. You can see our Doing Good Index and go to the interactive microsite that allows you to compare different countries and the data that we've had. You can see all of our reports, including interviews with wealthy people, with nonprofit leaders, podcasts. There's a lot of information there, so I encourage you to go there. And I just want to take the last couple of minutes to address a question from the audience. One was, why isn't Asia at 2%? And the answer is, I think, trust. Well, trust, but also we need to increase trust, but also Asia has never been that wealthy as it is now. So I would say that things are happening really fast. I've had a conversation with people in China and just recently, and this person said, oh, that was so long ago. And I said, how long? And he said, 3 years ago. Well, in a different lifetime, 3 years ago wouldn't have been a long time ago. But in Asia speed, things are happening really quickly. And so I think that our ability to get to 2%, Asia's ability to really be the leader when it comes to private social investment, innovation, different models of partnering with government, civil society, and philanthropy and companies, that's all happening right in front of our eyes. And so I think that we should have this conference again next year, and we'll check in and see how much closer we are. So with that, I want to really thank everyone. I want to thank again Global Philanthropic. And now let me cue up our next discussion, which is an interview with Global Philanthropy Advisor Chris Putnam Walkerly and the founder and CEO of Global Philanthropic, Ben Morton Wright. So thank you very much. Check out our website and keep giving and doing good. Thank you.
I'm really, really pleased to be introducing our next speaker now, Chris Putnam Walkerly, who has produced a book, actually produced 2 books, but a book of particular interest, which is called Delusional Altruism. It's a very good read that everyone should look at in philanthropy. So Chris, I'm very pleased you've joined us here with Talking Philanthropy today. And we're very interested in what you've got to say, having worked with so many philanthropists around the world.
Yes, thank you so much, Ben, for having me. I am a global philanthropy advisor, and my most recent book, Delusional Altruism, is one that I wrote after advising funders and donors around the world for over 20 years and recognizing that they are genuine in their altruism. They want to make a difference, change the world, but are often getting in their own way and preventing themselves from achieving the impact that they're seeking. And they often don't realize this is happening. So that's the delusion. It's not that they're crazy. It's that they're clinging on to some misguided beliefs and practices that are holding them back. And one of those practices is a scarcity mindset, which really surprises people because we equate wealth with abundance. But I think the single biggest problem holding funders back and donors is having a scarcity mindset and not investing sufficiently, both in themselves and their own learning, in the infrastructure of philanthropy, and certainly in the nonprofit and social organizations that they're seeking to support.
I was really fascinated to read all about that, and also your recommendations about how you might change your behavior and almost the over-engineering that's happened in some giving in the past. And now, of course, I would imagine the pandemic has changed a lot of that behavior. And I'd be very interested to know, because Talking Philanthropy is very much looking at the impact of the pandemic, how you think that's impacted philanthropists and how they operate.
Yeah, I think one change we've seen worldwide certainly has been a willingness of donors and philanthropists to give in different ways, certainly rapidly increasing their speed, getting money out the door faster, removing restrictions, offering general operating support, really trusting social sector organizations to do the work they need to do and giving them the resources quickly to do that, which has been great. I think that's an example of an abundance mindset. Because too often that scarcity mindset has held donations back and, restricting the amount of money on overhead and really not providing the capacity, the infrastructure that organizations need to succeed. So that's been a great finding. Not every donor certainly has done that, but a lot of them have. One of my concerns really as we are heading into the recovery in many parts of the world is that a lot of those best practices that many philanthropists have been embracing in the past year will retract. And we're actually beginning to see some signs of that, where donors are saying, well, we gave quickly during a pandemic, we had to, but now that things are getting back to normal, quote unquote, which they still aren't in many parts of the world, we're going to go back to our old ways of, taking 6 months to make a funding decision. I think that's a problem.
We've certainly got a lot of examples of really good philanthropy, talking philanthropy around the world, and particularly in Asia, which is really actually inspiring. And the philanthropists actually talking about why they did that and why they reacted so quickly. And I think that's quite remarkable to see that evidence. We've also heard from Cambridge University actually about how important unrestricted money is to help drive philanthropy, particularly in the global south and many developing countries. And I just wonder if you have any further thoughts, because that kind of fits with this idea of philanthropists not always looking at ticking every box and looking at every impact assessment, but perhaps being a bit more big idea and actually thinking about resourcing things that perhaps are operational or unrestricted resource. And I just wondered if you have any thoughts specifically around Asia about how important that might be.
Yeah, a couple thoughts. One is, I think this pandemic has showed us that the nonprofit, non-governmental organizations, the philanthropists, the businesses that had invested in their own systems, infrastructure, coaching, financial management, innovation, talent acquisition and development, those are the organizations I think that are weathering the storm and innovating and thriving and increasing their effectiveness and will be most successful coming out of the pandemic. And so to me, that really speaks to the value of investing in that infrastructure. And I think in Asia, one of the greatest challenges for philanthropy and the greatest opportunities is there is a lack of philanthropic infrastructure. There's a lack of, sort of in the legal system, financial systems, in terms of transparency, best practices, infrastructure organizations that are convening funders and donors, lack of research. And so I think, and in order to grow philanthropy, I think you need to invest in that infrastructure development so that it can be the most effective. One example I see of an organization doing that well is the Narada Foundation in China, and their Secretary General, Yani Peng, has been instrumental both putting money and also her leadership around building philanthropic infrastructure in China. And I think that kind of investment really pays off in the long run because it gives more donors the confidence in supporting organizations, being able to identify organizations to support, those organizations having the transparency and accountability that they need to demonstrate the results that they're trying to achieve.
We're very interested to see the number of billionaires in Asia. And as you well know, there's many, I think, in Asia now, if not more, than there are in Europe and more, perhaps even in the US. And therefore, there's huge potential for philanthropy for the future. And I'm just being interested what you think the potential is from your perspective, having worked with philanthropists across the world, but particularly in Asia, and the sorts of trends you're seeing and how optimistic or pessimistic you might be for the future.
I am quite optimistic. I mean, I think if you look at the world's billionaires, China has the most, over 1,000, followed by the US, followed by India. And wealth is growing. And so as there's more wealth, there's more opportunity for philanthropic investment. But as I write about in the book, it's not just how much you give, it's how you give. And I think some things are going to be really critical. One is donors having clarity of their strategy. What are they trying to accomplish? Where are they? And what's the best way for them in their own situation, in their own cultures and countries to shift from where they are today to where they want to be. What kind of impact are they trying to achieve? And importantly, how are they collectively achieving that? Not just themselves as a funder, as a donor, as a billionaire, but in collaboration with government, especially in support of the SDGs, and with other funders and other infrastructure organizations. I think also in terms of how you give, as you referenced before, the importance of giving unrestricted support and really allowing nonprofits and non-governmental organizations to innovate, and really kind of funding that critical risk-taking research and development arm that philanthropy can be, using that capital to try new ideas, to test innovations and take risks, and really kind of ignite, new thinking, new ways of doing work that, perhaps then government can take on and really implement it at a greater scale. So I think it's not just how much you give, but also how you give that's critical.
That's so helpful and so exciting. And it also pinpoints this whole issue that we're really focusing on today at Talking Philanthropy, which is around the role of government and how it can work with philanthropists. So I think that's a really helpful contribution. Can I thank you so much for joining us with Talking Philanthropy today and bringing your expertise. And I look forward to perhaps a book on Asian philanthropy in the future. You never know. Maybe it's in the making. But thank you, Chris, for your time today. And thank you for joining us on today's discussions.
Thank you so much, Ben.
Building back better as we recover from the COVID pandemic means learning the lessons of the intricate connection between our health and the health of the planet. That's why at BirdLife we believe that a green recovery is so essential. Instead of continually encroaching on and destroying nature, consuming her resources like a glutton at a banquet, we must protect what's left and restore what we've destroyed. We must put nature at the heart of how we spend the $13 trillion the world's governments have committed to our economic and social re-emergence from the COVID devastation. BirdLife's regional work in Asia is a good example of our efforts and speaks to the diverse value that restoring wetlands brings to society. Consider the wonder of migration. A tiny codweed that weighs less than 400 grams is capable of flying over 7,000 miles nonstop. That's 9 days and 9 nights to look for a safe haven in which to breed. Waders can lose up to 60% of their body mass to then gain more than that weight at the Yellow Sea between China and the Koreas, their crucial pit stop along the East Asian Australasian flyway. Birds depend on these wonderful coastal wetlands, which are being destroyed left, right, and center. These are extraordinary spaces that produce valuable resources and critical ecosystem services that we humans depend on. BirdLife is making the difference. We work hard to help get the Yellow Sea inscribed on the UNESCO's World Heritage List, following the decisive leadership of the PRC government to stop the reclamation, the first step towards recovery for the most threatened flyway on the planet. But there is still a lot of work to do. Together, we have a unique opportunity in the wake of the pandemic to build back better. So let's work together on ambitious and diverse financing and investment mechanisms to provide the resources necessary to take regional conservation of biodiversity, birds, and habitats to the next level, generating benefits not only for nature, but for people, now and in the future. It's time to learn the lessons of COVID. Birds guide our action to protect life and our own survival. When we protect nature, we protect our future. Join the flock.
Welcome back, everybody. It was absolutely fascinating to hear those research presentations. Plenty of food for thought there. And this will allow us to frame the context of our theme and discussion of the philanthropic ecosystem in Asia Pacific. And those full reports, by the way, on the research will be included in the virtual gift bag that has been sent to those who registered. Now, the video we just viewed was a wonderful case study presentation from Patricia Zurita, CEO of BirdLife International, which is a great segue to kickstart our next panel, Philanthropy and the Environment. And Patricia Zurita is one of my guests. Let me introduce the others. We have Kapita Prakash Mani, CEO of Mandai Nature, which is a new non-profit aimed at nature and wildlife conservation and climate change mitigation in Singapore and Southeast Asia. And prior to that, Kavita was Global Conservation Director at the WWF. We have Lawrence Lien, who is co-founder and CEO of the Asia Philanthropy Circle, a platform for Asian philanthropists. And Lawrence is also the chairman of the Lien Foundation, a family foundation which is well regarded for its forward-thinking and radical approach to education, elder care, and the environment. We have Professor Benjamin Kashoor, a specialist in the environmental governance at the University of Singapore, where he is the Lee Ka-shing Professor in Public Management. Ben also spent 17 years at Yale as a Professor of Environmental Governance and Political Science. And we have Dr. Pamela Davis, who is a President of the Global Philanthropic Europe. And Pam is considered to be a pioneer in the field of high-value fundraising. So thank you all for joining. I'm going to start with an open question to all of you. And why don't I come to you first, Lawrence? Can you give us an overview of the current state of philanthropy for environmental causes in Asia Pacific?
Well, I don't have very good news. I think environment and climate have long been at the fringe of philanthropy in the region. I think we know that less than 2% of global philanthropy goes to climate. But in Asia, I think we suffer a double insult, right? Because of that 2%, only 1% of it, goes to Asia. So 1% of 2%, you work the math out, it's very little. I think there are many reasons for this. We can get deep into the discussion, but let me just start with that.
Yeah, Kavita, have you got the same overview that actually it's not great when it comes to giving to environmental causes? People in the Asia Pacific region prefer to give to things like education and health?
Absolutely, Kirsty. I think agree with Lawrence. We are seeing much more philanthropy and donations going into social issues, rightly so in many cases, with poverty, health, and education being the top priorities in a very highly densely populated area. And environment not having the same kind of impact for the local Asians, at least, though we are seeing a little rise in the funding coming from international sources.
Patricia, for a sort of, can you put this in the context of a global overview of donations to philanthropic causes?
Yeah, so just to give you a sense, last year, the United States donors, individual donors gave over $490 billion to charity causes. As Lawrence was saying, the percentage of that going to environment is incredibly small, so it's about 1% of that total. But the problem that we have in Asia is that we're not hitting those marks right now. And one of the reports that was shown before was showing that China, for example, and high net worth and ultra high net worth individuals in China are only giving 0.17% of the GDP, when the US donors are actually giving over 2% of the GDP. And if we were to get to that level in Asia, we would be getting over the 490 billion that the US is receiving. And I just will echo what Kavita was saying. The problem is that environment is not an important element right now, and we are missing the trick. And right now, with with this discussion that we're having about philanthropy, particularly after the pandemic, we are missing a huge opportunity of, and you heard it in the video, of understanding that interconnectedness that Ban Ki-moon was talking about this morning, and how important nature is for our health. I mean, the COVID pandemic happened because of us intruding into nature. And if we don't invest in nature, if we don't start giving back to nature, restoring it, protecting it, it's only going to come back against us, against our economy, against our future, our children. So we are, you heard it from Chris before, it's not about how much you give, it's also about what you give for. And I would say environment is an incredibly important area that needs to be reconsidered and considered as a priority, and philanthropy has to go more to that.
Benjamin, your overview of the current situation about giving for environmental causes in the Asia-Pacific region.
I'd like to make 2 quick points to get the conversation going. The first is I agree with the previous speakers, but I would add a couple of caveats. So the first is that a lot of foundations that may come from elsewhere in the world are targeting their attention in the region. So for example, the Climate and Land Use Alliance, which is an alliance of 4 major foundations around the world, does devote considerable resource to thinking about deforestation and climate challenges in Southeast Asia, for example, and that has expended with governments billions of dollars in that respect to try and improve the world here. But it is true the homegrown nature of support. It's a little different. That is true. But I would say here at the Institute of Water Policy at the LKY School that we're now expanding to include environment generally. We do have examples of foundations being quite active, from the Temasek Foundation to the Liam Chiam Seng Foundation, and even my chair, the Li Ka-shing Chair Professor, without a philanthropic tradition. So there is, I think, some way to start from, and right now recognition from among philanthropists that now is the right time to begin to make a big concerted effort to make a difference in this part of the world.
Okay. Pam, your overview of the current situation.
Environmental giving is lagging far behind, I think, as people have yet to make that connection that global health, that our health and well-being depends on the health and well-being of our planet. And so I'm hoping that events like this will bring people to the realization that there is an urgency and an importance in giving to environment.
I mean, Lawrence, I want to come back to you on this, because it is strange, isn't it? I mean, given that our planet faces an existential crisis in climate change, and I think we all realize that now, and as Patricia made the point, we know the link between this pandemic and the encroachment on nature. So why is it, do you think, that philanthropists are steering away from the environment? What's putting them off?
Well, I think there are many reasons. One is that there are still many wealth creators who do not see the urgency of climate change. I mean, they still deny the criticality, that we are in, the state that we are in. But even if they buy into this, I think there's a sense that this is too big, for them to tackle. It's not like addressing the needs of a poor child, the education needs or the health. You can see immediately what you can do. But with climate change, it's very long term. It's very big. You have to collaborate. It's very complex, and it's easy for people to just give that excuse. Let the government take care of this. We can't play a meaningful role in this. I think that's where a lot of people are. It's a classic tragedy of the commons, right? Everybody knows that you have to do that. Things are getting worse, but nobody wants to be the only one or the few who are doing things about it, right? So I think we are a bit stuck. So I think the way forward is really to break it down for philanthropists. There are many things that they can fund, from small to big. It's not mega billion-dollar projects. There are meaningful ways to get to be engaged, and we can talk about that a little later.
Yes, let's get. I mean, Kavita, do you think that's part of the issue, that it's, as Lawrence said, it's just overwhelming? The scale of the challenges is so huge that philanthropists think, oh, I can't tackle that, I'll give to my local hospital or school instead. How do we get around that?
I do agree that the scale of the challenge is overwhelming, but I also believe that we're not even getting that focus from the philanthropists in Asia. I mean, you take Mandai Nature, for example. We were set up very recently, but are funded by Temasek and by Wildlife Reserve Singapore. Now, as Ben was saying, Temasek Foundation over the last 5-6 years has set up 5 or 6 areas of work, everything from connect and care and eco-prosperity, but it took them about 5-6 years to get to setting up something on nature. And these are some of the more enlightened people. But now that they have, and they're partnering with something like the Singapore Zoo in terms of bringing that cohesion into the area, we are tackling some of the issues that have come up of saying we have our core funding, but we really see ourselves as being then able to in turn support, fund, catalyze, help, take risks and innovate with the local players on very local Asian issues. So not the big iconic species always, but looking at what you might see in your backyard, the otters, the songbirds, the banded langurs, which are more personal to people because they see them in their daily lives, and working with the local partners who definitely need the capacity building, need the support. And you actually don't need the billions like we've been saying. Even small grants go a really long way. But having hopefully with someone like ourselves as Mandai Nature helping create those links of the global and the local and the issues and the capacity and the trust deficit that we are seeing, we can then create that one awareness of the issue, starting with young people coming to zoos, but even at the philanthropy level, but also providing a very trusted way of saying we can stand guarantee. So one of the two very quick examples, we host the Asian Species Action Partnership for the IUCN, which really brings together looking at the very endangered species, more than 250 very endangered species in Asia, and channeling money directly to them, helping those partners with the programming, the fundraising, and the expertise they need, building the leadership that they need. And then on a second level, we're looking at nature-based solutions for climate, which is really looking at climate finance, which is coming from a lot of companies who have made net zero commitments or deforestation-free commitments, and are putting in a lot of money into the region, more actually than sometimes the philanthropists are. How do you tackle that and take that investment and put it into conservation? So can we work with the big ones like BirdLife and TNC and CI and WWF to create that pipeline up and actually use blended finance models and other ways of getting investment where we need it most?
I'm going to come back to that in a minute. I just want to stay a little bit with this broad overview. Ben, I mean, do you think that it does seem extraordinary? I mean, given that the clock is ticking on all of us, that there is this lack of understanding. I mean, do you think this is part of the problem, as Lawrence of Convita have said, that somehow philanthropists and donors haven't quite grasped the urgency of what we face?
Well, I've been here now for almost a year and a half. I was based before in the US, and I would say that actually I found an overwhelming interest on the part of philanthropists, the private sector, and governments in Singapore and abroad to think about how to address this crisis, the climate crisis, and even the biodiversity crisis. For me, it isn't just a question of the need to think about directing funds. That's a key part of it. But it's also the how and where to direct the funds. And I think we're actually at this moment in time right now in the world where most countries and the private sector accept the Paris Accords commitment of 1.5 degree world. And so, yes, we need more resources, significant more resources. But I think now we're on the precipice of such action. And so I think this conversation can also be about where do the resources go when this new groundswell emerges and how it's emerging. So I've been quite impressed with the possibilities here in the region. And I would just say, and we can come back to this in further questions, that we can learn from the philanthropy in North America and Europe. Because while well-intended, a lot of frustration exists about how the resources were allocated, as Kavita pointed out. And so how do we better design and think about philanthropy to make a difference in the problems that we're facing, I think is one of the key questions, not just for this panel, but for the world.
Well, that brings me neatly, actually, I think, to Patricia. Why don't you tell us a little bit more about BirdLife International and how you operate, and critically, how important philanthropy is to your organization?
Thank you. BirdLife is this incredible family of 115 national conservation organizations around the world coming together under the umbrella of birds. So we use birds to conserve life, hence BirdLife. But 89% of our organizations are nature conservation organizations. We are just using birds as the perfect ambassador for the rest of nature. The interesting thing and the interesting element about the model of BirdLife is that we are a family of local conservation organizations. So we are not like WWF or CI or TNC that have programs in different countries. We look for the local organizations that are able, sorry, my dog.
The dog obviously wants to join in.
I know. He's making a point.
He's barking support. Yeah.
He's very concerned.
He's very concerned. Yeah.
Yeah. So, the advantage of having local conservation organizations is that it makes a huge difference in terms of the legitimacy of the solutions and creating those innovative options to really get the solutions to these big problems. And you were talking about how daunting and challenging the climate change crisis sounds to people. I honestly believe that the biggest problem that we're having is that people don't know that we are living this dual crisis of climate change and nature loss. And as Kavita was saying, the problem is that people are not seeing it. You know, Singapore was under these masses of smoke coming from the forest being burned in Indonesia, and we're still not making the connection that forest loss is creating our health problems. We're seeing, you know, the whole planet being put a stop because of the COVID pandemic. We encroach in nature, we got the virus from nature, and we are still not connecting that to the fact that we have to stop the illegal trade of species, that we have to protect the habitats, that we have to restore them. And
I suppose it's also because as human beings, you know, most of us live in big cities, and we've become very detached from nature, haven't we? Mm-hmm. And presumably that's, you know, we don't see it. And so unless it comes in the form of kind of, as you say, terrible pollution or whatever, we're not really aware. So, I mean, would you, I mean, I'm interested in the model that you say about BirdLife International, because would you say that the solution is to act locally but think globally? Because even if you just act, you make a big difference to the planet, even actually if you're just helping in your local area.
Absolutely. And it's not only acting locally, but thinking locally about the solutions that in cases can be scaled up at the global level, at the regional level. And you know, I think you're absolutely right. We're not seeing it in our backyard, but I think the conservation community is still failing to communicate properly the issue. People are not understanding, you know, people are talking about COVID, and we're seeing, we heard this morning from Ban Ki-moon, 71 million people being pushed into extreme poverty. That's the connection that we're making with the COVID pandemic. But then you have, when we start talking, and I just signed up for a webinar of The Economist, when we're starting to talk about how do we prevent the future pandemics, nature is not even on the agenda. So we are totally missing the link. And I think it is an element of communication, it's an element of awareness, and it's an element of also thinking about the immediateness that philanthropy normally want to have. I mean, philanthropists want to see results, yeah? And in some cases, you know, restoring a forest is going to take 40 years. So how do we make sure that we are understanding that resolving a problem like the one that we're seeing with nature and climate in the planet is going to take time, and philanthropy plays this absolutely crucial role of enabling us to innovate, but also, as Chris was saying, making sure that we have the core funding so we can continue to be resilient and maintain all these innovation and these local solutions to bring them at the regional and global levels.
I mean, I think at BirdLife International, you've got an interesting example at the moment about a new campaign that you're launching to protect flyways. And for that, I think you're getting sponsorship for the Asian Development Bank. I mean, tell us about that and how that campaign will work. Because obviously birds don't recognize borders, do they?
Well, absolutely. And I think, you know, viruses don't recognize borders either. So it is a very exciting and I hope transformative initiative that we have worked with the Asian Development Bank for the last 18 months, proposing to protect and restore key sites throughout the East Asian Australasian flyway. So for those of you who are not birders, 30% of the birds of the world migrate. They go either south for, you know, when they're wintering, or north to breed. And the East Asian Australasian flyway connects everything from North Kamchatka and Siberia and Alaska all the way down through East Asia and Southeast Asia to New Zealand and Australia. So a godwit, and you probably saw it in the video, a godwit flies 7,000 miles in 9 days and 9 nights. But when they are stopping, they need these incredible wetlands to be able to feed up so they can keep going, right? And we have been destroying all these wetlands. So the initiative with the bank is a really interesting one because we're using the flyway and nature as just the spine of the initiative, but it's one that is coming and bringing in climate resilience because we're protecting wetlands for storm surges and climate change. We are bringing in productivity and anti-poverty action by enabling local communities to have better access to water, to soils, to farming, to better production, and to eco-agricultural systems that can really restore nature and produce food for people. And it's incredibly innovative because it's bringing all of these countries together, and not only public funding from the Asian Development Bank, but blended finance. And we're hoping to bring in private money as well. So we can start developing these little pilots in all these different 50 sites around the flyway to then scale it up to the whole flyway. And it is a 30-year initiative. So there are a couple of really innovative elements about this.
And presumably local philanthropists can invest in preserving their local wetlands.
Exactly.
And if everybody does that around the world, the sum of the parts is great. Yeah,
exactly. And that's the beauty of this initiative, right? That we have flyways all over the world. Can we use the flyway and the connectedness of the flyway as an opportunity to work together? So then we bring public funding at the regional level, local philanthropy at the local level, global philanthropy to replicate to other sites, and really bring private donors, public donors, local NGOs, national NGOs, international NGOs, but also local communities, and empower them to be part of the solution. And I think that's
it sounds like an inspiring campaign that everybody should get involved in. Let me turn to Lawrence now. Lawrence, you're CEO of the Asia Philanthropy Circle, which is a platform for Asian philanthropists. Tell us a little bit more about it, and also what kind of feedback you're getting from your members on this question of the environment.
Sure. Well, I founded with other philanthropists, Asia Philanthropy Circle, or APC for short, about 6 years ago. We are membership based, so we have nearly 50 members from around the region, and they come together to exchange and collaborate. So we help catalyze new initiatives. I think that's a large part of what we do. Is not just about talking and sharing best practice, and inspiring one another. We want to get them doing things that they have not been previously been doing. And climate obviously is one of them. So we will soon be launching, together with at least 8 of our members, a climate collective. So this is a space for them to learn, to experiment, to collaborate. And so these are philanthropists who already have bought in to the urgency of tackling climate change, but we now have to address the big issue for them. Where can you use your funding most effectively? And it's not very clear because in this part of the world, the ecosystem is not as developed as in other places. You don't have as many local NGOs or community-based organizations that you can so easily fund just tomorrow, if you find them. Right, and there's so many things that you can fund.
I think one of the earlier speakers referred to this sort of lack of infrastructure. Is that what you mean?
Yes, it is a lack of infrastructure. So I think we do need to invest in research, to sort out and categorize, what are the best use of philanthropic resources, and what is the evidence, so more actionable research. And also to channel philanthropy to what philanthropy is best used for. So to take risk, for example, as a discovery mechanism, to look at experimental approaches, or to create incentives. And one incentive is to get people to work together, to collaborate, and that's not easy. So can philanthropy used to get government, private sector, social sector to come together, because if each of us are going to tackle this on our own, you're not going to move the needle, right, on any of the targets.
Do you have any examples of good examples of philanthropists working with government on this issue?
Oh, working with governments. Well, we have one member in Vietnam, and in fact, he's working across all the sectors, and he's a lovely guy, working with academia to articulate the link between economics and biodiversity with government to make a case for the Vietnamese government, about introducing a financial incentive to implement a regulated carbon tax. And working with business to advocate within the business community for a voluntary carbon tax. So yes, I mean, and I think he's making headway on that. It's difficult, but it can be done if we put our minds to it.
And what are you doing, if you like, to sort of demystify and promote giving to environmental causes more generally? I think it's the demystifying I'm interested in. How do you get around the scale issue that you highlighted?
Well, first, we need to link it with the other, I think other speakers have mentioned it, to the other SDGs, to look at the other SDGs with a climate lens. So it's not just a separate bucket. If you are interested in health, it's very closely linked to the environment. I mean, this pandemic crisis has shown it. If you are interested in livelihoods, if people are losing their livelihoods when there is extreme weather, when there's more flooding, and in Southeast Asia, for example, a lot of our, I think close to 50% of the population will live close to the coast. And if sea levels rise, their village will be overwhelmed. They have to move. So if you are interested in livelihood, you can't ignore climate change. So that's one. That is linked to a lot of things that you are already doing. So you're not creating a separate bucket for it. And two is, look at, that there are big items to fund, but there are also much smaller items, and some of it, our members get into are adaptation, or in some cases, they tick two buckets, both adaptation and mitigation. For example, mangroves restoration. You can put as little as much as, and you can rehabilitate, conserve. And that helps livelihoods as well. And look at Indonesia.
Because mangroves are absolutely key, aren't they?
Absolutely key. I think Indonesia has got about 20% of the world's mangroves, and there are great organizations doing the work. You've got the big ones, like Conservation International, TNC, they're doing it. But you also have smaller ones, like Blue Forests in Indonesia, doing excellent work.
Well, let me turn now to Kavita Prakashmani. You are CEO of the Mandai Nature. Tell us a little bit about your organization, why it was set up.
Sure. Thanks, Kirsty, for the question. I think, as we've been talking about, one of the key realizations is that there's not very many visible and strong NGOs and funding organizations in Asia set up by Asians that we can see. We have a lot of big multinational organizations and international NGOs that do some splendid work in the region and actually bring in a lot of funds from international donors as well. So I think this is an effort to really own and create something homegrown and bottom up. And so it is obviously supported and funded, especially its core funds, from Temasek as the Sovereign Wealth Fund of Singapore, and from Wildlife Reserve Singapore, which runs the Singapore Zoo and other parks. So looking at it very much from the angle of what we can do within Asia. And it is interesting in the sense of saying that we do see our mandate very much about building that capacity and the funding and the impact within Asia for Asians. And so looking at how do we have we have 40 projects that we currently support in Southeast Asia, another 10 in Singapore. These are all small local organizations, from young entrepreneurs like Planet Indonesia or Ecosystem Impact or the Talarak Foundation, which are, very localized, a bit like, Patricia was talking about, very localized, very integrated into the local community. So every issue that they look at has the relevance for those communities, and the indigenous peoples are looking at the livelihood impact that has, are looking at protected area management and stopping poaching and species that are very localized and endemic.
I wanted
So
to ask
example,
about species, actually. Sorry, does it? But I mean,
Go
I'm
ahead.
assuming it's much easier to raise money for sort of, iconic animals, save the tiger or the orangutan or whatever. It's getting people, isn't it, to save turtles or pangolins, for instance.
Absolutely, absolutely. And so we do see that the big iconic megafauna, elephants, tigers, orangutans do tend to get a lot of attention and have been used as a poster child for environmental causes. But we're now seeing and very keen to raise the smaller, lesser known, less cuddly species that are actually, at the core of conservation and biodiversity and are actually very, very local to us. So I'll take songbirds as an example. Patricia has been talking about birds. We have a lot of songbirds that are amazing, starlings, oriental magpies, hill manas, that sing beautifully, that are colorful birds, but they're all being caught out of the forest right now and are being traded. So they're either in little cages or in songbird competitions. And it is a very traditional, very culture-based experience, but we are emptying our forest out. So how do we engage with our own communities and the culture that we have to find solutions that allow the birds to be in their natural space, plus meet some of the cultural and beauty requirements that we have? How do we look at, you said, turtles, which are so iconic in terms of some of the species within Asia, or a lot of the mammals like the gibbons or the macaques or the langurs that we have, the delicate langurs. So how do we bring these to life and get them to be important in our own context, because these are the ones that are important for us and we live with, and then get the philanthropists to recognize the role of these species in the big ecosystem and biodiversity and start funding them. Because when we get funds to some of these species, we can then start looking at protecting their habitats and protecting the communities that are based around that. So that's one aspect of it. And I think the other aspect is, of course, of saying, how do we tap into the global local link very much? And we see that as a big role for us as well, because we can bring in, partnerships with IUCN to be looking at partnerships with these local organizations. We can look at, big investors like BlackRock that have now created a partnership with Temasek, or, the likes of the Amazon and the Walmart and everyone else who's made net zero commitments to looking at conservation, nature-based solutions for climate in Asia. So we see ourselves as playing that role, also creating those links between the global and the local to enable that to happen. And the last one I'd make is like blended finance, right? It's not just all about philanthropy, using philanthropy to get to the investable side of it so we can unlock even more. So, looking at climate solutions that Lawrence was talking about, we need some grant funding to help set up those big projects till they start delivering carbon credits that can then be bought into a formal market and have corporate money or government money behind that. So again, that whole
start thinking more creatively about those financial solutions. All a wonderful food for thought. Let me move on to Professor Benjamin Cashaw. You, I know, spent many years looking at deforestation in your research, which is an area which has attracted a lot of philanthropic money in the past, tree planting and so on, and investment in forests. What can we learn from that?
Yeah, I love the question because, in fact, there has been for really 40 years significant philanthropic attention on the question of deforestation. And yet there's been widespread frustration with this pace and scale of change. And so I think we can make kind of two broad lessons from that kind of like gap between what foundations and philanthropic organizations try to do, along with governments and the private sector, what's actually happening. One is that there's been a tendency to focus on the policy tool of the day as the thing to try and build. So, for example, I work a lot on eco-labeling, and still do, where you try and get consumers to reward companies who are doing good. This is a very important mechanism, but the mechanism by itself doesn't appear able to address all the problems we're facing, just some. And so yet everybody was putting all their eggs in the eco-labeling basket. My own research at Yale was funded by many foundations to help build eco-labeling programs. And they did pretty good at things like, for example, responsible commercial forest practices, engaging stakeholders. But on the deforestation question, they weren't strong enough as a tool. And so we learned 30 years later, this isn't enough. The problem now is we can't really wait 30 years to be more effective in our policy challenges. And secondly, we've got to think more holistically about the problems we're trying to face. And therefore, we have this term, it's 3 words in our world called fit for purpose. Fit for purpose policy analysis. And what this says is whatever your policy tool is or your policy basket, let's think about the problem you want to solve and the durability of that policy design. Because even in those cases where we have some successes, it turns out that most aren't very durable. You come back 10 years later and you go, oh gosh, that wasn't an effective result in the long run. And again, we have no time to learn from short-term results to long-term problems. Yeah. So how do we better think about fit for purpose? We argue requires greater attention to policy analysis and policy thinking, not just the problems themselves, but policy analysis too.
I'm interested in what you said about labeling, because it always strikes me that, we go to the supermarket, we know exactly how much sugar or fat or calories are on the label, but we have no idea about the supply chain of, I don't know, has the soy milk that I'm about to buy, has that been grown on, illegally deforested land in the Amazon rainforest? I don't know. Or has the chicken that I'm eating been fed on that? And so, I mean, that is a very powerful tool. We heard Ban Ki-moon earlier speaking about the urgency of the meeting the UN Sustainable Development Goals, which joins up all the dots on this issue. What role do you think philanthropy can play in bridging the gap?
Well, a couple of points on that. So actually, there is a much better recognition now of supply chains and where our products are coming from. That was the case 30 years ago, and philanthropy played a role in that knowledge generation. I would even say that a company based in offices in Singapore, Unilever, has been part of that process to better understand supply chains and promote stewardship. So that is much better than it was 30, 40 years ago. But one of the challenges with the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, is that we've achieved success in some in a really positive way. For example, poverty alleviation has been quite strong. And yet, when it comes to climate change or species extinction, we haven't done very well. And so the United Nations has been at the forefront of recognizing this gap between the goals that we're trying to achieve and the results we're actually getting away with. The question, though, is what to do. So the SDGs are themselves a part of a long line of policy initiatives globally to frame these questions. And I certainly embrace that. But our point is, it's not enough to frame questions and generate attention. We must think more carefully around policy design and how we think about durable initiatives, not just ones that are limited. So it isn't just funding NGOs, which is very important. I agree with the previous speakers. But if you look at environment institutes around the world, in Europe and North America, you've got significant homegrown philanthropic foundations funding environment think tanks. But you don't have that many here in Southeast Asia, for example. So to me, this is a huge important gap. How do you bring the environment to the policy deliberative sphere that now we have a hunger for governments, from NGOs, and from the private sector to actually achieve? How do we do that, I think, is a really important question.
Pam Davis, I want to come to you. How important do you think it is to understand the next generation of philanthropists? I mean, is it the case that the younger generation who are going to be much more impacted by climate change are more interested in this subject, and that we'll have a young new generation of philanthropists coming up who will be taking a more acute interest in the environment than their parents or grandparents?
I think it's critical, Kirsty. I've been thinking about the fact that long-term investment, we see that as philanthropists see that in education. And we know how important it is to invest in a young child to make sure that they've got the education they need so that when they're out of their 20s or out of their teens, they have something they can do for their life. We think about this in health. Why aren't we thinking about this for environment? So there's some really promising signs. We've got a movement of young people, many of which are names are known to us, who are trying to encourage us and to marshal us around the urgency. And I think the pandemic has been a warm-up act for what is to come. And if we don't act together and get on with a green recovery that protects both people and nature, we're going to be in trouble. I mean, what COVID-19 has exposed is what was most fragile in society, but also has helped us to understand what our needs are in a global crisis. It's coming. We've all talked about Ban Ki-moon's advice. And what I think of is, we've got to engage our younger audiences, but we have to work as partners. We still do a lot of siloed working. We have to share knowledge, he said, use technology, financial resources. There isn't just going to be one answer with this. It's going to take all of us. And again, I think it's about all of us stepping forward and speaking up, both young and older, diverse audiences, everyone. It's not just corporates, it's not just philanthropists, it's everyone that's got to step up. And if we don't make this investment now for our children, for ourselves, for our planet, we are going to be in serious trouble. So let this terrible situation that we've all lived through and continue to live with be a warning for us and a call to action. So let us not be afraid to take action. Let us, as I said, step up and speak out and encourage our kids to do the same.
Is there any work being done on linking up, for instance, Asian philanthropists with philanthropists in other parts of the world, the US or Europe, who are working in the environmental space and building partnerships that way?
I think there certainly are, as we have worked with different organizations. I've been working very closely with Patricia over the past year, which has been a tremendous privilege for me. But as I've worked across this, there are individuals who are working together. And I think these projects, the kind that Kavita's talked about and Patricia's talked about, are the things which can bring us together. And it's our ability to work much more collaboratively. And to one of the studies came out earlier that we're going to talk about today, which is about really collaborating together. That we must start to do this more, and we must help with core costs, because without funding the core costs, we can't get this work done. So there's some incredibly interesting and useful lessons that have come out of all of this, and we want to continue to encourage our philanthropists, young, medium, and old, to step up and do this for us.
Well, one of the things we've seen today is we've seen some interesting research on philanthropy. But I want to ask you this, Lawrence, what further research is needed, do you think, to understand and promote philanthropy for the environment in Asia Pacific? What would be useful, for instance, for you at the Asia Philanthropy Circle? What kind of research?
Just to answer the previous question very quickly, yes, we need to link up global funders as well as Asian funders, and that's why we are setting up the Climate Collective at APC. As a group, we can engage the bigger funders, and we are doing that already. In Europe, in fact, we are designing a program for our members, which is a learning program, a training program that is going to be delivered by our friends in Europe, because they have been working with philanthropists for many years, on the issue of climate. So absolutely, we need to link up the world. In terms of research, I think I mentioned a couple of things earlier. We need to do more sorting and categorizing to build understanding, alignment on the needs, which is the what. We need to build evidence to see what is actionable research, what works, what does not work, at what costs. That's the how. And I guess we also need to use research for mobilization. When we see the urgency, some of the research done at the Nanyang Technological University in Singapore is on sea level rises. It's so makes such a stunningly urgent case, for us to deal with it. With such information, we can use to mobilize people for action, and also to understand the different types of capital, as some of the speakers have mentioned earlier.
I wonder if any of you, and this is a general question because we're going to run out of time soon, but it's always good to have some inspiring stories. I mean, are there role models for philanthropists in Asia who want to give to the environment? Who should they look to? Anybody got an example that they can give us in our last 2 minutes?
Not a specific one, but I think family offices and family foundations is definitely on the rise. And I think there is a trend of not talking about it that we have in the West. So they tend to not have the branding that we have. But you definitely are seeing a lot of the new generation in the family offices, without taking names, be very, very active now. And I think they're also looking for direct engagement and impact investment kind of things as well. So it's not just write a check, hand it, and walk away.
Patricia, can you think of some?
Yeah, no, I was thinking that the trend that the Paradise Foundation set in China, as the conduit of Alibaba, is a really good one. What was interesting and what is interesting about the Paradise Foundation that was also very corroborated in the report that was shown earlier today is that philanthropy in China and perhaps in Asia as well is very locally driven. So they give very locally. So that the opportunity of giving beyond province borders or even national borders is much more limited, and is one of that we have to push for. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And I'm afraid that's all we've got time for, but thanks so much to all the panel. That was a great discussion, really good examples and points raised. So much more to discuss, but unfortunately we must now move on to our next research presentation from Talking Philanthropy, co-hosts at the Centre for Strategic Philanthropy at the Cambridge Judge Business School, who will be discussing their recent research on philanthropy and the COVID-19 pandemic. Following this presentation, Ben Morton-Wright will be joined by the director of Community Jameel, who will present a short case study film. And I will then be joined for an interview with Professor Louise Richardson, who is the Vice Chancellor of Oxford University, and that's very interesting. And then ahead of our health panel at 6 p.m. Singapore time, we will hear from the United Nations Foundation for more information on their COVID-19 Solidarity Response Fund. But first, we hear a few words from Badir Jafar, who is the founding patron of the Centre for Strategic Philanthropy at Cambridge Judge Business School.
Thank you, and good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, pick one. On behalf of the Centre for Strategic Philanthropy at the University of Cambridge Judge Business School, it's an honor to be participating with the Global Philanthropic and the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy at the National University of Singapore to facilitate this timely and indeed important discussion. The Centre for Strategic Philanthropy commenced operations at the Cambridge Judge Business School just over a year ago. We hadn't envisaged opening the centre in the midst of a global pandemic, but if anything, the events of the last 12 months has only reinforced the crucial role that philanthropists can play, both on their own and in partnership with other stakeholders, to help communities respond to even the most complex of challenges. What is unique about the Centre for Strategic Philanthropy is that it's focused exclusively on strategic philanthropy, both within and from the world's emerging markets, including Africa, the Asia Pacific, and the Middle East. We're all witnessing the seismic shift underway in the global economy. In recent years, the top 30 fastest growing economies in the world have all been in the so-called emerging markets, or what we call the global growth markets, which include a number of rapidly growing Asian economies. On current trends, the Asian Development Bank has estimated that by 2050, per capita income in Asia alone could rise sixfold, further accelerating these trends. In many of these fast-growing economies, including in the Asia-Pacific region, new wealth is not just being created at a rapid pace, it's also being steadily passed down to members of the next generation, with one study projecting that by 2030, over $2 trillion will be transferred from one generation to the next within Asia alone. This historic period of wealth creation and wealth transfer is expected to lead to a significant increase in philanthropic activity both within and from the world's global growth markets over the next few decades. And we're seeing this phenomenon from where I am in the Middle East, where a new generation that has grown up in a world transformed by technology and economic change are increasingly looking to strategic philanthropy as one of the best ways to contribute and effect positive change in their own communities. We're witnessing the same trend in Asia, with a steady stream of wealthy individuals from the region announcing major philanthropic commitments in recent years, including some in recent weeks, both on their own and under the banner of global initiatives such as the Giving Pledge. And this is not just a matter that concerns the wealthy. Hundreds of millions of people every day are giving a portion of their hard-earned money to causes that concern them. And technology is providing opportunities to pool that capital and generate a multiplier effect on impact that was never before possible. These are all super welcome developments for a number of reasons. Part of it is obviously the increasing quantum of this added philanthropic capital. Even before the COVID-19 pandemic, the UN was warning that an additional $2.5 trillion US dollars would be needed every single year for the world to have a realistic chance at achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. Well, the pandemic has only exacerbated that shortfall, with the World Bank now estimating that global poverty is on the rise again for the first time since 1998, and philanthropic capital will have a key role to play in filling this void. However, there's a lot more to it than that. What I find most exciting about this trend is the potential for emerging market philanthropists and aspiring philanthropists to bring new ways of thinking to the table and to develop new models of philanthropy that are shaped by and tailored to their own cultural and socio-economic environments. Emerging market philanthropists are uniquely equipped to come up with workable solutions to the specific challenges that are confronting their own communities. Often the best solution to any problem will come from the people that are most affected by it. So from my perspective, the rise of strategic philanthropy in the global growth markets is a game changer. With that in mind, the work of the Center for Strategic Philanthropy can be divided into three interconnected streams. First, undertaking needs-based research related to strategic philanthropy within and from the world's fastest growing economies. Second, providing education and training to the next generation of philanthropic leaders emerging from these countries. And third, convening diverse voices to improve global understanding of strategic philanthropy and to enhance its impact and effectiveness wherever it might be practiced in the world. The Centre is based in Cambridge, the original Cambridge in the UK, but its success and ability to generate meaningful impact is directly tied to its ability to reach out of Cambridge and build meaningful partnerships and collaborations with experts, practitioners, and philanthropists throughout the world and throughout the world's global growth markets. This is a key philosophy that's embedded in the Centre's DNA. However, doing that on a global scale means authentically engaging to understand the cultural and also regulatory differences that shape local attitudes to philanthropy. And one of the best ways to accomplish this is by having more conversations like this one. So thank you again for participating in this event. I, for one, am greatly looking forward to today's discussions. If you'd like to know more about the Center for Strategic Philanthropy or are interested in partnering with the Center on one of its many initiatives or indeed one of your own, then please do reach out to the team. Thank you once again, and here's to going further together.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, good evening. Thank you to everybody for joining us here today. Really wonderful to be here at the Talking Philanthropy event. And on behalf of myself and my colleagues in our team, thanks from the Center for Strategic Philanthropy for participating in this superb platform on philanthropy in Asia. Delighted to be joined here today also by our academic director, Dr. Kamal Munir, and also the co-author of our research report on COVID-19 and how this is shifting the power dynamics in philanthropy. Good to see you, Kamal.
Hi.
I also wanted to remind our audience that please do join the conversation via Twitter. We've had some great discussions since this morning through social media platforms. So do hashtag Talking Philanthropy as you give us your feedback and your comments. Big thank you also to our partners and our co-hosts. I think the discussions this morning throughout the day have been really, really rich and provided a lot of opportunities for future collaboration. As you will have heard earlier from our Vice Chancellor at University, Professor Stephen Toop, there is an acknowledged lack of academic research on our sector, on the philanthropic sector, and a broader lack of knowledge and competences around exactly how much philanthropic capital is coming to market and how can we deploy it for maximum impact. As Badr Jafar, our founder, just said, the opportunity of Asia is huge because of the economic growth and because of this projected $2 trillion intergenerational wealth transfer, $2 trillion. So we know that philanthropy can do more and is likely to have much more impact in the future. And both of those 2 points, the lack of research and knowledge, and yet this huge growth opportunity is really the raison d'etre for the Center for Strategic Philanthropy. We're really here to try and help maximize impact for this new philanthropic capital coming from these growth markets. And I was particularly happy to hear that the Ban Ki-moon mentioning this morning SDG 17, the SDG that talks about greater collaboration. I think in a way, almost listening to him talk about multi-stakeholder partnerships made me think that it's almost as if SDG 17 was invented for philanthropy and the role that it can play in bringing multi-sector actors to the table to solve some of the world's most entrenched socioeconomic challenges. I think for us, today's event, two of the most critical aspects are around that opportunity of how do we bring more actors in to work with philanthropists. We know we can't deliver social value at scale alone. We know in particular that we need governments to facilitate this growth of philanthropic capital. So that's a really important area for us. And the second, as a research center, is of course the absence of research. We really need more data, more understanding of where is this philanthropic capital coming from? How can it create more social impact? And how can we do that together? And I was also delighted to see this morning that our fellow researchers came up with some very similar findings to our own around the broader trends. They were particularly focused on China, whereas we're looking specifically at Southeast Asia. But really the trends are aligned. So both the Center for Asian Philanthropy and Society talking about this huge potential of philanthropic capital as a counterpart even to aid. They mentioned that if Asians are giving 2% of GDP on a par with US donors, then that really equates to some 12 times net foreign aid. So we know that the growth in philanthropy can have huge impact, but we also know, as was mentioned in their Doing Good Index, there is still a lack of trust of our sector. And that's something that we really need to address and something that we feel more data and more research will help. And we'll touch on that a little bit later as well. And the second point about looking at Chinese growth, where you're seeing an average of 28% per annum over 16 years of philanthropic capital growing, coming to market. I mean, just phenomenal numbers. So how do we make sure that we use that capital wisely and effectively? So last year, as the pandemic hit, we went to market to try and understand more broadly about the sectors of what's happening in philanthropy, but specifically around COVID-19. We interviewed multiple industry experts and participated in multiple webinars and forums, really trying to understand, had COVID shifted the power dynamics? Had COVID actually changed some of the practices of philanthropy that historically we had called out and that historically we wanted to address? So before I share with you the specific findings of our research, I want to turn to Kemal. Kemal, talk to us a little bit more about those early discussions we had around why we chose that topic, why power matters, and particularly why it matters for philanthropy.
Yeah, thank you, Claire. That's right. I mean, so as you suggest, anecdotally and intuitively, we could see that there was pressure from the front lines to unrestrict funding. There was also a recognition that things were happening so quickly and alarming situations developing so rapidly that it was absolutely paramount to take on board the knowledge that was being created in real time on the front lines. Now, this we thought might be colliding with the parameters that had been set for decades in global philanthropy. So, for example, we knew that there were clear patterns in global philanthropy, especially when it came to North and South relationship in philanthropy, who gave and who received, what criteria were employed in selecting beneficiaries, what causes tended to receive more funds than others, how the monitoring and evaluation process tended to take place, and so on. So was any of this changing given the unprecedented situation? Now, changing of this would have enormous implications for the North-South relationship. I mean, in a way, it almost felt like a breaching experiment. I mean, ethnomethodologists at the University of Chicago in the 1950s, 60s, Goffman, Garfinkel, used to disrupt everyday life by introducing unprecedented situations. And usually, you and I just read from scripts. I mean, that's what we call background expectancy. We know what we are expected to do in any situation. It is when we need to think anew from scratch that new possibilities come to the fore. So in this case, power relations between the global North and South framed the grants that were being given by the North to the South. So that really made us think about how power is manifest in this particular relationship. Right? And power can manifest itself in various ways. In philanthropy, on the face of it, more powerful organizations may be helping less powerful ones, but by doing it in a particular way, for instance, by keeping them out of key decisions about who to fund, what to fund, and how, they might simultaneously be foreclosing developmental possibilities for them. So, French philosopher Michel Foucault talked about power knowledge. This is often taken to mean that knowledge is power. That is not what he meant. What he really meant was that all knowledge embodies power relations. So when we learn and utilize particular knowledge, we are perpetuating someone's power over us. In other words, power is exercised not only when an actor's decision is influenced by another, but also when certain courses of action are prevented from entering the decision-making arena. In order to reverse this process, we need to create our own knowledge, our own processes. And it is in this process that one discovers new possibilities that are previously hidden. And so COVID forced us into that situation. We went into the field to see if this was indeed happening, and if it was, in what ways was it manifesting itself? What were the possibilities that were coming up? And so maybe you can tell us a little bit more about what the findings were, Claire. Back to you.
Absolutely. Thanks, Kemal. And indeed, it was exactly that. So exploring that best practice that so often had been dictated from the better resourced global foundation and hadn't necessarily taken into account local dynamics in local markets. And I think what we found in looking at growth markets, and in particular Southeast Asia, was three particular ways in which COVID actually did serve as a catalyst to shift some of those power dynamics and drive a much more localized focus and a much more localized way of bringing new ideas and new methodologies to the table. So there were three particular areas that we identified of where COVID, we believe, has shifted some of those power constructs that you've just talked about. The first area, we're seeing a lot more flexibility on the part of global grant makers in how they deploy philanthropic capital, what the conditionality is around that, and just how they engage with their grantees. We heard from the Loudest Foundation, which works extensively in Asia, around how they had done their utmost to simplify the process of making grants much more accessible than perhaps they historically had been. Shell Foundation, that works also in Asia in the energy sector, spoke to us about how they have been really helped them understand the importance of adding a diversity or a gender lens to how they issue grants, how they do their social investment. We saw multiple participants in our research spoke about the Ford Foundation as being a real leader in terms of giving that flexibility around how grants are dispersed and how they could be readjusted, repurposed because of the crisis. And we're going to hear later on today from the UN Foundation about how they managed to mobilize philanthropic capital much more quickly than they had historically, literally within a matter of weeks. So that was the first, a real wake-up call on the part of global grant makers around how they needed to be much more flexible and much more pragmatic. The second area was around digitization, which of course has impacted all organizations and not just our sector. But I think the digitization, the acceleration of digitization in these emerging markets really demonstrated to the third sector and how to philanthropists, how essentially they've been missing a trick. For many of our organizations, it showed how they could connect much more quickly with their peers. So multiple groups in Asia told us around how they were using WhatsApp groups to share data in real time about needs, PPE, etc. Organizations saying how historically connecting across some of these huge regions was difficult if you don't have travel budgets, etc. But now they were using Zoom not only to connect with remote regions, but also using language translation capacity. So being able to overcome some of the former language barriers. And of course, Zoom is not a new technology. It's been around for a while, but COVID was the catalyst for that change. Our friends at Tonoto Foundation in Indonesia did some amazing work where they very quickly repurposed their education program so they were able to provide support through conferencing, through video calls, through social media to educators. So we really saw a new level of innovation on the part of the third sector around how technology can help not just bring connectivity, but share data, share ideas. And that leads nicely to our final core finding from the research, which was around peer solidarity and community. So we saw a huge amount of peer mentoring, peer learning, peer funding that we hadn't seen prior to COVID. We heard this from most of the people that we spoke to, that this historical perhaps tendency to look to global foundations for support was now fading into the background where they were looking for resilience from their immediate community. Naina Batra, the CEO of the AVPN, the Asia Philanthropy Network, told us that this historical dependence was really starting to shift, and where global portfolios are being seen to dry up, people are looking for local funding and local collaboration. Indonesia for Humanity and the Yayasan Hasanah Foundation Malaysia both talked about how they had found opportunities to work with the local private sector. So getting access to CSR funds where historically they might not have been able to do so. So I think that real element of peer learning, solidarity, communities coming together to support each other, given the gravity of the crisis, was something particularly important and a very welcome shift from historical patterns. But as we also found, still in these growth markets, we still face challenges around institutional voids that perhaps global grant makers are not always aware of and perhaps don't always exist in other markets. So Kamal, if you can just share with us a little bit more here about what are those institutional voids and why are these so prevalent in emerging markets?
That's right, Claire. So, this was very interesting. What was happening out there was quite interesting for us because what we could see was that this particular crisis was kind of putting the existing hierarchy in decision-making to the background, and in the foreground emerged, a new way of making decisions, which was much more collaborative. And because there was an actual need that, like I mentioned before, that the knowledge, that we needed to possess in order to make decisions was coming up in real time on the front lines. So the people working on the front lines who would normally perhaps not have as much of a say in making those decisions were, had to be included in the decision making. But so this, we felt that our interviewees felt this was very empowering and this was very liberating, right? And they wanted to build upon that. Right? Now, in order to build upon that, we also need to think about the infrastructure and what is already present. And in that, we discovered that if we are to build upon that, we need to fill certain institutional voids. So our exploration of new trends in the global South philanthropy field revealed the existence of a number of institutional voids or institutional arrangements that were absent. So our research suggested that the most important amongst them revolved around, first of all, access to information and knowledge and non-conducive regulatory environments and leading to ad hoc policy making and an absence of actionable data. So as far as access to information and knowledge is concerned, organizational capacity was found to be quite limited in this sense. Boards and technical advice from grant makers has been chronically underused. For decades, philanthropic organizations have extolled the value of non-financial inputs, including technical advice on scenario planning, strategy, funding, back office systems. Yet we found this deficit continues to exist. And many of the organizations we interviewed noted that the pandemic was beginning to change this. So grant makers and boards went beyond standard governance practices, such as providing high-level strategy input. They listened more. They strived to truly understand grantees' detailed needs and responded with ongoing coaching, mentoring, strategy advice, and so on. Similarly, in regulatory environments, global South governments often see the philanthropic sector as a threat almost, rather than an ally. And yet, with more efficient and more conducive regulations, global South philanthropic organizations could likely mature faster, deliver more impact, and secure more funding. So governments in emerging markets, have typically struggled to find a healthy balance between enforcing anti-money laundering, counterterrorism regulations, and creating incentives, fiscal or otherwise, to encourage giving. So we found that uniform, fit-for-purpose regulation for the sector across Global South was still weak, or in some cases entirely missing, thus preventing philanthropy from reaching its true potential. And finally, we found there was an absence of actionable data. So databases and up-to-date, perhaps digitally stored information seemed to be lacking. And the philanthropic sector really needed to undergo transformation to improve data capture and dissemination and drive much greater transparency. And we also found that there was a constant need to seek validation from the global north. And so sources of actionable data did need to come up within the global south. So now what can be done about this? Back to you, Claire.
Thanks, Kemal. Absolutely. So picking up on the points that you've made, we came up with 3 recommendations, really some of the 3 core things that emerged from the points you made around institutional voids and our earlier signs of how power balance is shifting, that recommendations we felt can build on that. So help create this shift of power and transform it into long-term system change in order to maximize impact. So those 3 areas were, number 1, networks. Can't emphasize enough the importance of networks. So we are already working in Asia with the Asia Venture Philanthropy Network and the Asia Philanthropy Circle, amongst other global networks. And never before did we see really the value of these networks come to the fore in terms of providing resources, connecting communities, giving an opportunity for collective bargaining, sharing research, the point you made earlier about the lack of data, sharing data, offering up a peer mentoring, competence development, helping a more under-resourced, more fragile organizations to really resource up and build resilience during the pandemic. And yet we know that networks are so often overlooked when it comes to global funding. It's difficult to track the impact or demonstrate the impact of a network. And yet these networks exactly address the issues you talked about, Kemal, around infrastructure. So we believe that there needs to be a much stronger focus on networks, much more funding to networks. These are a very powerful way of driving resilience in the sector. The second point that you also mentioned there is the governments and philanthropic partnerships. We heard about it earlier today from some of our colleagues on this conference around the huge, powerful potential of philanthropic government partnerships. So let's overcome the aversion of the past of governments working with philanthropists and help them to understand that philanthropic capital is partnership capital. It can bring risk and innovation, new ways of thinking, and governments can then scale up philanthropic interventions. So these opportunities of working with governments that perhaps historically had been overlooked, we saw them come to the fore because of COVID. We saw, for example, we heard earlier today from Kathleen Chu of YTL in Malaysia, how they had built a digital education program that through partnering with the government then essentially went nationwide. And we've seen multiple examples of that elsewhere, of how governments through COVID understood the value of partnerships with philanthropists, and we encourage that. And finally, again, a point that will come as no surprise to most of our audience, the importance of core funding, which has also been mentioned by earlier speakers. We found systematically people talking to us about this NPO starvation cycle, the not-for-profit sector starvation cycle, where donors are not willing to give money beyond a specific program. Really, we believe that needs to stop. Yes, we need to build trust in the sector so that donors can give unconditionally, unrestricted funding. But there also needs to be a recognition that without core funding for internal infrastructure, these organizations cannot hire top talent. They cannot build out effective management systems. They cannot build innovation for program development, and thus they can't deliver maximum impact. So we can't emphasize enough the importance of core funding. And indeed, our friends at Loudest Foundation recently put out an entire report on this and stated quite categorically, if the donor is set up to make real change, this is the way to do it, with unrestricted funding, because that's how you're going to get higher impact. And we have heard this before. We heard it during COVID from the US Council on Foundations and their pledge. And indeed, earlier today with Ben's interview with Chris Putnam-Walkley and her book on Delusional altruism, the same message coming across. So we know there is consensus around the absolute importance of core funding. So I'm afraid we have to leave it there. We've run out of time, but I'll be coming back to you later on in the closeout session with some more ideas around how we continue to drive this collaboration. Thanks to you, Kemal, for joining us today. We'll let you go back to teaching now. Thanks to everybody else for joining us on today's session from the Center for Strategic Philanthropy. More from me later. But now let's go to our friends at the Community Jameel Foundation and hear from them. Thanks very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
What we'd like to share with you now is the work of Community Jameel, and we're very delighted that George Richards has joined us, who's the director, to tell us a little bit more about their work on JPAL, which is a fascinating instant of philanthropy in Asia. George, thank you very much for joining us with us today and Talking Philanthropy. Tell us a little bit more before we learn a bit more from your video about this program.
Thank you, Ben. And well, thank you to you and all of the Talking Philanthropy team for having us here. It's a wonderful opportunity, and we're really honored to be amongst such a stellar lineup. Community Jameel is an international organization focused on science and technology in the fields of health, education and climate, and celebrating the 75th anniversary this year of the Jameel family's philanthropy. One of our programs that we have supported over many years is the Abdul Latif Jameel Poverty Action Lab, or JPAL. And it's my great pleasure now to introduce their work with a short video. Thank you.
Thank you. We look forward to watching it.
We see our role as piloting innovation and supporting ideas that unlock the power of data, research, AI, and other digital tools to understand and address pressing human challenges. The Abdul Latif Jameel Poverty Action Lab, otherwise known as JPAL, epitomizes that innovation and has had a remarkable impact. What started out as an idea in 2003 with a small group of development economists at MIT has now grown into a network of more than 500 researchers with offices in 7 countries, including Indonesia and India, and impacting 400 million people worldwide. JPAL is a global research center based at MIT that is working to reduce poverty and generate social change by ensuring that policy is informed by scientific evidence, working in collaboration with government and implementing organizations. JPAL conducts randomized impact evaluations to answer critical questions in the fight against poverty. Randomized evaluations are a powerful and innovative tool to answer those critical policy questions because they can generate clear evidence on a program or policy's impact, providing straightforward results that decision makers can apply. JPAL's health sector focuses on identifying policies and programs that effectively improve the reach, quality, and use of health services and products. This sector funds new policy-relevant research to improve health outcomes around the world, such as identifying barriers to the provision of critical urban services for poor communities and understanding the long-term impact of widely popular cash transfer programs on child health. JPAL's health sector also connects with government and non-profit partners to evaluate the effectiveness of their health policies and programs, ensuring that the most impactful and cost-effective are delivered to communities. One of the most impactful evaluations recently conducted by JPAL affiliates concerned immunization take-up in the Indian state of Haryana. Studies have shown that immunization is a highly cost-effective way of improving child survival. However, over 2 million children around the world die each year from vaccine-preventable diseases. As of 2016, only 62% of Indian children were fully immunized against polio and measles. Previous research suggests that offering incentives, sending reminders, and using influential individuals in the community can make parents more likely to vaccinate their children and increase child immunization. However, it is unclear whether these interventions work for larger communities or are more effective in tandem versus alone. To test this, JPAL affiliates and other researchers randomly provided incentives, targeted reminders, and local immunization ambassadors to communities in Haryana. They found that the policy that increased immunization the most combined local immunization ambassadors selected by the community, incentives that increased in amount across the immunization schedule, and SMS reminders. Today, the government of Haryana is working with researchers and JPAL to deliver the most cost-effective package of interventions. JPAL's health sector is now exploring new partnerships to advance early childhood development and reduce the direct and indirect effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. Although some countries are turning the corner of the COVID-19 pandemic through vaccinations, many countries in Asia won't see widespread coverage for months, if not years. In the meantime, there is an urgent need to equip vulnerable communities with the tools and programs to protect themselves. JPAL globally has a long track record of identifying effective, innovative means of increasing take-up of and access to health products and services, including preventing the spread of viruses through behavioral practices, including hand washing. In line with Community Jamil's commitment to collaboration, working with partners around the world, we are always open to exploring new collaborations with philanthropies, government, and researchers to achieve our goals of reducing poverty and strengthening systems in health, education, and climate resilience. Thank you.
Well, I am delighted to welcome the Vice-Chancellor of Oxford University, Professor Louise Richardson, to Talking Philanthropy. Between 2004 and 2019, the Oxford Thinking campaign raised over £3 billion in philanthropic donations from more than 170,000 donors. At the beginning of this year, Oxford University received a $100 million gift to create a new research institute to fight antimicrobial resistance, one of the biggest health threats of our time. I also think congratulations are in order to the researchers at Oxford University for their incredible success developing the COVID-19
vaccination. Professor Richardson, thank you for agreeing to talk to us. Perhaps you can maybe talk us through the role that philanthropy plays in enabling and strengthening research at the university.
Good morning, Kirsty. Well, actually, philanthropy is critical to everything we do. But on the research front, our medical sciences division, which is our largest division, really wouldn't be what it is today without extraordinarily generous support from funders like the Wellcome Trust, Cancer Research UK, major charities. One of the challenges we face is that charities don't cover the full economic cost of research, so we rely on government to make up the difference. So that gap has been growing. So we have the major philanthropic charities, and then we have individual philanthropists. You mentioned the INEOS gift, that would be one example. But we have, as a publicly funded institution, we rely on public support, but really I see philanthropy as providing the margin of excellence. Unlike our American competitors, we don't have the vast endowments. Yes, it's terrific that we raised £3 billion, but it took us a long time to do it. I'm hoping we'll raise the next 3 billion in much shorter order. I'm hoping that we can change the culture around educational philanthropy in this country, particularly. So I would say that Oxford would not be the institution it is without the generous support of philanthropists. And that's as true today as it was historically. I mean, if one looks around this wonderful city and these dreaming spires, I mean, many of the colleges have the names of donors who established them. So philanthropy isn't something new. Oxford has been built by philanthropists throughout the ages.
And what role, if any, did philanthropy play in funding the development of the COVID vaccine?
Well, the backdrop would be that, as I say, the medical sciences division is very dependent on philanthropic support. The actual vaccine itself was based on work that had been carried out for about 20 years in the Jenner Institute with collaborators in Kenya, in Thailand, and so on. But once it became clear that we felt we were onto something, we created a rapid research fund and invited philanthropic support. And philanthropists were enormously generous in rushing in to help. So they made everything so much easier. I would say that back in January of last year, when the head of the medical sciences division came to see me, he said, a couple of people in the Jenner think they might really be onto something, but they have absolutely no funding and they operate on a shoestring. So could we find £1 million to underwrite what they do? So the university provided the £1 million, confident that if this worked, we would be able to recoup it, which we could do. But philanthropists stepped in to endow the posts of the main researchers, to help fund the small manufacturing facility, because again, we suddenly had to operate in a world we weren't entirely accustomed to until we got a major partner. I would also say a major charitable organization like the Gates Foundation was also critical. I mean, they offered us advice when we decided that we really thought this might work, but that we were not going to be able to manufacture it and distribute it at scale. And we turned to them for advice. So philanthropists were all over the development of the vaccine and still are.
One of the things that we're talking about during Talking Philanthropy is the interface between philanthropists, government, and universities, how they can work together, if you like, to develop a stronger ecosystem. I mean, have you got any thoughts on that?
Well, yes, indeed. I mean, the major charitable organisations in the UK, again, have very close links to government. Again, I would turn to Wellcome Trust being the main one, but also Cancer Research UK, British Heart Foundation, and so on. They have very close ties to government. And certainly when we found ourselves in a position where we thought we might be onto something, but without the means to turn it into a distributable vaccine. In fact, just last week, we celebrated the first anniversary from the first injection into a human arm. So we went from 1 to 250 million in 1 year, which is really unprecedented. We couldn't have done that without the support of the government, without the support of philanthropists. So I think this is a mutually reinforcing ecosystem. We all have to invest in it. Government can facilitate it greatly. I mean, they can do that by, well, the obvious way, I suppose, is by devising a tax system that provides incentives to charities, or indeed to the charitable arms of private industry to invest in universities. But I think what this pandemic has demonstrated is just the power of research universities to contribute to society at large. I mean, too often people think of universities as a place where you send 18-year-olds to go off and grow up for a few years, but actually we are research powerhouses, or some of us are. We're critical to national health, wealth, and well-being, and philanthropists can help us translate the research that we do into broader societal benefit.
And how do you think philanthropists can help or support pandemic preparedness, or indeed, you know, the other future health crises coming down the line?
Well, I very much hope they can and they will. Certainly one of my ambitions, or Oxford's ambitions, is to create a Centre for Pandemic Preparedness here in Oxford. And we're very much hoping that we will be able to persuade both the government and philanthropists to create it here, to bring together the international collaborators we have who've worked together, to bring together all the research we've done, not just on the vaccine, but you know, we ran these recovery trials, which are the largest trials in the world for therapeutics for COVID-19. And it was through this trial that we discovered the efficacy of dexamethasone, which is a very cheap steroid, common garden steroid, costs £5, that dramatically reduces mortality. Same thing with tocilizumab, which is an arthritis drug. Again, huge efficacy for those hospitalized. So these are really important contributions. We want to bring them all together so that next time we're prepared, and there will be a next time. I mean, the great tragedy really is that there were 8 near misses over the last 20 years. You know, people in the know knew it was inevitable that there would be a major pandemic and predicted it, and yet we were caught unprepared, and we just can't afford to let that happen again. So I very much hope that philanthropists will help us at Oxford create really a world-leading Centre for Pandemic Preparedness, but also invest in the work throughout the world as well.
Where would you say the biggest gaps in funding are right now?
Oh, there are gaps across the piece. I mean, universities are very expensive institutions to run. I think one of our priorities at the moment is to create a Centre for Pandemic Preparedness, and that's a very expensive operation. We will need several £100 million to create the centre we have the plans for. So we are hoping that we will get support from government, from private philanthropists, from industry, from research councils, and so on. But I'm afraid there are gaps everywhere, largely, as I said, because of our dependence on foundations and the fact that foundations don't pay the full economic cost. It's that gap. You know, Oxford actually loses money on every research grant it accepts. So that's unsustainable over the long term. It's certainly unsustainable if we want to remain globally competitive and amongst the best institutions in the world as we are now. Again, competing with institutions in Asia, which have far greater public support, or institutions in America, which have far greater philanthropic support.
Just want to circle back actually to that point that you made about how critical it was both to have government support, but also philanthropic support for the development of the vaccine. There are obviously different models all over the world. I know in Singapore, for instance, there is the government provides matched funding, or more than matched funding, 1.5 times for a grant for every philanthropic donation. I mean, in your view, what is the best model for this when you look around the world?
Well, I mean, we have the QR model, which is the model in which the government makes up the difference between charitable and funding and the actual cost. I mean, that's a model that works. It's not working at the moment because the government has been declining its contribution, decreasing its contribution every year. I think there are many models that work. We would love a matched funding approach, but we recognize that in these times, there's many demands on government funding, and this has been unprecedented times. So, but the current model we have, it works, it's just underfunded. And, you know, we've had the really unfortunate cut in the overseas aid budget, which has had a real effect on funding, on philanthropic funding overseas, on our projects overseas. So we would hope that, you know, that would be reversed very quickly, and that you know, society appreciates just the importance of investing in universities, not for societal benefit. As I say, we really are the engines of the economy, and we've demonstrated in this instance how flexible we can be to adapt, as we did in this case. And I think one of the advantages of an institution like Oxford, it's one of the reasons it makes my job so difficult, is that there's a great deal of local autonomy, so people can turn on a dime. So what happened in our medical sciences division and in our materials, our sciences across the board, people just stopped what they were doing and said, what do I do that could be helpful in this pandemic? And they turned their research around, and they had the latitude to do that. And so managed to make contributions all across the piece. But we do operate on a shoestring compared to many of our competitors. And so that's what we've got to change if we're to be globally competitive.
So presumably this $100 million gift that Oxford has got to create this new institute to fight antimicrobial resistance is absolutely key. Is that a good example, would you say, of how philanthropy can support research?
That's a wonderful example, and it's actually £100 million, so it's even more generous from Sir Jim Ratcliffe. And it's interesting in a couple of respects. We've had three major gifts in the last 3 years. £100 million from INEOS for antimicrobial resistance, and that is just going to fund research. And that's a wonderful alignment of the interests of an individual philanthropist and the interests of some academics. So, and an issue of absolutely global importance to us all. One of the things we've learned from the pandemic is just the high cost of ignoring things that are probable and of high consequence. And rapidly, we're developing resistance to antibiotics due to the overuse of antibiotics in agriculture and so on. So we have got to develop either new antibiotics or, probably both, reduce the dependence of agriculture on antibiotics. If we don't, we're going to return to the days before penicillin, when the simplest operation was life-threatening. We developed penicillin here in Oxford in the late 1930s, so we're delighted to be at the vanguard of advancing or handling the problem of antimicrobial resistance. So this was an issue that Jim Ratcliffe learned about, I think, after surgery on his knee, and got to know about the work we were doing. So the academics and the philanthropists got together. So what he's doing, he's just funding research. This is people. It's not buildings. This is not a vanity project. This is funding people in labs doing research. And if they're successful, the whole world is going to benefit. Now, that's quite different from the major gift we got last year from the Rubin Foundation. They gave us £80 million to establish a new Oxford College, first new Oxford College in decades. And that's because we have many more students wanting to come as graduate students to study in the sciences. Our colleges are pretty full. We believe in a highly personalized educational system, so we don't want the colleges to grow. So we decided to create a new college. And so the Rubins have enabled us to do that. And just to remind everyone that it isn't only science that matters. I mean, the humanities are vitally important too. And so the previous year, we received a gift of £150 million from Stephen Schwartzman to create a new Centre for the Humanities at Oxford. And I'm enormously excited about this gift, because not only is it going to bring all our humanities faculties together, it's going to create a performing arts centre. We're going to have a concert hall and theatres that the public can come into. And thirdly, we're going to take the insights of a millennium of studying the humanities and apply them to the problems of the future. So we're going to have an institute for the ethics of AI. So we hear about AI all day, every day. Some of us know how it works, most of us don't, but we know it's becoming increasingly important. And yet we want to make sure that the people who are developing these machines, who are writing the codes, think about the ethics of what they're doing. We want to make sure that governments can come to academics for advice on how to regulate AI, that industries who use AI think about the ethical implications of what they're doing. So this is a real way of fusing what we have historically done, the humanities, with the future. And it's only possible because of this extraordinary generous gift. So there are three very large but very different gifts in the past 3 years.
So if I was a philanthropist and I wanted to make a gift of an equivalent size to that, and another £100 million, and I came to chat with you, where would you direct that money to? Where would you say it was most needed?
Well, I would have a view on that, but I think if I were to be a successful fundraiser, I would have to find out what your priorities are. What things interest you? Is it climate change? Is it access for poor students? Is it pandemic preparedness? I think the secret of philanthropy is aligning the interests of the philanthropist with the kind of expertise of the institution. So rather than try to direct you to my pet project, which would probably be the Center for Pandemic Preparedness at the moment, I think I would take the trouble to find out what you really cared about. And if you really cared about climate change, I would direct you towards our academics working in that area. So I do think institutions shouldn't selfishly think, these are my needs, who's going to help me deal with them. I think we should go out and find out what are the interests of people with the means to contribute, and try to align our activities, or ensure that, or join them up with our activities that align with their interests.
Now, as you've said, Oxford is a global university. It cooperates globally. Lots of the research depends on that. What is Oxford doing in terms of working with the global South, and how does philanthropy support that work? And also, because I'm just thinking about the context you mentioned of the British government cutting the overseas aid budgets. Presumably that means there's a little bit of a gap there. There's a real gap there. We've had 68% cuts in several of our absolutely wonderful projects in the developing world. One of the things, well, as I said, the fact that we were in a position to develop this vaccine so quickly was based on the fact that for 20 years, we have about 1,500 researchers in Kenya, Thailand, Vietnam, working on infectious diseases. So, we need support for that work. It's critically important, and it isn't just about a distant part of the world. It's vital to what we do here. I would also say that when we did trials for the early trials for our vaccine, we did them here in the UK, but at the time the COVID wasn't very rampant. So we also ran trials in Brazil. We also ran trials in South Africa. So we are a deeply international institution. And so that means philanthropists from all over the world are more likely to have an interest in what we do. And there's just such a glaring need. But thankfully, there are many generous philanthropists, and universities do a wide variety of things. So the whole game is, the whole project, as I say, is to align the interests of both. But certainly, we will see if we don't share our vaccines more generously than we have until now, we're going to pay the cost of this. The one point I would like to make about our vaccine, which I think wouldn't have happened had it not been developed in a university. When we went looking for an industry partner, we had two conditions. One was that this vaccine be distributed at cost in perpetuity in the developing world. And second, that we would not be party to profiteering during a pandemic. So the vaccine had to be distributed at cost during the pandemic. So frankly, I don't think AstraZeneca has gotten the credit they deserve at all for doing that. And so we need to put pressure on the other manufacturers to provide the global South with the vaccine too. Well, can I just say that personally, as a recipient of the Oxford vaccine, now double vaccinated, I'm extremely grateful. I mean, just finally, Professor Richardson, do you think the pandemic will bring about a shift, or maybe is already bringing about a shift in philanthropic giving? Do you think we're now going to see a lot more? I mean, we know that the numbers of wealthy people in the world has grown. Are those families and those foundations going to step up to the plate, do you think, more?
I really hope so. I mean, if I were one of those people with all this money, what do you want to do with that money? Surely you want to have an impact and you want to make the world a better place. And I think through the pandemic, we have demonstrated just what wonderful vehicles for that universities are. I mean, our research profile has never been higher, but we have moved, both in the US and in the UK, there's been this culture over the past few years that, you know, we've had enough of experts. Well, now nobody can get enough of experts. You know, people want to hear from professors. They want to hear from the experts. And so I think philanthropists will say, yes, they want to support the people who are doing this work. But I think, you know, philanthropists quite rightly have real conditions to their philanthropy. They're going to want to see it not just reside within the university, but to be translated for societal effect. I think they're entirely within their rights to insist on that. And I think it's a condition we can meet. But I really hope that philanthropists will see that supporting education is the best possible use of their funds.
Professor Louise Richardson, Vice-Chancellor of Oxford University, thank you for taking part in Talking Philanthropy.
My pleasure. Thank you, Kirsty.
Hello, everyone. It's great to be with you virtually and to have a chance to speak with you today about the most exciting, the most consuming, the most overwhelming and exhilarating project of the last year that we think also helped make a real difference on the global COVID-19 response. First, though, a little bit about us. I'm Rajesh Merchandani, and I'm the Chief Communications Officer for the UN Foundation. And the Foundation is an independent charitable organization created to be a strategic partner for the United Nations to address humanity's greatest challenges, build initiatives across sectors to solve problems at scale, and to help the UN drive global progress. We've been doing this for more than 20 years. In that time, we've driven advocacy, progress, and awareness on key issues: disease eradication and global health security, gender equality, the burgeoning climate crisis, and the thing that links them all, the need for more and better global cooperation to solve the toughest challenges the world faces and create a better world for everyone. The starting point for us is that the world has a shared future, and our shared future is not a choice. We have no choice but to cooperate to solve the challenges we face, from climate change to COVID-19 and all points in between. And if anything taught us that, it's been the pandemic, because we don't defeat it anywhere if we don't defeat it everywhere. That's one of the reasons that the World Health Organization came to us in late February 2020 to help build momentum and support for its role in leading and coordinating global efforts to prevent, detect, and respond to the pandemic. It was an effort that together raised almost $250 million from more than 600,000 people and organizations across the world. We're going to get into a conversation with a couple of key players in the COVID-19 Solidarity Response Fund project. But first, let's just play a little video and give you a little taste of what we were trying to do. So that was the video with which we launched the COVID-19 Solidarity Response Fund in March 2020. And the UN Foundation's work on the fund was led by Kate Dodson, our Vice President for Global Health, who joins me now. Kate, it's great to see you.
Rajesh, wonderful to be with you too.
Now, we'll get into the kind of specifics of what we think that the fund work actually achieved in a second. But first of all, what do you think were the unique characteristics of the UN Foundation that allowed us, helped us to be successful in this effort?
Well, Rajesh, you already kind of noted that the COVID-19 Solidarity Response Fund was a novel experiment. This had never been tried before at scale. And this is against a novel pandemic, right? We all were reeling in February and March of 2020, trying to figure out ways to respond. WHO quickly picked up the phone and called us and said, a pandemic like this needs a solution like the UN Foundation. We, as a 20-year organization with a strong partnership and work with WHO, we had the ability and the kind of capacity to help step up. We re-geared with flexibility, with agility, put the teams in place, the infrastructure in place, the communities in place to start rapidly mobilizing resources and ensure that we did our utmost to account for their full use in kind of the charitable purposes that we outlined for the fund.
I certainly remember that when we pivoted to work solely on the fund, we kind of dragged people off different projects and just created this kind of giant team that just said, okay, you need to do this. And that was just, I think, a sign of the agility and flexibility of the foundation. And I think also,
we did that in 2 weeks, right, Rajesh? That was really remarkable how quickly we could bring it all together.
You and I certainly remember those 2 weeks, I'm sure. And also, I think it's an example of the unique relationship that we have with the UN, which allows us, amongst other things, to directly help other people directly fund the UN. And the close relationship we built up over the last 20 years means that we have the partnerships that are most needed and most useful.
That's right. We've done work with the World Health Organization, as you already mentioned, on disease eradication, on health security issues. We helped them mobilize resources from civil society, private sector, and others in our past. And this scale of the COVID-19 Solidarity Response Fund was truly unprecedented, but it was built on the bedrock of that trustful relationship. And as we already talked about, UNF's ability to nimbly respond and engage, even while we were all turning into a fully remote context and juggling all of that entailed, we were able to kind of stand this up quickly in solidarity with partners around the world.
Yeah, and the result, as I said in the introduction, was overwhelming. More than $242 million raised from over 660,000 individuals, corporations, philanthropies, and organizations all over the world. What did those funds help achieve?
Well, first, I just want to reinforce how humbled we have been about this incredible outpouring of generosity from our global community of fund donors. We had gifts ranging from a few rupees to $10 million from more than 190 countries. It's a testament to global solidarity, rising up in difficult time in a spirit of true togetherness. It's also a testament to the vital role that WHO has played and continues to play in fighting back against this pandemic. The fund's resources have been put to immensely important use. Close to 300 million pieces of personal protective equipment have gone to frontline health workers in more than 160 countries, and tens of millions of tests to more than 130 countries. The fund also seeded really important research work in the spring and summer, a global research study on therapeutics, a global study on antibody response, early research and development on vaccines, including some of the very vaccines that are being put to use now. We also gave funding to UNICEF and UNHCR to protect the most vulnerable communities, including refugees and people living in conflict. Clearly, though, there's still much of the pandemic ahead of us, and the fund continues to raise and deploy resources to support WHO's vital role.
Yeah, I was certainly overwhelmed at seeing the response. I know you were. Thanks, Kate. I'm going to ask you to stay there because in a moment, we're going to talk to one of the key partners for us in the fund project. But first, I want to give viewers just a chance to share with us what solidarity can look like.
With coronavirus hospitalizations,
coronavirus is now spreading
Together with the United Nations Foundation and the Swiss Philanthropy Foundation, WHO is today launching the COVID-19 Solidarity Response Fund.
That was just a flavor of the support we saw from more than the 600,000 people and individuals and philanthropies and organizations around the world that donated money, expertise, and time to the COVID-19 Solidarity Response Fund project. One of our most novel partnerships was with the social content platform Tiltify for what we call a streamathon event called Hope from Home. We actually joined forces with a couple of other charitable organizations as well as Tiltify to put on this event on World Health Day in April of last year. And to reflect a little bit on it, we're joined by Robin Mendez, who's the Vice President for Marketing for Tiltify. Robin, great to have you with us. Welcome.
Oh, thanks, Rajesh. We're happy to join you guys.
Robin, Tiltify really rose to the challenge, as did so many other partners, by helping us build a first of its kind, multi-platform digital fundraising event called Hope from Home. I remember when we launched it, we weren't even sure what was going to happen on the day because it was so new. What do you think was unique about it for you guys and that helped with the success of the collaboration?
So I think Hope from Home was unique in many ways. I think when we brought together multiple charities in a very, very short amount of time to organize such a large event, that's novel in itself. That everyone came to the table, egos checked, really focused on how do we solve these problems. You know, COVID-19 was impacting all of us in interesting and unique ways. And so we really felt like this was what we could help contribute to solving these problems. Obviously, as a tech company, we have experience with how to engage folks on social media and how to help with working with influencers and content creators to help kind of bring the army together to make change happen. So it was really an honor, and it was exciting to kind of watch it come together as quickly as it did.
And I just remember seeing that you had all those content creators creating content at the same time on their own channels, reaching their own audiences in authentic ways, which is the thing that made it unique for us and why I said that we just didn't know what was going to happen on the day. But what did happen was there's this huge outpouring of support from around the world. I remember seeing the constant stream of comments and people just donating $1, as little or as much as they could afford, because they wanted to be part of the global response, because they understood that we only solve this if we solve it everywhere. Kate Dodson, you were actually part of the streamathon. You took part, you were interviewed on it by, I think, the Hollywood actor Rainn Wilson, no less. So what was the experience like for you?
That's right. I had such a lovely conversation with Rainn Wilson on his Instagram live feed as part of Soul Pancake. And as you said, it was one of multiple conversations going on at the same time. What really struck me in that conversation was we talked a lot about the uniqueness of that moment. And we wound up talking about the difference between the concept of social distancing and physical distancing, right? Social distancing makes one feel disconnected from their community. And really what the public health guidance was about physical distancing, but staying emotionally and virtually connected with your family and with your community. And those messages of kind of, we're in it together, we can work through this together, there are both financial and non-financial means that we can support and lift each other up, really resonated throughout Hope from Home, and it was a privilege to be a part of it.
And then Robin and Kate, both of you, I wonder if you have thoughts on, what did you learn about, what did our organizations learn about building effective, authentic partnerships that you recommend to others, certainly others in the philanthropy space, to take forward? Robin, you first.
So I think timeliness is really important. I think this campaign happened at a moment where so many people were feeling disenfranchised and scared, frankly. The idea of a global pandemic is nerve-wracking. Being told not to leave your house is scary. And so I think in terms of the ability of all of those involved to quickly pivot to make this thing happen in this moment where people were feeling disenfranchised was really part of what made it so magical. We met the universe of people in this world in this moment where they were scared, and we helped bring them hope. I know we call the campaign Hope from Home, but I think there's a lot of truth and accuracy in that.
And Kate, what do you think working with Tiltify and other partners taught us about innovative partnerships?
The whole Solidarity Response Fund, including the great partnership we've had with Tiltify, have taught us so much about what novel philanthropy really looks like in this age, and especially in a fully virtual age that we've been in. I've been in my space working on these issues in global health for close to 20 years, and I've never seen gamers come into feeling a sense of solidarity and contributing and raising funds. NFL football stars, musicians doing virtual concerts, powered by a strong backend like Tiltify, powered by other partners that came around the Solidarity Response Fund. People felt like a sense of ownership, like they could contribute in the midst of all the kind of uncertainty that Robin was just talking about. And they felt like the solutions were in their hands to be able to do that. And I think that was the real power of the Solidarity Response Fund.
Yeah, absolutely agree with you. It was the idea of people coming together around a huge problem, thinking, right, what's my part? How can I plug in? How can I plug in? How can I plug in? And making something much greater than the sum of their parts. Thanks to both my guests, Robin Mendez from Tiltify and Kate Dodson, my colleague here at the UN Foundation. They both reminded us that more and better global cooperation that is more inclusive of different perspectives is the only way that we can address the challenges of our world now and in the future. Thanks to you for tuning in to Talking Philanthropy and to Global Philanthropic for bringing us all together here in this virtual space. We'd love to talk with you some more, so please do get in touch. Thank you.
Thanks, Rajesh Merchandani. Well, that was an excellent presentation from the United Nations Foundation. Really fascinating to hear more about that COVID Solidarity Response Fund. And it leads us perfectly onto our next and final live panel discussion, which is on health and philanthropy and the COVID-19 pandemic. Welcome to everyone. Thanks very much for joining us. Let me introduce my panelists. We have Kate Dodson, who just heard there, joining us again. Kate builds partnerships as Vice President for Global Health at the UN Foundation, and looking particularly at delivering those sustainable development goals. We have Naina Subawal-Watra, who is the CEO of the Asian Venture Philanthropy Network based in Singapore, whose membership has tripled under her leadership. We have Narayana Murthy, one of Asia's leading philanthropists, founder of Infosys, and Murthy sits on the board of the UN Foundation, and he was formerly chairman of the Public Health Foundation of India. We have Dr. Kayla Lasserson, who is on the board of, who is the Deputy Director for Infectious Diseases and Vaccine Delivery at the Gates Foundation, based in India, so very busy at the moment. Thank you for making the time. Belinda Tanoto, Board of Trustees at the Tanoto Family Foundation. She's a passionate social activist who has spearheaded the foundation's investment in rural schools in Indonesia and also helped lead the COVID response. And we have Melody Song, who is a consultant for Global Philanthropic. Welcome to all of you. I'm going to start with a question actually to all of you, which is that every crisis is an opportunity. So how has COVID provided an opportunity in this area. And let me start with you, Moti. Moti, can you hear me?
Oh, okay. Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry. Well, first of all, thank you very much for this opportunity. The first and the foremost lesson that this pandemic has taught us is that a healthcare system that is insufficiently resourced and that is suboptimal in performance cannot create a strong and swift response when challenged by a public health emergency like this. Therefore, we have to raise the funding from 1.26% of our GDP to 2.5% by 2025 as promised by the Indian government. The second lesson is that governments must move from an administrative mindset to a management mindset. They believe that Singapore is a good example of this transformation because administration is about law, order, tax collection, and status quo. On the other hand, management is all about development, innovation, economic growth, benchmarking with the best in the world, and creating prosperity through jobs with good income. Let me stop here.
What about Nina? What about you? Is this crisis an opportunity, do you think? Oh, you've got to unmute.
Sorry. I do think it's an opportunity. In fact, building up, from what we heard before we came on the scene, I think before COVID, it's been incredibly hard to bring different philanthropic players who have different agendas together. So when there were disasters in the past in Asia where help was needed, like hurricanes or earthquakes or floods, we didn't see this opportunity to collaborate at scale. And in fact, the struggle of pooling of funds together was tough enough that individual foundations rather invested individually. But with the COVID crisis, we have seen across our members an open-mindedness and an eagerness to collaborate. And in fact, we've had more than 6 members in our network, all corporates, actually pooling their resources in a pooled fund. So I think one of the things we've seen is different actors across the philanthropic ecosystem coming together to collaborate so that they can reach rural, hard-to-reach urban communities. And I'm hoping that this collaborative spirit continues post-COVID into the other critical areas that are facing Asia.
Belinda, how has this crisis been an opportunity?
For sure. Amongst the chaos and the uncertainty and everything that's happening in Indonesia, I'm very heartened and encouraged by the speed at which our foundation partners are innovating and adopting change. Let me just give you a bit of context. Indonesia is very diverse. It has a vast landscape with 17,000 islands. So it's really important that the people on the ground are, despite the chaos, they're innovating and adopting technology. The teachers, the frontline workers are adopting technology at record speed. I think that in itself is an opportunity because we're only at the beginning of the innovation cycle. It gives us a golden opportunity to build back better, whether using digital technology or redesigning our process and systems, sort of building on Marty's point about, how do we shift the governance role from administering to managing and leading, and how do we empower local leaders and strengthen local systems.
Kayla from the Gates Foundation, how have you seen this as an opportunity?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for this opportunity. I wanted to build a little bit on Nina. I do think we've seen just an incredible coming together of philanthropies and high wealth individuals and everybody coming together to really, especially right now for India, it's just been incredible. The diaspora, that kind of opportunity to bring people together has been really quite outstanding. In addition, I think the other opportunity has been seeing the importance of surveillance and how disease surveillance, how important it is, and how to build that strength within a country, as well as just leveraging and working with partners and really coming to help in any way we can with the government, aligning with government priorities, as quickly as we can. I think there's been huge opportunity to do that and to really support, actions that are happening and to bolster and support from all sides and using the kind of this ecosystem to do that. Thanks.
Kate Dodson from the UN Foundation.
Thanks, Christy, and really a pleasure to be with you all and on this panel today. And just to complement and maybe differentiate slightly from what colleagues have said so as to not repeat, Murti already talked about that this crisis has given us a highlight and a spotlight on the underinvestment in healthcare, right? But it's also shown us how the world has underinvested in global public goods, the kind of common goods that every person, every country needs. And in a health crisis, we know what those are. Kayla just mentioned one. Surveillance is a capacity that's needed at a community level, but also at a global level. R&D for new vaccines, a capacity needed at a global level. And this crisis has certainly shown us that we have underinvested chronically in those kinds of global public goods. But it's also shown that there's willingness to invest in those global public goods. The COVID-19 Solidarity Response Fund that was just highlighted is just proof of that. Most of the resources that were galvanized, now it's $250 million and still counting, has gone to those kinds of global public goods. Global blood studies and antibody studies, global studies on vaccine efficacy, the global effort to curb misinformation and disinformation that is spiraling in social media and elsewhere. And we're at this next frontier of the pandemic where we still need that kind of urgent support for global public goods, especially in the context of things like vaccine equity. The global distribution of vaccines is horribly unequal right now. And we have to see that as a global public good, and philanthropy needs to crowd in together with government in order to be able to close that gap.
Yeah, it's interesting, that picture, isn't it? Almost as COVID sort of providing almost like an X-ray, or sort of, providing us suddenly with this very stark picture of where the gaps are in our health systems and of course inequality in every single country in the world. For that, I mean, Melody Song, what sort of feedback have you been getting from philanthropists? Are you seeing a lot more interest in investing in the area of health? You need to unmute. Sorry.
Sorry. We work with clients all around the world, and we have noticed that health has always been an important cause to support in the past, but the pandemic really brought it up on the agenda for everyone, and we're seeing that support for health is increasing all over the world, as well as echoing our fellow panelists about collaboration. I think with COVID, each country is presented with the same challenge, but each country is also diverse with cultural and their political system. So this is an opportunity for us to actually research into how collaboration is done in different political and cultural systems, and how is that different. So that's, to me is very interesting as well.
Murti, as a philanthropist yourself, how did you personally respond to the pandemic?
Well, let me speak about what Infosys Foundation, the foundation of the company, and our own family foundation have done. Infosys Foundation has donated N95 masks and PPEs in very large numbers. They have provided funding for refurbishing a 150-bed hospital for handling COVID-19 patients in Bangalore. They have funded ventilators, oxygen concentrators, and other medical equipment to hospitals. They have provided monthly ration and salary to thousands of displaced migrant and urban workers. Now, let me talk a little bit about what our family foundation has done. We have provided funding to entrepreneurs to accelerate the delivery of ventilator multiplexers and oxygen concentrators to hospitals. We have provided funding for vaccine research. We have contributed to improving our public health services. We have also provided monthly ration and salary for displaced migrant workers. We have created a helpline to find hospital bed for many patients who need ICU beds and oxygen-enabled beds. These are some of the things that we have done.
And has the pandemic increased cooperation between the government and philanthropists?
Well, our PM has created a fund called the PM Cares. A large number of individuals and corporations have contributed to it. In addition, for the last 10 years or so, it has become mandatory in India for every company to set apart 2% of its net income for corporate social responsibility activities. For example, Infosys Foundation spends about $60 to $70 billion every year on activities that ameliorate the problems of our society. But being a large, poor country, even these measures are not sufficient. That's what I would say.
If you had to choose, do you have one lesson you hope that everyone will take away from this pandemic?
No, as I said before, the biggest lesson that I have learned is, first of all, we have to increase our funding for public health from 1.26% of our GDP, which is one of the lowest in the world. For example, even Pakistan and Sri Lanka and Bangladesh, they have set apart between 2.5 and 3% of their GDP. I mean, countries like US, I think US spends about 16% on healthcare, if I'm not wrong. Mm-hmm. I think Europe spends about 10 to 12%. So therefore, India has to spend more money, and that is in keeping with our promise to fulfill the SDG by 2030. And we have to get to at least 2.5%. And second, as I pointed out, I think this pandemic has shown that the mindset of our bureaucracy has to move from administrative mindset to management mindset. That's the most important thing.
Belinda Tenoto, let me come to you. Why don't you give us a brief introduction of what the Tenoto Foundation does and how it has responded to the pandemic in Indonesia?
Sure. Our family foundation focuses on education throughout its life cycle. So starting from early childhood education in the first 1,000 days to supporting schools, teachers, principals, district officials, all the way to providing university scholarships. And during this pandemic, we really think about our response in two parts. So one is, of course, addressing the short-term needs, right? Providing the protective gear, rapid testing capabilities for the government in Indonesia, providing oxygen machines, but also we observed that a big part of it, the government also needs to think about the vulnerable communities that are experiencing all these economic shock. Like, what are we going to do in the medium and long term, right? So for us, it's really thinking about it in two parts. And for the medium and long-term things, we work very closely with the local governments to strengthen the local. So first, empowering the local leaders, because only they know what's happening on the ground. The second thing is providing them with the right data to make the decisions. So we rolled out this thing called, they call it HNWI, online version of human development worker. So where there's a worker at every village in thousands of villages in Indonesia that collects data, critical data on the first 1,000 days, right? So whether the children have access to clean water, whether they're doing, whether the mothers are getting the iron supplementation when they're pregnant. So this then feeds into the local leaders so they can make the right decisions, empower them to make the right decisions. And we think this is really important, balancing the short-term need of reacting to COVID and even rolling out the vaccines and testing out and testing people.
So that's interesting. So basically, you've got philanthropy paying for research and data,
yes,
which policymakers and politicians can then use to implement policies.
Yes. So helping sort of address the white space on data and address the white space on capabilities and capacity building.
And I'm interested, you work closely with local government. Was that always the case, or has the pandemic somehow kind of speeded that up, accelerated that?
It's always been the case. I think about 4 years ago, we went through a transition. So I think our foundation did a strategic review about 3-4 years ago, and we said, if we want to be working at scale, we have to work with the government. And that was a shift in mindset. It was a tough shift. It obviously made projects slower, and we have to, because now there are multiple parties. And when you say government, it's actually not just local government, there's district government, and then there's the central government, right? The ministry. So it's multiple parties and multiple layers of the government that you have to align the interests of. It's definitely slower, but we know that this is the only way to be sustainable.
Requires patience, I imagine.
Yes.
And finding who the right person is to talk to always, isn't it?
And to be honest, I have to be, it's also a new skill we had to acquire, right? How do you manage partnerships? That's a new skill. It's not something that comes very naturally in a foundation, especially when we came from the business background where, when in the business, we move very fast and we do things very focused. But in the foundation, we have to switch to a collaborative mindset, a partnership mindset. So that was a big shift that we had to have about 3-4 years ago. But to be during COVID, actually, that sense of urgency that everybody has been talking about, it was the first time when we worked with the Ministry of Social Affairs, for example, it was record-breaking time for them to come up with a new module to train the frontline workers. Like normally it would have taken us 10 months, and that module came up in 2 months, for example. So I think that sense of urgency is creating this opportunity also.
And did you find yourself collaborating more with other foundations and other philanthropists than you had in the past?
I would say for sure, because I think when there's this something, in Singapore, we'd say nobody is safe until everyone is safe, right? So it's really that sense of urgency that we see in Indonesia. Even when we delivered the rapid taste testing, we collaborated with a few foundations. And also going back to addressing the local needs, because everyone is scattered in different parts of Indonesia, I think it's really important to coordinate and understand and sort of have a bigger picture of what's happening. I think that was really important. So that sense of urgency and having boots on the ground in different places was really helpful.
Thank you for that's really interesting. I'm going to come to Kayla Lasserson now. Thank you, Kayla. I bet you're having an incredibly busy time at the Gates Foundation in India. Perhaps you'd like to start with a brief overview of the current situation and that you're operating in.
Sure. I mean, I think everyone has seen the numbers in India, and it's been quite dramatic. Things were quite low in February, mid-February. There'd been a pretty high peak in September, October, and had come down in November through December, January, February. Things were quite low. So, and through seroprevalence studies, many people had antibodies. So many people in Delhi, it was 56% had antibodies. So there was a feeling of many people have been infected, and perhaps there's a lot of immunity. And so I think it was a bit surprising. I think there was always the idea that another peak would come, but I think this peak caught everyone off guard in terms of its ferociousness. And so it started in, really kind of, if you look at the numbers, it really started mid-February, but I think the realization really came in March where things were going. And so it's just been very, very hard, very, very hard, very tragic for many people. And up to 400,000 cases a day, 4,000 deaths a day. It looks to be peaking a little bit in the metros, but we know it's still continuing in the rural areas. And it's hard to know exact numbers in all of these places. So things are tough. It's been a very tough time for everybody. As the foundation, we've been really honored to be able to be here and be able to help and support the government. And a lot of the work that we've done has been very much about response. So
yes, because I was going to say, for the Gates Foundation, how did you have to sort of pivot your strategy generally in response to COVID-19 compared to what you were doing before?
Yeah, so we were able to, what was great is we have many partnerships within India with different partners and of course with the government. So we were able to pivot quite quickly and leverage those partners to start working on COVID. And it included a big focus in UP and Bihar, which are two states that we've spent a lot of effort working in. And it included everything from building facilities to testing expansion. Now we've had to move more into kind of getting oxygen concentrators, oxygen generators, all of the kind of response efforts, PPE, rapid tests, that kind of expansion, clinical care, building up of facilities and increasing ICU beds and that sort of thing. So really working to ensure the response is there. And partners that we have had working on other issues, say routine immunization or such, they've pivoted to COVID, but at the same time, keeping their eye on essential health services, because those also have to continue. And after the first wave, that bounced back quite quickly with our partnerships, and they will bounce back again, tuberculosis and other infectious diseases. But we've also been supporting surveillance, including genomic surveillance and sewage surveillance to bring in new technology and innovation. And being the foundation, we've been able to be nimble and quick and try and help where we can and be very responsive to government needs. Everything from supply chain to surveillance to epidemiology. So really trying to do everything as needed when needed as this evolves so quickly.
And what lessons would you say can be learned from this that can possibly be applied going forward?
I think, there's so much preparation that can be done. The pandemic preparedness, ecosystem has to be strengthened, but also this kind of, you have to be nimble, you have to be quick, and you have to expect the unexpected and look at the data, watch the data and see where things are going and be ready to respond. And I think as a foundation, we were able to respond very quickly. And I think that's a lesson, is the ability to respond quickly, but also to build the infrastructure and to build the ecosystem.
Kate Dodson of the UN Foundation, how do you think more generally the pandemic has impacted on relationships between philanthropists and government? We've heard some interesting examples there, but broadly, what are you seeing?
Yeah, it's a great question. So I think drawing on some of what others have said, philanthropy has really filled in equity gaps where public sector dollars haven't been sufficient or haven't been fast enough, or frankly, both. And that can be, the kinds of examples that Murti gave of supporting, hospital beds and the kind of accelerated access to bed nets to N95s, or like Kyla had just mentioned in India. Humanitarian and crisis contexts are especially where the speed of philanthropy can matter relative to the speed of government funding. It sometimes doesn't make a difference in terms of scale, right? Because often government funding will crowd in eventually, but the speed factor, which I think various speakers have also highlighted, is really important in a refugee setting, a refugee camp setting, or with other kind of vulnerable and populations in crisis contexts. It also makes a difference in a really local context, local food security issues, local health issues like Belinda had highlighted on access to water and things where that, closing those equity gaps is where philanthropy can really make a difference. But I also really appreciate what others have said about policy innovation and policy change being a really important role for philanthropy. Belinda's example, I think, was a great one. Research and innovation and kind of pressing the envelope on what are the right kinds of solutions, and then researching those, documenting those, and then helping a government scale. I think that's a really important interface between philanthropy and government. But I'll also say another, civil society organizations, play a really important role in encouraging good governance and encouraging transparency and accountability. And so as others have highlighted, those are key requirements of a government to its citizens, but often it takes philanthropic push through civil society organizations in order to be able to, encourage governments to play that kind of role, to be accountable to their citizens.
Well, of course, philanthropists can take risks, can't they? That governments can't, and lead the way that way. Let's talk about the third UN Sustainable Development Goal, which is to ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all ages. In what areas do you perceive the biggest gaps to be? Where would you like to see more philanthropic money going and leading the way?
Kyla just hit on one, which is the global, preparedness ecosystem for health threats. I mentioned earlier that the world has underinvested in those kinds of capacities. And I think we're now at a shining moment where the urgency will fade over time if we don't address this issue of chronic underinvestment and health preparedness writ large, at community level, at country level, at global level. So I think that's one key aspect. But the other one that others have also hit on is, underlying SDG 3 around health and well-being is the notion of universal health coverage. It's been elusive to most governments and most communities that they don't have equitable access to quality health services that are affordable and that don't lead to financial impoverishment. 100 million people are pushed into poverty every year due to health expenses alone. And this pandemic has taught us that people don't have reliable access to quality health services, and that health services have been wildly disrupted in many contexts because of the pandemic. Kids aren't getting their basic immunization. People aren't getting access to antiretroviral therapies. Women aren't getting access to family planning. Now, there's been gains made in recent months to try to recover that. But there is an urgency now for both political will and financing to help support countries and communities achieve that goal of universal health coverage.
And is there any evidence to show that, philanthropists can show the way and then governments will follow?
I think there's plenty of evidence. We just heard that from Belinda in Indonesia. And, you think about something like digital health solutions. How can you equip frontline health workers with better tools to, diagnose, to treat, to access information in virtual consultation, to, manage supplies in their clinics. And those are places where, philanthropy has invested for the past 10 or more years as kind of some of the leading tip of the spear on digital solutions for health. But now the public sector is picking up on best practice, on innovation, and public sector is going to be necessary to scale solutions like that, right? It can't be done on the back of philanthropy alone. But I think we've shown in the digital health space that innovation can spark government change and kind of onboarding of new solutions at scale.
Now, as you discussed in your case study, there was a lot of corporate support for your Solidarity Response Fund that the UN Foundation set up for COVID-19. Do you think we're going to broadly see a shift in the sector with increased philanthropic support from corporates post-pandemic?
Well, I sure hope so. And Nina highlighted earlier that there's a spirit of collaboration among philanthropies, right? That it's not a sense of kind of territoriality or turfism, right? That philanthropy, including corporate philanthropy, can work in partnership with each other. And I hope that's an innovation that sticks and one that in fact accelerates the kind of collaborative philanthropy that Nina highlighted. But one of the things that I think, and we highlighted this a little bit in the case study that we just showed, is that corporates have a lot more to contribute than just writing a check out of their CSR budget. The Solidarity Fund created and enabled a thriving ecosystem where companies could show a lot of different assets in ways that they could help stimulate philanthropy, right? So that includes, many retail companies created point of sale arrangements where if you buy a certain gift or buy a certain thing, a percentage of the sale would go to the Solidarity Response Fund. Online gaming companies set up in-app giving opportunities. Virtual concerts were designed to help raise money. And so there were lots of innovations that corporates came up with. WeChat had this really great app option, and Facebook had a giving platform. So there were really great options all over the place that once we kind of enabled that ecosystem to thrive, it created a lot of corporate-to-corporate partnerships around that, and it created a lot of diversity and ways for giving to be stimulated.
Nina, you're the CEO of the Asian Venture Philanthropy Network. Why don't you talk us through the origins of the network and how it has grown since, and I think you became CEO in 2013.
Yes, I did, Christy. And so the AVPN actually came out of Europe. Our sister network was founded in 2005, and it was founded by an American gentleman who was inspired by venture capitalists in the United States who were looking at a new way of doing philanthropy. And he set up EVPA in 2005 and then came to Asia in 2011. It's been an interesting journey, and literally AVPN has grown very, very steeply, partly because there's been a huge generation of wealth in Asia. We have the most number of billionaires in Asia, the most number that are created year on year, but yet it's also a continent which sees more than its fair share of disasters, whether they are climate-related disasters, health-related inequalities, income-related inequalities. And this pandemic has really exacerbated that. So I think part of the thing the AVPN does is it brings unusual actors together. Both Kate and Kayla and Belinda and Tonoto Foundation is a member of ours, have all talked about collaboration. And it's actually looking at unusual allies, right? Corporates collaborating with each other, foundations, private philanthropists like Murthy collaborating with corporate foundations and with government, private philanthropists like the Tonotos collaborating with government. And what AVPN does is it brings all these different groups together to see how can you actually maximize impact. And that's what, we find that I think that there's been a much bigger awakening that you can't do this alone. The problems are just too big, at least as far as Asia is concerned, for any one individual, one foundation, or one government to actually really try and bridge that gap. And I think that's another reason why a platform like AVPN has done what it's done, because it really brings these different people together. And we saw, even with the first stage of the pandemic last year when it broke, our members in a very short period of time actually aggregated more than, I think it was about $10 billion to give towards the pandemic in Asia, largely by collaborating with each other, by setting up platforms in different countries. There was a platform called Ugnayan in the Philippines, where you had 10 corporates that came together to look at how would they feed low-income communities in Metro Manila through the series of lockdowns that are still continuing till today.
You talked earlier about the network was set up to look at new ways of philanthropy, a new approach. Could you expand a little bit on that within the current context?
No, absolutely. So, earlier on, I mentioned a collaborative pooled fund. And again, what has been interesting when people come together in pooled funds, I find that they are much more braver. If it's a corporate foundation, we have 6 in this pooled fund, when they're in their own corporate foundations, they're very much bound by what that corporate wants to do. But when they come together and pool their funds, and Kayla, the Gates Foundation is one of the foundations that has actually come in and joined the pooled fund, they are much more open to doing something more innovative. So this pooled fund is looking at healthcare recovery and is designed to give unrestricted operating expenses grants to organizations that are going to be needing it, much after the pandemic. Basically, at healthcare delivery organizations, we've all talked about the fact that public institutions are lacking, that healthcare delivery organizations are lacking. And I think by coming together in different types of innovations, we saw that in Singapore. In fact, the Community Foundation of Singapore put up a science fund, and I think they were not expecting it, but they ended up raising close to $750 million in individual donations for Singapore. So I think that has helped, really support innovations. So Singapore is actually set up a social impact bond with some of that money, looking at mental health. So there's been a lot of different things that have opened up as a result of this kind of funding coming together. Unfortunately, in a situation like this, but hopefully this will continue.
And I mean, just finally, what are the next steps for your network after the pandemic? How are you going to build on this response?
So I think, if you really look at it, we are in 2021, we have 9 years. And, the SDGs are, while some countries have done well, like Singapore, other countries in Asia are far behind. And the pandemic has pushed it even farther behind in terms of how we are going to reach here by 2030. So we actually have a very ambitious plan. It's our 10th year. It's, how do we look at this as Asia's decade? How do we look at this as Asia's decade to build back more inclusively, in a more equitable fashion, to make sure that no one gets left behind, to make sure we have adequate healthcare, adequate education, clean drinking water, equal opportunities for women. The list is endless. But we need to focus on collaboration. We need to focus on how we come together. And most importantly, for us here in Asia especially, we need to focus on how we work with government. Because as Melinda said, we can't scale if we don't work with government. We have some of the most populous countries in the world in our continent. So whether it be Indonesia, whether it be India, whether it be Philippines, unless we work with government, we are not going to be able to make a dent. So that's the intention of the network, is to keep trying to bring different actors together and push out innovative solutions that people can come together on.
Melody Song, what research into giving and the pandemic would you like to see in future? And what do we need to know in our approach to future disasters, for instance?
So I think this has been a really wonderful and lively conversation, and it also bringing back the learning from previous sessions for me is the interconnectedness between all of us, like environment, how it's connected into the health crisis, and how the health crisis also highlighted inequality around the world. So I really want to see some of that interconnectedness to be examined a little bit more, as well as, like everyone was saying, the collaborations amongst people. This is a unique challenge that everyone faces, and how are we documenting and study and make things better in the future? And definitely a call to research for that, and also how to fix the problems and gaps that have been identified through this crisis.
Now we've got 5 minutes of our panel left, and so I'd like to sort of scoot round all of you for some sort of final points that you feel that you haven't been able to make, and now is your opportunity. Mercy, starting with you, have you got a final point on this issue of health and philanthropy, message to get out?
Well, I would once again come back to my earlier point, and that is we have to get to a management mindset. Management is all about good forecasting. It is about open-mindedness. It's about new ideas. It's about good feedback. It's about citizen focus or customer focus, in this case, citizen focus. It is about transparency. It is about accountability. It is about doing what if and scenario analysis. It is about speed of decision-making. In other words, it's about benchmarking ourselves with the best in the world, to learn from other people who are better than us. I I personally feel that if the countries that have been in a very big way, countries that have suffered a lot, if they were to think very carefully and learn from countries like Singapore. I mean, Singapore has done a great job in transforming itself from an administrative mindset to a management mindset. I personally feel that we would be in a position to avoid the next disaster.
And you mentioned Singapore. That's, I mean, you're referring to the matched funding, which has been very successful, amongst other things.
Sorry, say it again.
I said Singapore has matched funding, doesn't it, between government and philanthropy? Is that what you're referring to?
No, I think funding is not a big issue certainly in India, because as I pointed out to you earlier, 2% of the net income, net profit of every corporation has to be dedicated to corporate social responsibility. Funding is not our biggest problem. Our biggest problem is good governance. Our biggest problem is moving to a management mindset. Our biggest problem is speed of decision making. Our biggest problem is listening to experts. Our biggest problem is being open-minded to learn from other cultures, other countries that are better than us.
Okay. So Murty, we've got a couple of minutes left, so I just want to bring in the others. Belinda, in a minute, have you got a final message out there for other philanthropists?
Sure. I think for me, in addition to additional funding for healthcare, for sure, I think how do we enable and showcase innovation? I think that's really important, right? Because even additional funding, because the needs are so vast, and we have so much to cover. How do we really enable that innovation to thrive? And we're only at the beginning, we're only at the beginning with the digitalization and everything that's happening. So how do we harness that energy to really? And I think going back to what Kate was saying, or Kayla was saying, I think foundations are really able to move more faster and more nimble in innovating for the government, and then sort of sharing those solutions with the government. I think the foundations really have to step up on their innovation and thinking about the future and how to build back in a newer way.
Yes. I'm afraid we've run out of time, actually, so I can't come round to all of you, but I'd just like to say thank you so much for all your time and consideration. That was a fascinating conversation with lots of insights, and I'm sure for many people watching, it'll be one of the first times they've been able to actually kind of hear and reflect on the role of philanthropy and how philanthropists have stepped up in this current crisis, and indeed the organizations they support. Where we will shortly be joined by Jeff Holt, MBE, chair of the Philanthropy Award judging panel and a former recipient. He's going to present this year's Talking Philanthropy Award winners, which is always a nice moment. But for that, prior to today, I had a really good opportunity to sit down with the Dean of the Yong-Lu Lin School of Medicine at the National University of Singapore for a really intriguing conversation about the role of philanthropy in health and medical research. So that is coming up next. Thank you to all of you.
Thank you.
Hello and good day. I'm delighted to welcome Professor Yap Seng Chong to Talking Philanthropy. Professor Chong is the Dean of the School of Medicine at the University of Singapore, and we're delighted to have him with us today. Professor Chong, let me begin by asking you what role philanthropy plays at your School of Medicine.
Good day, Kirsty. Thank you for that question. Philanthropy is central to the Yong-Lu Lin School of Medicine. So our school was founded in 1905, so 116 years ago. And at that time, Singapore, of course, was a British colony, and there were no medical facilities for the local population. Most of it was provided for the British and the British Army. So in 1904, a local Chinese businessman called Tan Jiak Kim lobbied the colonial government to start a medical school. And the government said, okay, we will do it if you raise 87,000 pounds or dollars, I can't remember exactly. And that was a lot of money in those days. So, and he rallied the local business community. And within 3 months, they exceeded the funds, the amount that was raised, and basically that led to the founding of our medical school. It went through a series of name changes and finally sort of settled as the Faculty of Medicine, National University of Singapore. And then again in 2005, another donor came in and made a big gift of 100 million Singapore dollars this time in 2005. And that's why the name of the school was changed to the Yong Lu Lin School of Medicine, because the gift was from the Yong Lu Lin Trust. So philanthropy has had a major role in the naming of the school and in the funding of the school. So the first major gift led to the founding of the school. The second major gift enabled us to take a big leap in terms of our ambitions and our abilities with new buildings and new facilities.
Well, actually, that was going to lead on to my next question about where the money goes, and you've partly answered it. But I mean, how much of the money goes into research, for instance, philanthropic money? Okay, so in general, about 60% of the money from donations goes into research. And this could be, you know, quite traditionally where a grateful patient, for example, gives money for a particular cause, like, or a very popular cause would be like children's cancer, for example, right? But in recent years, we've had more and more big gifts going towards a particular area. So last year, for example, we received a very generous gift of $30 million to give children the best start to life. And I'm talking about helping them, you know, be born in the optimal condition, to have the early childhood development optimized, so that they can become the, you know, sort of the most productive people that they can be. So more and more of these gifts are coming up. But interestingly, I was looking through the records. In 1956, the Rockefeller Foundation actually made 2 gifts to the school. And one of them was for research in viral diseases, which of course is very current at the moment. But back in 1956, right, the Rockefeller Foundation made a generous gift of, I think, almost $250,000 US dollars to the school. So would you say there's actually quite a long history in Asia of giving towards medical research, or is it something that we're seeing that's very much now on the increase?
I think in Asia, there's always been a great value placed on education. So a lot of the early gifts, traditional ones, have always been towards education. And in Singapore, where the government, you know, very generously funds the universities, there's always a perception that maybe research should be funded by the government, and the public will give towards education instead. But I think that is changing quite nicely. So as I mentioned, in recent years, we're getting more and more interest in particular areas of research. So and I think that is a trend that we really, really welcome.
I was going to ask you next, where does most of the philanthropic support come from? You mentioned former patients, but where else?
Well, I think the majority of donations and gifts come from large foundations, large family foundations. You know, so these were usually set up by pioneers in Singapore. So famous foundations like the Lee Foundation, Shaw Foundation, and of course, I mentioned the Yong Lu Lin Trust, for example. So these are the ones that usually provide a majority of the large gifts. The grateful patients usually a smaller proportion of the gifts, and of course we have alumni of the school who also give. But again, this is something that is still relatively small, and we are hoping to grow that by, you know, improving alumni relations and, you know, giving them better reasons to support the school.
And how has the School of Medicine supported the Singaporean government in the response to the pandemic? And to what extent has that response been enabled by philanthropy?
Okay, so I think the school has played a major role in a response to COVID-19. So obviously our staff, a lot of our faculty are staff in the hospital, the National University Hospital, and they take care of the COVID-19 patients, both in the intensive care units as well as the isolation wards. Our staff have also volunteered to go out to places where they're needed. So for example, in Singapore, we had a major outbreak in the migrant worker dormitories, and 500 of our hospital staff went out there to man stations in the dormitories to take care of the workers. Then we also have a BSL3 or Biosafety Level 3 laboratory, which is able to handle the coronavirus safely. And that has also provided services to the government to help deal with this virus. And on top of that, we have been very involved in educating the public. So we created two major initiatives. One was a cartoon series called the COVID-19 Chronicles. If you Google that, you will find that cartoon series. And that was designed as a public health education because one of our faculty members, Professor Dale Fisher, is actually chair of the Global Outbreak Alert and Response Network of the WHO. And so he was able to provide very authoritative advice through the cartoons. And we purposely used the cartoon because it was accessible and fun, and at the same time, we made sure it was accurate. Then we also launched a webinar series called COVID-19 Updates from Singapore that ran on a weekly basis, and that provided weekly epidemiological and updates, as well as speakers from all around the world, including the Director General of the WHO. So that went for many 24 weeks, and I think it provided a lot of information to a lot of people around the world, not just Singapore. And of course, finally, our researchers published over 300 articles on COVID-19 in the past year, and have been developing their own vaccines and monoclonal antibodies and prophylactic treatments for COVID-19. So yes, I think the school has participated quite a lot in our response to COVID-19.
I mean, it sounds like you've got great support from the Singaporean government, but do you think we'll see greater government support more generally, particularly within Asia, for philanthropy post the pandemic?
Yes, I think so. So during the COVID-19 year, the Singapore government came up with several budgets. Usually it's just one budget a year, but they actually came up with a few budgets incrementally to support Singaporeans and Singapore businesses and economy. And I think one of the things they are doing now is to basically match or boost donations to social services because they understand that gifts will probably drop because of the economy, and they're going to enhance any gifts by matching it further. So I think the government is really doing their best to help the economy and the people of Singapore.
Now, the third UN Sustainable Development Goal is to ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all ages. To what extent is research at the medical school connected to that development goal?
Well, the vision for the school is inspiring health for all. So we're very focused not on diseases alone, but also health. To that extent, we have 9 research programs in the school, and 2 of them are very health focused. One is on human potential, which means basically to help individuals get the best start to life and to develop optimally. So we're looking at the effects of stress or distress in expectant mothers and the effects on a baby. We're looking at the early childhood environment, nutrition, health, stimulation for the child, so that they, to basically help them avoid learning issues, and then to see again, what health, what sort of eating behaviors would prevent childhood obesity and things like that. So we are doing that and going into adolescence and adulthood. And then we have another program called Healthy Longevity, which the main aim of that program is to extend the healthy lifespan of individuals, by as much as they can. So our big aim is to sort of extend healthy lifespan by another 5 years. So in Singapore, we have found the longest life expectancies at birth, around like 83, 84 years of life. But the healthy lifespan is about 74. So there's a 10-year gap. And we hope to maybe reduce that gap by 2-3 years and eventually 5 years. And that's our focus on health.
We've seen medical researchers all over the world really pull together in the past 12 months to battle the COVID-19 epidemic with fantastic results. But what research do you think is needed to prepare and respond to future health crises and indeed, for future pandemics?
That's a good question. So obviously, I think governments around the world are now going to pay a lot more attention to pandemic preparedness and also vaccine responses, being able to pivot and respond to any emerging infectious disease and to produce vaccines to prevent the disease. So certainly, I think vaccine research is one major area, but I think also boosting the epidemiological aspects of controlling epidemics. So contact tracing, quarantines, and enhancing safe measures, protective equipment. So I think those are things that are not so, I would say, interesting to a researcher traditionally, but I think that have obviously become very important with this experience of COVID-19. So, and of course, the usual traditional areas in infectious diseases, including the immune response and things like that. So, I think pandemic preparedness, and one more thing, I think coordination between agencies is something very important, data sharing and coordination. So I think these are all things that we have to enhance to be prepared for the next big epidemic.
What future health crises keep you awake at night? What worries you the most? I don't know. Is it antibiotic resistance? Is it future pandemics? What are you most worried about when you get your crystal ball out?
Well, unfortunately, I'm not a worrier and I sleep very well most nights. So I'm fortunate that way. But yeah, all those things. I mean, obviously, antimicrobial resistance is very important. And I think the Wellcome Trust is actually sponsoring a network in Asia to look at that in particular. But I think in Singapore, the one condition we are most worried about is aging of the population. So like many Asian megacities, Singapore's fertility rate has dropped quite a lot. And as a result, the population is aging very fast. So at the moment, Singapore has 5 young people supporting every person over the age of 65. But in 10 years' time, there will only be 2 for every person over the age of 65. So it's a very fast change in the demographics. And that's what I think worries most people, most health authorities in Singapore. How are we going to take care of all these older people? And it's not just the healthcare authorities, but the economists as well. Who's going to provide a workforce? Who's going to be, doing the work, and who's going to pay for all the care that needs to be given? So I think this is probably the biggest issue I would worry about at this point in time. Aging.
And just finally, would you like to see more research done into philanthropy itself, into what makes people give, where the money goes, the impact, and so on?
Yes, I would. I think, our medical students and nursing students this year are all, I would call them post-millennials. I mean, there are people born around the year 2000 and beyond. So they are very different. And my staff, a lot of them are millennials. So, they think very differently from me. So what would incentivize them to give? Or, what would interest them in terms of donations? I think it's very different from my generation. So it'll be useful to know more about, what purposes would most speak to this newer generations. So I think in particular we should look at that. So obviously there are some trends like eco philanthropy and so forth. So I think we should spend some time studying that.
It's interesting what you say about the new generation. I mean, would you say they've got more of a social conscience, that generation?
Oh, definitely. So I think people my generation are still fairly materialistic, right? So in Singapore we say the 5 C's, car, cash, car, condominium, credit card, and country club, for example, right? So my children don't really worry about those things. So if you want to give them a nice designer handbag, they will sort of like, oh, no thanks. People my generation don't carry that kind of stuff, right? So I think they have a different values from us, and they value different things. Certainly their social consciousness is much more developed at their age than it was when I was their age, right? So I think they're different, and we have to be very aware of that in the way we teach them, what kind of jobs we offer them, and how we're going to get them to participate in social enterprises.
Well, that gives us all hope for the future, doesn't it? That generation.
Very much so.
Professor Chong, thank you very much for talking to us at Talking Philanthropy today.
Thank you. It was great talking to you, Kirsty.
So welcome back, Jeff Holt. This is the final hurdle of the Talking Philanthropy hurdle race. It's been a long day, a fascinating day. But Jeff Holt, you were our first ever recipient of the Philanthropy Award, and we're delighted you've joined us today to make some incredible announcements. Jeff, you're a remarkable individual in your own right, but I think your philanthropy has possibly grown since the award, with what you've done with Wet Wheels globally and within the UK. But Jeff, over to you. Tell us a bit about the chairmanship of the committee that you chaired to judge this and what the considerations were.
Yeah, thank you, Ben. So firstly, I'm obviously greatly honoured to have been the first recipient of the award, and even more so to be asked to chair this year's lifetime contribution to philanthropy. I had an excellent committee of judges with me. I would just like to explain what the award represents. The Lifetime Contribution to Philanthropy Award recognises outstanding action and leadership in philanthropy by an individual who has shown courage, creativity, and innovation through acts of philanthropy. The winner of the Lifetime Contribution to Philanthropy Award will have demonstrated a sustained commitment and contribution to philanthropy. The individual's actions, leadership, and generosity have impacted others across the world, changing lives for the good and inspiring others to do the same. I should say that this was genuinely an extremely difficult decision for the judges to make, with so many amazing applicants globally. However, I should say that it was a unanimous decision. This winner stood out for their leadership, their creativity, their innovation, and their courage. And I would like to say congratulations to our winner, Fran Perrin, OBE, who is joining us here today to receive the award. Congratulations, Fran. Just before I ask Fran to say a few words, I would just like to give a bit of background as to what the judges particularly had to say about Fran. Fran Perrin, OBE, is co-founder and chair of 360 Giving and founder and director of the Indigo Trust. She is a board member of New Philanthropy Capital and the Sainsbury's Archive. In 1999, Fran established her own philanthropic foundation, the Indigo Trust. The trust has given over £16 million to different causes, and the trust focuses on visual impairment, access to justice in sub-Saharan Africa and the UK, and better grant making. Fran is the co-founder of the charity 360 Giving, a charity which helps organisations openly publish grants data and helps people use it to improve charitable giving. To date, over £100 billion worth of grants data can be explored for free using the GrantNav platform on 360 giving. So I'm absolutely delighted to award the Global Philanthropic Lifetime Award to Fran Perrin.
Thank you so much, Jeff. It is a real honour to receive this award. I'm very touched and surprised and feel that I'm following in great footsteps. It's very meaningful to me this year of all years, because I think that philanthropists have faced challenges and opportunities in this last year. Philanthropy has never been more needed, and I would like all philanthropists and those in a position to give to step up, to give what they can, to give more than they ever can. It's a world where we have long-standing challenges of inequality, of poverty, of access to health or education. And now we're facing a global pandemic where it affects all corners of the earth, but with the hardest happening to the most vulnerable. And to those who can give, I would say it's the most rewarding thing you can do. And if you can apply the talents that you use to build wealth, apply those talents to solving some of the world's hardest problems, it will be possibly the greatest achievements of your life. I want philanthropy to be the best it can. There is more and more focus on the inequality between those who have and those who haven't, and I feel that the ability to give comes with moral responsibility. I'd like people to step up and to solve those challenges that we all face. During this last year, I've been lucky enough to work on getting grants to those affected by COVID. And all around the world, whether you're in the global south, here in the UK, the US, there are charities who've been working in communities for decades, and they're hit by a double whammy where need is skyrocketing, but it's harder than ever for them to raise income. I want to help those charities work with the most vulnerable and have the most impact. So through my own foundation, the Indigo Trust, we've given 250% of our normal annual budget, trying to get money out of the door as quickly as we can to help those charities. And we've given to those serving direct need, the Trussell Trust, who've done an amazing work in the last year with food banks, getting it to people in dire need, worked with domestic violence charities to help those who are potentially locked in at home with abusers, and to really reach out to some of the charities representing communities of colour who are being listened to after a long time when they should have been heard before, but have been historically underfunded. We see the impact of COVID through the global south, where health systems may have been underinvested in, but there are community charities, national charities who are ready to take on the challenge, but we need to help them and listen to their voices. Philanthropy at its best, I think, is often about stepping back and listening to people who already know what the answer is. They just need the backing to do it. They need innovation, they need support, and they need us to be there for them right now. Whenever I've worked in sub-Saharan Africa, I've been struck by the ingenuity of people who are passionate about making change. As a philanthropist, it's not me making a difference, it's me enabling others to change their own lives. And I hope that that's something everyone feels they can get involved in. My work on 360 Giving is simply saying, let's modernize philanthropy, bring it into the 21st century, and make it as powerful and as efficient and as with as much impact as we possibly can. And I'm delighted that so many people have followed me on that journey. So I feel the real win is for the charities that I've been lucky enough to support, but I'm honoured to accept this award on their behalf. Thank you.
Fran, can I just say, anyone who's just heard you speak then will understand why you were the unanimous winner. So congratulations again. And
congratulations.
And I know I can't wait for us to meet up and hand you this wonderful award, which is you need a weightlifting certificate for to present it to you in person. Congratulations, Fran.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Fran. Thank you for joining with us and sharing that. Wonderful. That was phenomenal, Jeff. Now to our next task, which is the new award that we've created, which is to honour young leadership. Perhaps you tell us a little bit more about the process of judging that award.
Yes, so the new award for this year, the Outstanding Young Leader in Philanthropy Award, is an award we decided to create to recognise the importance of youth in philanthropy. They are the next generation after all. And so the Outstanding Young Leader in Philanthropy Award was created to recognise a young individual who is making significant contributions to the philanthropic sector and whose inspirational action has motivated young people to become involved in philanthropic activity. Now, once again, I must say this was an incredibly difficult job for our judges. We had some genuinely quite remarkable applicants this year, so much so that we got down to the final two and we could not distinguish between them. They were both exceptional candidates. So I'm delighted to say that one of those candidates is Dexter Yang. Dexter's from the Philippines. Dexter is founder and executive director of GoodGov PH, which is a national youth-led movement for good governance in the Philippines. And I'm absolutely delighted to say that Dexter is here today to accept his award.
Congratulations, Dexter.
Congratulations, Dexter. That was, it's great to see you. And I'll just reiterate what I said. It was a desperately difficult decision, but your achievements were absolutely astonishing. And we are absolutely delighted that you're able to be here to join us today to receive your award, which is one of these magnificent glass trophies, which will be on its way to you shortly.
Hello. Hi. Good afternoon to everyone. Sorry, I lost my. Do I just speak afterwards or?
Yeah. So joys of technology. Congratulations, Dexter. You're dialing in from the Philippines. Is that right?
Yeah. I'm here in the Philippines, in the province of Laguna, and I think I would like to extend my gratitude to Global Philanthropic for this opportunity. This is a huge honor that I share with GoodGov PH and together with thousands of fellow youth leaders who have stepped up in the Philippines and around Asia during this time of crisis. And I guess I don't really know what to say, but I guess this is more of a testament of how our youth leaders today are stepping up, especially at times of crisis. And this is the opportunity for all of us really to be more selfless, to extend our creativity, our talents in order to help, especially those people who are less fortunate, especially those who are most affected by the problems that are facing our society. So I guess I'm really thankful on behalf of everyone I've been working with. We are thankful for this recognition, and it will only motivate us to continue extending ourselves for greater service of not just our country, but of course for our fellow people around the world. So thank you very much for this humbling opportunity.
Beautifully put, Dexter. Congratulations.
You are a genuine role model, and I know that we'll be hearing your name much more over the years to come. So many congratulations.
So Jeff, on to the second award. Maybe you could tell us a little bit more about that.
Yes, indeed. So on to our second Outstanding Young Leader in Philanthropy Award. And just as a reminder, this award acknowledges outstanding young leader in philanthropy and is being created to recognise an individual who's making a significant contribution to the sector. And no one could perhaps fit that bill better than our second award winner. And that person is Marcus Rashford, MBE. I'm absolutely delighted that Marcus was our second winner. I think we all know that Marcus is a passionate campaigner against child poverty and hunger. He's also an ambassador for the charity Fair Share UK. And I'm absolutely delighted that we have with us today James Persad and Simon Thompson from Fair Share UK to receive the award on behalf of Marcus. Congratulations, and lovely to see you both.
Thank you very much, Jeff.
Congratulations. Maybe you could tell us a little bit more, because I believe you nominated Marcus, so maybe you could tell us a bit more about why you nominated him and what work he's done with you.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Ben and Pam. Absolutely thrilled and delighted to accept this award on behalf of Marcus Rashford, MBE. He has been a true champion of children, vulnerable children, all across the UK for well over a year now. And when he came to FareShare in March 2020, little did we know how important his work was going to be to the nation's children, and how galvanizing it would be for the nation at a time when we really needed it. So we are thrilled that Marcus has been acknowledged in this way, and delighted to pick up that award for him. His work has resulted in over 21 million meals being redistributed to children through FareShare, and over £400 million being distributed by government to local authorities, and through the Healthy Start vouchers and through holiday funding for clubs and activities to help children that would normally get a free school meal to get access to food and activities throughout the holidays. So incredible work, and we look forward to working with him much more in the future. He won't stop until the problem is solved.
One of the recipients categories that we were looking at was leadership and courage as well. And I remember you saying when we spoke that this was something that was very significant and well in terms of leadership you gave your charity.
Yeah, I think. Sorry, James, go on.
No, go on, Simon.
I was going to say, I think, Ben, what stands out for Marcus is that, don't forget, he's a Premier League footballer. He's playing under contract to a top team. He's playing for England, and he stuck his neck out at that time for an issue that he passionately cared about and wanted to see a difference being made for children that he knew would be suffering like he did as a youngster and at risk. And that's why I think he did show real courage and leadership, because it could have been going a very difficult way for him. He could have had difficulties with his club, with the English national team. It could have been so different, but he was determined to stick his neck out and to do whatever he could to change the plight of young children.
And I think this is something that the judges recognised when we were deliberating. That took a huge amount of courage to do that, particularly, as you say, because of his public profile, but also I think it resonated and connected with the public, and they saw that he was a young man using his profile to make a change for good, and that was one of the reasons why we were so pleased that Marcus was one of the recipients. I'm also delighted that that you guys at FareShare put his name forward, and we hope sincerely that helps you guys and your charity continue to do the amazing work you do.
Thank you very much. And again, congratulations. I hope it can be passed on. It's a really wonderful moment. And for young people to see that recognition, I think is also so important in these current times. So thank you so much for joining us. And thank you, Jeff, as well, for all your chairmanship and wisdom.
We have a magnificent...
There we are. It's one of those. It's not a light thing to send through the post, but we will send one.
By daily physiotherapy, we have one for Marcus.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeff.
So that concludes the awards for this year. I would like to thank everybody who nominated, and I'd particularly like to thank and congratulate our very worthy winners, who I'm sure you will agree are truly inspirational. Thank you.
Well, it really is wonderful to hear about the awards and hear from this year's winners and from one of the charities that they have supported. Very exciting news. My name is Ian Rawlinson. I'm chair of Global Philanthropic, and I'm delighted now to be joined in conversation about some of the major themes from today by Jean Sung, head of the Philanthropy Centre, JP Morgan Private Bank in Asia Pacific, which itself has a long track record of philanthropy. What's become clear during the day is how the pandemic has changed the world and how it's already shaping our thinking about philanthropy and philanthropy ecosystems for the future. And as we've heard, corporate philanthropy has played an important role. Jean, can I first ask you, Do you think the aftermath of the pandemic will change how corporates and individuals support philanthropy?
Well, first of all, thank you, Ian. Thank you, Ben, for inviting me to Talking Philanthropy here in Singapore. I have to add that you have hosted a great day with speakers on innovation, courage, and commitment to make a difference to others. And good evening, good morning, everyone, sponsors, speakers, guests, and attendees. Corporate philanthropy is an expression of the company's values from top down. Personally, companies are people. People make choices. Choices that are we rather than me. Doing well and doing good goes hand in hand. 2020 have shown us that we are thrown in together regardless of who we are. Businesses, corporations, boards, management, we are all adopting a more empathetic behavior. We understand that in order for us to reduce risk, increase resiliency, we must and we have to work together. During the pandemic, we have seen so many changes in companies, in people that are no longer reactive, but we are proactive to help each other. For example, masks, sanitation resources, goods and services that are delivered to neighborhoods, to marginalized communities. Regardless of distancing, folks with masks are delivering foods to marginalized communities. We have also seen changing work patterns. We work from home. Companies are concerned with workforce well-being. Our health and safety becomes part of our policies and conversations. Never in our history have we been more aware with the notion of collective impact, delivering solutions rather than spreading negativity. The pandemic has built a foundation for corporations to be involved in philanthropy, to step up and help solve pressing challenges around the world. Business and philanthropic investments that not only help communities, it also spreads to those we are in contact with, our consumers, our clients, our employees, from programs that include community development to careers and skills, job mobility, business growth, and our entrepreneurship. We use the terms diversity and inclusion very often, but I feel that this also applies to an inclusive economy, an economy that is fair and works for everyone, especially those who have been underserved for decades. When there is equal access to opportunity, it leads to a stronger and a more resilient economy. When we also use the term and engage in our CR, or corporate responsibility, we are also helping build an inclusive global economy that works for everyone. Now more than ever, consumers vote with their conscience and their sense of value. They look beyond goods and services, but the values of the company and what that business stands for when they make their next purchase. What they buy becomes an expression and representation of themselves, their taste, their preference, and more profoundly, their values. Due to consumer pressure, businesses are demanded to step up their game. We've heard that earlier. Corporate responsibility is no longer an afterthought. The corporate social values become a powerful messaging. Employees exert the same pressure. They look beyond the monthly paycheck, but to the heart of their employers. Again, it's an extension of values and choices. We are in an era of great challenges, many of which may stay like the pandemic, but it presents us with unprecedented opportunities to rethink our modus operandi. Time to think outside the box and create a truly sustainable ecosystem. We need to adapt to survive. The commitment of giving back, build back better, has been reflected on how we do business every day. Boardroom conversations have evolved, such as ESG compliance, and these principles have developed with purpose and intent. Churlishly, I add that long-term business successes for corporations depends on the success of our people, our customers, our communities, our employees, in our own backyard, in the region, and across the globe. What I've also seen is people from all over the world, increased communications, singing from balconies, on Facebook. We improved our connectivity via Zoom, webinars, webcasts. We're doing one right now, right, Ian? We did not travel to other geographies, but we explore our own backyard. Things we took for granted became important. Education, online learning, has reimagined to reach children in urban and rural areas. Addressing challenges is the norm. If we don't, shame on us, and we'll never pass the finishing line.
And thank you for those thoughts. And then a follow-on question, reflecting where you are and where a lot of our conversation has taken place today. How do you think corporate philanthropy in Asia differs in terms of mission and mandate?
Very interesting question, Ian. I think we should recognize that 80% of our businesses are owned by individuals or families. As Asian patriarchs, matriarchs, pass the baton on to the next generation, generation 2, or even generation 3, they don't necessarily work on historical gifts, loyalty to our native province, but to the future. They support businesses that are more aware for profit and purpose, to build rather than retaining the status quo. Younger donors are more interested in blending philanthropy with impact investing. Yes, some of them have inherited, some of them have also made their own wealth from their own entrepreneurism. We also see a surge with women in philanthropy. They are looking at women issues, looking to uplift girls and women in education, in social entrepreneurism, to ensure transparency in the functioning of charity and philanthropic institutions. Women donors are opening the door for all girls to unleash their boundless potential and to make a positive, lasting impact wherever they go. By providing girls with education access, something I personally believe in, tech skills and mindset, and the inspiration, and to lead with confidence, women donors are equipping girls to make their own decisions, empowering girls to become future leaders. Their philanthropy seems to be shifting away from something that perhaps we do when we retire or when you have wealth. They are doing it to reflect their own values and behavior, their journeys from their knowledge. They are eager to build and to share their network of friends and families. They are innovative, thinking of blending their donations as community investments.
So going on from there then, Jean, thank you. And then a final sort of important theme, how do you think governments can support and encourage corporate philanthropy in Asia?
Well, let's talk about that. Whilst we may have public sector in the audience, private sector, as we all agree, is much more nimble, flexible, checks and balances. We engage with the public sector and they can demonstrate achievements that can be scaled. Government is the only place that can add scale. Private and public partnerships can increase transparency and adoption. From the philanthropic ecosystem to work, it needs to be trusted. And I've heard that word several times this morning. Increasing trust between funders and social system will boost the philanthropic ecosystem. Let me just finish by saying that we have to ask the right conscious questions if we are to make progress. We need to call things out. Many social issues have been in existence for decades. Maybe we've been turning a blind eye for too long. We can't stay silent and keep turning blind eyes to problems also in our own backyard. In the age of social networks, internet, philanthropists, and funders are exposed to so much information, but they also, at the same time, have responsibility to their own companies, to their employees. Necessity is important for the social sector to step up also with evidence-based solutions, programs and services that can reach beneficiaries, recipients, help them to be independent, help them to look after themselves, their families, help them to attain jobs so that we can turn the pyramid. We can write policies, missions, mandates, but the true test is in our own governance, our own compliance. 己所不欲，勿施於人. I think our Chinese audience will get this. It's a Chinese saying, what you do not want done to yourself, you do not do unto others. So ultimately, it is the respect and harmony of self and community, the conscious conscience that will drive change, equitable, positive change. We need to become do tanks and not just think tanks. I think the time is up, Ian. Thank you so much.
So it's been a real pleasure. Thank you very much for sharing those thoughts with us with such clarity and joining us today on Talking Philanthropy. So thank you very much indeed. Now I'm going to hand back to Kirsty for the final session.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Yes, this is the final session of the day. I hope you've all enjoyed it, and we're just going to use these final few minutes to reflect on what we've heard and learned. I'm joined now for those final reflections by Ben Morton-Wright, founder and group CEO of Global Philanthropic, and our wonderful co-hosts, Claire Woodcraft, Executive Director for the Centre for Strategic Philanthropy at the Cambridge Judge Business School, and Professor Danny Kuan, Dean of the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy. Welcome to all of you. Ben, let me come to you first. Talking Philanthropy has come a long way since conception, I think 6 years ago, when you hosted the first event in your living room at home. I mean, it's grown hugely since then, and that's a real tribute to you and your team. How do you see it going forward? What's the future for Talking Philanthropy?
Thanks, Kirsty. I think the real tribute is the people that spoke today, because the richness, the diversity, the time that people gave, the incredible content that we've seen today. I mean, my mind is just buzzing. So I really think it's thanks to them. I think in terms of where this could go, I mean, we never believed when we were going to talk about this that we would have such a huge online presence, that we'd have to do this out of necessity. And it's forced us to do things differently. Of course, what we would have loved to have had, and was the original idea until a few months ago, was to actually have an audience live in Cambridge of some Cambridge students, and so an audience live in NUS, our joint academic institutions. And we would have loved to have had that input, because I think the next generation is so important. So maybe for the next one, we'll actually have that live participation as well as the online. We learned a lot today, but I think the thanks is to everyone that's participated. It's been absolutely incredible, the richness of the materials that we've managed to bring together in this partnership.
Well, let's get our take-home messages from today's discussion. Claire, what will you take away from today?
Thanks, Kirsty. Yeah, just to reiterate Ben's comments, that thanks to all of you for our partners and the participants. I do also think it was a hugely rich discussion. And despite the fact that we weren't there in person, I think it teaches us all about the power of digitization and that you can connect digitally, even in the circumstances where you can't do it in person. So I think a lot of lessons for us, because we're a new center, we want to connect to Asian philanthropists. And of course, we can't be in all places at all times. So I think the power of digital to take us across such a vast region is actually very inspiring. And I think the conversations today have really helped us identify who are the leaders, who are the story makers in Asia, in philanthropy. And it's been hugely rewarding from that perspective. And thanks to all of you that participated. For me, there's three core takeaways, which I think are both takeaways and a shout out to Danny and our other academic partners. Of these are areas that we would like to explore further with Asian academic partners. So we would welcome connection with people following the event. I really hope that today's event is just the beginning and a lot of this content will be shared further. But so those three areas where I think this is based on the conversations, but also the research that was shared. First of all, governments, we are still struggling to regulate this sector. We know there is massive growth in philanthropy, not just in Asia, but beyond. And yet we still hear about how the regulatory framework sometimes is not only not conducive, but actually blocks philanthropic capital coming to market, which when we have a $2.5 trillion SDG funding gap is just not acceptable. So we need to help governments, work with them, help them understand the potential of these partnerships. As we heard from multiple organizations, YTL, Tonoto, about how they, through the pandemic, have built these amazing collaborative relationships. Let's keep those going, but let's help governments understand. So I think we need more information, more research on that, how to best regulate and provide conducive environments for philanthropy. The second point is infrastructure. So we hear that more and more beyond just the programs. We often focus in philanthropy, what's the end program? But we've heard it today, and we found it in our work that the infrastructure is so important. And as we move forward, how we help this sector become more resilient will be even more critical. So I think that's also an area for research. I think there's very little research on infrastructure and philanthropy. And again, we'd love to partner on that. And on that piece around local solidarity, I really think we heard that a lot today. So really looking at local communities. And the third area where we would love to partner more, which builds on our point earlier about the importance of unrestricted core funding, is this trust piece. So we keep hearing that sometimes donors don't trust the third sector, governments don't trust, and yet the third sector is all about doing good things and creating a public good at scale. So we have something strange going on here. So there's a third sector that is mobilizing massive resources to help address some of the world's most pressing challenges, and we don't trust those people. So I think we need research therein to find out how can we improve governance in the sector so that we can build trust. And then finally, my last 2 points is one, I think it was just so powerful to hear about these local stories. You mentioned that point, Kirsty, but really getting stories about innovation, resilience, community, solidarity. It's something we have built into our executive education program, which we want to be practical and applicable for Asian practitioners. We have Tonoto Foundation case study in our first program running from the 1st to the 4th of June, but we would welcome more Asian philanthropists to do more case studies with us so we make our executive education applicable to Asia. And just a final plug for our own seminar, Shift the Power series. On the 17th of June, we're going to start a series of seminars talking to philanthropists in Asia and beyond about how we maintain this positive dynamic of a more equitable power relationship between donors and grantees. And finally, a huge thank you to everybody who's made this so successful.
Thank you, Claire. And anybody listening there who wants to partner with Claire, do get in touch with the Centre for Strategic Philanthropy at Cambridge Judge Business School, because I'm sure there's lots of more interesting research that can come out of this. And let's build on the momentum for today. Danny Kuan, your takeaways from today's discussion.
Thank you, Kirsty. I mean, echoing what the two speakers, the other two panelists already said, it has been a long day, but what a rich set of ideas, findings, and discussions we've enjoyed. So my large takeaway actually echoes very much what Claire just said, but maybe formulated slightly differently. So I went into this and I've come away from it with one large question and now a bunch of answers to it. That large question: philanthropy wants to change the world for the better. Why is that so hard? Why is it so difficult to do that? Now, of course, not all philanthropy is hard. I mean, the UN Foundation case study we saw in the COVID-19 Solidarity Response Fund made very clear. When there's a single clear goal, there's an immediacy. And transactions, even very micro transactions, are made convenient. It will happen. It'll happen very quickly. But more generally, part of it is that there's no necessary consensus that someone can simply sign up to. You know, we can all agree global public goods need greater support. But where's the sign up sheet for that? Where's the Google Docs document that I put my name to help on that? So I have started thinking about this over the course of this afternoon or today to try and compare the philanthropy challenge that we face with a markets transactions model. This isn't about consumption. This isn't where a philanthropist walks into a store, points to a pizza and says, I want that pizza, here's my money. It's not. It's about an investment relationship. It's about trying to build ideas so that we understand where it is that we're going to be doing. Investing is, well, it's hard work. In finance or in personal life, when you do investing, you look at histories of who you're transacting with. Companies spring up to provide you more information. There are risk analytics. There's all kinds of strategic consultancies. And it seems to me that's a very valuable ecosystem that helps in financial investing. That's an ecosystem that we need to build for philanthropy. Part of that is already there. Jameel Poverty Action Lab that one of your presenters talked about is like a management fund. It takes your ideas and it puts it to use. We also have Tiltify.com was another speaker in the conference, which is kind of a Tinder or an Airbnb that matches philanthropists, would-be philanthropists, with causes and contributions. We need to build that markets ecosystem. And I'm very glad that the Lee Kuan Yew School gets to be here, to be thinking about the research, to be thinking about the outreach that we need to do going forwards from here. So that's my takeaway, Kirsty and friends. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Danny. Yeah, no, that's that whole kind of infrastructural ecosystem point just kept on coming up, isn't it? Because it is the way forward in terms of scaling up responses. Well, Ben, let me come back to you for some final thoughts on today.
Yeah, I think, Kirsty, I think today actually was a historic day in many respects. And reflecting back, to me, there were two sort of really profound moments. And one of them was Ban Ki-moon's talk this morning and how he set it out, just the importance of philanthropy for the future of Asia. And also we've seen through the day the richness and the depth and the incredible philanthropy that's in Asia. But this needs to be built on, and it's incredible. And the second profound moment, I think, was the health panel, where we had, a number of leading philanthropists just giving us practical examples about how it's changed their philanthropy in terms of how they work with government. And that's all what this is about. How do we get government to the table to unlock this?
Well, Ben, I think that's
one final thing I've got to do, Kirsty. Sorry, is to thank you because you've just been the most incredible anchor today. And this is the third one you've done, probably the most complex, with 35 speakers from God knows how many countries and hundreds of people all around the world. But a huge thank you. You've done absolutely brilliantly, as usual, putting this all together. Most complicated, and we're all very thankful and grateful for you and the incredible anchor work today. And we look forward to the next one with you as anchor, I hope, again, if it's not scared you off too much, but it's been incredible.
Well, it's a fascinating subject and it's an important subject. And I hope that lots of people watching will see this as a call to arms to get out there and try and build on this terrible moment in world history, but really important one and a great opportunity for philanthropy. So thank you all for joining us today. Thanks again to our event partners and our sponsor, Decision Science Agency, and Daniel Teo for allowing this event to take place, and to all our wonderful speakers for participating, and of course our partners in Cambridge and in Singapore. The conversation doesn't have to stop just because we are. Continue to share your thoughts on social media with the hashtag Talking Philanthropy, and follow Global Philanthropic and our co-hosts on LinkedIn, on Twitter, on Instagram. I'm certainly getting lots of messages on LinkedIn asking about this event, which is great. And then you can view further content. And we look forward to talking to you at the next Talking Philanthropy and welcoming everybody back. But for me, for now, goodbye.